Bert didn't know that Trish had made a fool of herself outside. He poured Max a cup of tea and asked, "Max, I heard that you are responsible for transforming the power grid in the city." Max was flattered. He held the teacup in both hands and said, both cautiously and proudly, "To be precise, the new power grid was designed by me. I am the best engineer of the Osborne group." Bert asked, "Then why isn't your name on the design?" Max's momentum suddenly wilted. He put down the cup angrily and didn't say anything. Bert asked, "Did they bully you like that because you're a black man?" Max was taken aback. "Does it matter?" "Of course, it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with racism at all. It's purely because Max is a weirdo and everyone in Osborne Group's power department avoids him." "Still, that's a good excuse, isn't it?" Bert took a sip of tea and asked again, "Max, have you ever thought about suing the Osborne Group for discriminating against you and stealing your achievements?" "Sue them?" Max shook his head bitterly and said, "How could I possibly sue the Osborne Group? They have a professional team of lawyers, and if I sue them, the result will only be that I get fired, and then no one dares to give me a job in their place." "The premise is that if no one helps you," Bert said, "I can help you and provide you with a first-class team of lawyers." Max asked, puzzled, "You help me? Why do you want to help me?" "Max, I won't hide it from you. I will help you because I want to lower the stock price of Osborne Group. You are the designer of the new grid, which is very important," Wang said. Max's eyes widened and he asked excitedly, "Am I that important?" "Of course, you can significantly affect the stock price of the Osborne Group." Bert smiled and said, "As long as you promise to sue the Osborne Group, I will not only provide you with a law team but also give you a lot of money to make your life worry-free in the future. Of course, I also have conditions. That is, unless I agree, there can be no reconciliation, and you must sue to the end." "This?" Max hesitated a bit, but Bert added another fire. "Max, once you sue the Osborne Group, you will become the focus of the whole city, and countless people will flock to interview you." "Really?" Max was excited again. He said, "Will I make the headlines like my good friend Spider-Man?" Max is Spider-Man's best friend? Of course not. The two only talked once. The chatterbox Spider-Man said, "You are my friend," casually, and Max, who had no friends, regarded him as his good friend. Bert smiled and said, "Of course, discrimination against black people is a big deal." Max understood and said, yes, they discriminated against me because I was black, bullied me, isolated me. They often closed the elevator in advance and didn't let me in, and they..." Bert quietly listened to Max's complaints with a smile. Not only was he not impatient, but he also complained along with him from time to time. Max was very grateful. Except for Spider-Man, Bert was the only one who could treat him so kindly. For this friend, the lawsuit is settled. Max shouted in his heart. He unilaterally promoted Bert to his friend. After Max finished speaking, Bert asked Natasha to come in through the walkie-talkie. "Natalie, come in." "Bus." Natasha walked in gracefully, and Max's eyes were a little straight. Seeing Natasha looking over, he lowered his head in inferiority and drank tea silently. Bert introduced Max to Natasha. Then he said, "You are solely responsible for this case. You can choose any law firm in the city. I only have one request: to win this lawsuit." Bert added, "In addition, the bigger the momentum, the better." "No problem, racism is no small matter." Natasha smiled and said, "I will find a black lawyer to handle this lawsuit, and I will also donate to some black rights organizations to let them support us. Let them go directly to the Osborne building to protest." Bert turned to Max and asked, "By the way, Max, can you give a speech?" Max raised his head and asked excitedly, "Speech, speaking in front of the public?" Bert smiled and said, "Yes, we can help you write the speech. but you need to do it yourself. I will find a way to make it broadcast on TV. TV? Max became more and more excited. He nodded repeatedly. I can do it. Well, Natalie, I'll leave everything to you. Money is not a problem. Just report it and I will approve it. Bert nodded with satisfaction. Natasha skillfully invited Max to the office aside for further discussion. Before leaving the room, she glanced at Bert resentfully. Is this bastard really a man? Being with such a beautiful woman as herself, how could he never notice her? It's okay to insult my dignity, but you insult my beauty. If it wasn't for the mission, she would have beaten up this guy long ago. Natasha's resentment, Bert sensed it and laughed secretly, making you feel good about yourself. After Natasha and Max left, Bert took out his phone and called James and asked, "Where is the Osborne Group's human enhancement medicine?" "The human experiment is about to start, the formal kind," James replied. In addition, they found a pharmaceutical factory to conduct illegal human experiments some time ago, and a lot of homeless people died. Now that the medicine has been improved by them, the probability of problems occurring is only about 20%, but the strengthening effect has also decreased. With such a high probability of 20%, Osborne worked hard. Bert sneered, and he instructed, "Buy the audit supervisor and get a few violent experimenters in." James smiled. "No problem. There is nothing money can't do in America." Bert asked again, "What's going on with the shareholders? Is there anyone willing to sell their shares?" James said, "There is a shareholder who agrees to exchange the shares of the Osborne Group for the shares of the Stark Group, but he wants 6% for 5%. Bert sneered. "Keep dreaming. Don't worry about him, and when the scandal of the Osborne Group appears, we will exchange with him. 3% is enough." "Blood God, I will do as you say." James nodded, and he said, "By the way, Blood God, I found the professor you asked me to find before. He is Dr. Samuel Stearns, the cellular biologist at Grayburn College in New York. I used the Blood God group's name. Wanted to hire him, but he didn't agree." "Samuel Stearns? You don't have to worry about it. James, you did a great job." Bert nodded. "Samuel Stearns is Mr. Blue from The Incredible Hulk, a genius. Since he doesn't accept the employment, there's an 80% chance he has already contacted the Hulk. It seems that he should visit him in a while. Hulk's blood, I wonder if it can enhance my strength." James said, "Blood God, you value me so much, I naturally can't let you down." Bert put down the phone with a smile. At this time, there was a knock on the door. After getting permission, Jessica walked in with a heartless face and asked, "Boss, do you need more tea?" Bert smiled and said, "It's like changing clothes again." "You are kidnapping." Jessica gritted her teeth, and Bert motioned her to come up to add tea, and then asked, "You can run away, why are you still here?" "The old woman said that there was Kai in my body. If I dared to escape, the Kai would attack and make me feel unbearable pain," Jessica said with hatred as she raised the kettle to add water to Bert's teapot. Her skills were not good. "The wicked need the wicked to grind." Bert laughed, and Jessica glared at him. After adding the water, Jessica hesitated and asked, "Where's that guy?" Bert took a sip of tea and said, "Forget about him. He won't show up again in the future. Don't mention it again. It's best if he doesn't show up." Jessica was relieved. She glanced at Bert and said, "You too?" Bert smiled and said, "Of course, those who owe the debt do not want the creditor to appear, but that is impossible. You can work here with peace of mind. When the money is paid, I will naturally let you leave. I will pay you back for that piece of glass. Although you are trying to trick me, what glass is worth tens of thousands of dollars?" Jessica gritted her teeth and said, "However, can you ask that old woman to accept Trish as her apprentice? Trish wanted to practice kung fu, She even knelt outside. She knelt? Bert was a little surprised. He went out to take a look and immediately smiled. She is very smart, she is not ashamed, and she fulfills the requirements. Jessica boasted. Trish has always been very smart. She is a child star. Why does she want to learn kung fu so much? She doesn't look like a kung fu fanatic, Bert said. Jessica said, because kung fu is the one way to make ordinary people a superhero. If you want to be a superhero, the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation. Your sister can try mutation, Bert said. The daredevil, who has been very popular in Hell's Kitchen recently, was mutated by chemical substances when he was a child. That Spider-Man should also be, eh? As soon as he mentioned Spider-Man, Bert found Peter Parker taking pictures of Trish at the door. He just graduated from high school and was working as a photographer. In short, he took some interesting pictures to sell to Daily Bugle in exchange for rewards. But interesting pictures are not so easy to find, so Peter often sells his pictures to the Daily Bugle pictures of Spider-Man. Trish didn't notice anyone was taking pictures. She was a little thirsty, so she pulled the veil off and took a sip of water, then pulled it back up again, and this scene happened to be photographed by Peter. Jessica didn't notice Bert was distracted. She asked in surprise, the rich rely on technology and the poor rely on mutation? Hey, wait, do you know Daredevil and Spider-Man? Bert smiled and said, I also know Tony Stark. He owes me a lot. Jessica didn't believe it at all. She sneered, I had dinner with Bill Gates yesterday. Bert laughed and didn't explain much. Jessica glanced at him and asked, You are so strong, why don't you become a superhero? I'm a vampire, a natural villain. I can't be a superhero. Besides, who stipulates that a strong person must be a superhero? Bert sneered, also, I'm so rich, wouldn't it be better if I want to help people I'll just send my men? Do I need to do it myself? Speaking of this, Bert suddenly thought in his heart, should he hire a few superheroes as his subordinates, so that it will be more convenient to do things in the future? After all, the future is the age of superheroes. However, it is almost impossible to accept superheroes as subordinates. Superheroes cannot be moved by money. Bert thought to himself, if that's the case, why not train a few superheroes? These two are quite suitable. Jessica Jones in this world has not been spoiled by the purple man, and the training value is very high. As for Trish Walker, her prototype seems to be a superhero. Vampire? Then I'm a werewolf. Naturally, Jessica didn't know that someone was thinking about her. She sneered, also, you are the owner of a small tea house, why are you pretending to be rich? Sooner or later, your broken tea house will close down. I have never seen a tea house make a membership system. Bert smiled but said nothing. With his wealth, it is difficult to close down. Jessica hesitated and asked again, if you are not a superhero, wouldn't it be a waste of the ability God gave you? Is that what Trish told you? Bert said, don't be bound by this kind of words, be yourself, help if you want. If you don't want to help, don't do it. The most important thing is to live comfortably. People should live for themselves, not for others. Am I living comfortably? Jessica muttered to herself, and then she said to Bert with disgust, God gave you the ability, what a waste. With your character, it's a miracle that you can survive until now without being beaten to death. Bert complained. He waved his hand and said, go find that kid outside, ask him to be a sparring partner, 2 hours a day, high salary. Jessica glanced at Peter outside and said disdainfully, that skinny boy looks like a monkey. I can kill him with one punch. Bert sneered, who was beaten by a weak old lady before begging for mercy. How can I beg for mercy? And that's because I respect the elderly. Jessica snorted and walked out angrily. Trish was overjoyed when she saw her. Jessica nodded at her, opened the door and walked to Peter's side and said about Bert's appointment. Sparring? Peter was stunned for a moment, then waved his hands. Well, I'm sorry, I don't like fighting, I still have something to do. After finishing speaking, Peter turned around and strode away. He was still in a hurry to hand in the photos. He didn't know that this time, the only photo that was selected is the photo of Trish drinking water. Although Trish is a former star, she was once popular after all. Jonah Jameson, the owner of the Daily Bugle, recognized her at a glance and was overjoyed. This is good news. X-star, mentally ill, kneeling in front of the tea house begging. Perfect. Bert did not stop Peter from leaving. After all, he knew that Peter would come back because he was a poor man. A noble, poor guy. Jessica didn't care about Peter's departure either. Anyway, she didn't plan to be a good employee. She walked back to the door and said to Trish, "Trish, do you want to keep kneeling here?" Trish said firmly, "I must learn Kung Fu." Jessica said unhappily, "Why? What's there to learn about Kung Fu?" Trish looked at Jessica with resentment. If she wasn't her sister, she would have beaten her up. This world is very unfair. Some people can't get what they try hard to get, but others can have it casually and even look at it with disgust. For example, Jessica Jones. Trish was about to say something when Madame Gao came out and said, "Boss wants to see you, come in." Trish got up in surprise and asked, "Are you willing to accept me as an apprentice?" Madame Gao smiled and said, "You are lucky, boss plans to accept you as his apprentices." Trish was stunned. That young man, can he do it? Doesn't Kung Fu get better with age? He's much better than me. Madame Gao didn't say much and walked in with a cane. Trish hurriedly followed and Jessica followed behind with a displeased face and said, "That guy is amazing. But why should I take him as my teacher? I don't want to learn Kung Fu." "If she doesn't want to be a disciple, you can leave." Madame Gao turned back to Trish Walker and said. Trish Walker was stunned, beginning to feel that she was incidental. "That guy isn't a good guy." Jessica couldn't bear to see Trish disappointed. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm willing to be his disciple, but I don't have the money to learn Kung Fu." A real master and apprentice don't need to pay money. Instead, the master will give the apprentice money. The master is like a father, but you don't understand this principle, so I won't say more. Madame Gao shook her head and led the two of them into the tea room in the backyard, where Bert was waiting. When the two women approached, Bert, who was sitting above, waved his hand gently, and 2 cups of tea flew steadily toward the two women with a faint red light. His Kai was wrapped in the power of the dragon's soul, has already reached the stage where he can release it out of his body. // Translator comment. In the TV show, Gao appears to be capable of making people fly off their feet for a moment with only a wave of her hand, as she did to Danny Rand when he tried to intimidate her. Where this power comes from and its limits remain unknown. Telekinesis may be possible using Kai. I'm not sure how the author bought Chinese cultivation into Marvel, and I can't change this as this will affect the future story. So let's roll with it. */ The two women were surprised for a while and hurriedly caught the teacup. Madame Gao said, "Kneel and offer tea to master." Jessica was reluctant, but when Trish saw Bert's hand, her eyes brightened. She knelt on the spot and then imitated the way in the Kung Fu movie, holding the teacup with both hands, and shouted, "Master." "Good." Bert nodded with satisfaction, took the teacup and took a sip, then put the teacup aside and looked at Jessica. Jessica pouted, knelt, and raised her cup and sincerely, "Master." "Not very good." Bert took the cup, took a sip, and then said, "Okay, Trish Walker, Jessica Jones, from now on, you are my disciples and you must obey the rules." "Huh, the rules?" You don't even know what your own rules are, do you? Jessica complained, and Madame Gao was speechless. The blood god wanted to accept his disciples on a momentary thought. How could I not know? Bert said, the rules of the dojo are very simple: love each other from the same dojo and protect the world. It's really simple. It seems that you don't have to be afraid of being fined for copying the rules in the future. There are only a dozen words in total. Jessica sneered. Trish was also a little speechless. Did she join the wrong school? This looks like a grassroots team. Since you say so, I will satisfy you. You can copy the rules 1,000 times for me. Bert said. Jessica got angry and shouted, Why? You asked for it yourself, now asking me why? Bert waved his hand and said, Okay, I've said everything that needs to be said. Get up, and every night at 8 o'clock, you all come to the tea house to practice. If you can't come, call ahead. You got it? Understood. Trish nodded repeatedly, looking very excited, finally being able to learn kung fu. Seeing that Trish was so happy, Jessica didn't say anything more. Anyway, she wanted to stay here to work and pay off her debts. In other words, what kind of master is this, actually blackmailing his apprentice? Then, Trish and Jessica stood up together, and Bert smiled at Trish. Trish, you are very good, so I will prepare an apprenticeship ceremony for you. You will receive it when you come here tomorrow! Exclamation. Thank you, master. He said so, but Trish didn't care. Bert didn't explain much. He turned to Jessica and said, As for you, you are not good at all. In addition to the punishment, you have to clean the tea house. Why? Jessica was very dissatisfied. Trish hurriedly stopped her, and then said to Bert, Master, I want to take Jessica back to celebrate. Can she come back to work tomorrow? Since you're begging, then I'll let her go. Bert nodded. Jessica snorted. This guy's attitude toward his sister is better than her own. Trish was very happy. After thanking him, she took Jessica and left excitedly. After they left, Madame Gao asked inexplicably, Blood God, there are many vampire clansmen who are good, why should you accept them as apprentices? Vampires are born villains, we need some humans to speak for us. Bert didn't explain much. He said, Madame Gao, you will handle their teachings. Aren't you teaching? Madame Gao was stunned. How could he throw his apprentice to others? Come on, I have something to do tonight. Bert shrugged. What a joke. There are so many beautiful women waiting for him in the city. How could he spend 2 hours every night teaching his disciples? This is not the way of life for the rich. Trish, who successfully apprenticed, had a good dream one night. She dreamed that she became the most popular superhero. Countless reporters rushed to interview her, countless fans cheered for her, and countless TV stations invited her as a guest. It's just that when Trish woke up, she found that the reality was super cruel. She was on fire, but not the kind of fire she wanted. Child star went insane, kneeling in front of the tea house and begging, Daily Bugle, I'm going to sue you. When Trish saw the news, she shredded the newspaper on the spot in anger. She was born as a child star and knew very well what consequences such negative news would bring. Others will ridicule her wildly, the radio station will temporarily stop her program and suspend her. As for when she can come back, it depends on luck. This is a big crisis in Trish's star journey. Calm down, as long as you think of a good excuse, there should still be a chance to turn around, environmental protection, protest or performance art. Trish walked around impatiently in the living room. She wanted to discuss it with Jessica, but no one answered the phone. She knew that Jessica was probably drunk again. Trish threw away the phone angrily. She was thinking about whether to take a leave of absence to hide from the limelight for a few days when the head of the station suddenly called, Trish, why haven't you gone to work yet? Hurry up and come. Trish wanted to explain something, but the station director hung up the phone just after he finished speaking. As soon as she arrived at the station gate, Trish found a large group of reporters waiting, hurriedly asked the driver to drive to the back door, and then sneaked into the company. After entering the company, a female hostess who did not deal with Trish immediately came up and asked with concern, "Trish, why are you here? You should rest at home if you are sick." Trish scolded, "You are sick? That article is nonsense. Trish, if you're sick, you need to be treated, you can't escape." The hostess said sneeringly, "Otherwise, God knows what shameful things you will do." Trish gritted her teeth. She was about to tear the woman apart when the director's secretary shouted, "Trish, the director asked you to come and see him immediately." "Okay." Trish hurriedly agreed, glared at the hostess, and strode toward the director's office. The colleagues around her looked at her with pity and schadenfreude. In their opinion, Trish was probably going to be suspended from the snow. "Trish, your show, I will host it for you in the future, you don't have to thank me, I will do it." The hostess laughed from behind, and Trish wanted to turn around and smash a hole in her head with her high heels. This woman is so hateful. Trish took a deep breath and calmed herself down, then she knocked on the door and entered the director's office. "Sir." Trish wanted to explain it well, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the director said, "Trish, your program has been upgraded to a social program. There is a big interview at noon. You should read the information immediately." "Director, my show, eh?" Trish reacted and asked in astonishment, "Director, do you want to upgrade my show?" Trish's Trish Talk is entertainment talk. In short, it's a talk on the radio about parental short stories, emotional entanglements, etc. She always wanted to be in charge of the current affairs and society column, but the director did not agree, because that kind of column only famous people can host. Trish never thought that she had such a scandal. The director not only did not withdraw herself but also upgraded her program. Is this a dream? If yes, please let this dream continue, and don't wake up. The director glanced at Trish and said, "Trish, this is the order of the big man from above, don't you know?" "Big man?" Trish was stunned. How could anyone care about her? "Go out and prepare." The director didn't say much because he felt that Trish was pretending to be an idiot. Unexpectedly, Trish, who has always been clean and self-conscious, also embarked on this road. Perhaps this is the fate of actresses in the entertainment industry. Trish took the information and returned to her office with a confused look on her face. When people outside saw her like this, they thought she was suspended from the snow. Some sympathized, and some ridiculed her. Trish returned to the office and found a woman so beautiful that she felt jealous, waiting for her. She asked, "May I ask who you are?" Natasha said, "I am your master's secretary. Your master asked me to tell you that you must be careful in the next interview. After a while, he will transfer you to the TV station to start a special program." "My master? Who?" Trish was stunned. She had just talked with her teacher yesterday, but she still couldn't react. Natasha was speechless. "You mean the owner of Dragon Subduing Tea House?" Trish reacted suddenly, and she said, "Did he help me upgrade the show?" Natasha nodded. "Yes. He said this is his apprenticeship gift for you." "Apprenticeship gift?" "Yes, he did say he wanted to give me an apprenticeship ceremony, but I didn't expect it to be such a powerful apprentice ceremony." Trish became more and more astonished, and she couldn't help but ask, "My master, is he very powerful?" Natasha said with a smile, "He's okay, just a little richer than Tony Stark. In addition, he has shares in several major broadcasting companies in the country." "What?" Trish sucked in a breath of cold air. "This is more than okay. How many people in the United States have more money than Tony Stark?" Did she hug the golden thigh? Trish was extremely glad that she knelt yesterday. "Hey, This matter is going to be spread out. The entrance of the tea house will be full of people kneeling. At the very least, everyone in this company will kneel. This woman doesn't seem to know anything. Why did Bert Wang accept her as his apprentice? What is he trying to do? Natasha thought to herself, and she said, "Okay, Trish, look at the information first. In addition to you and the client, there will be a famous guest, Max." Max? Trish came back to her senses and flipped through the documents skillfully. After a while, she asked in amazement, "The Osborne group?" Natasha said, "Yes, your task is to talk bad about them. The harder it is, the better. Don't worry, your master will support you behind. I've long wanted to fight against such a big group." Trish said excitedly, and then she read the information carefully and went out to find someone to write the manuscript with great energy. As soon as she walked out of the door, Trish found that everyone was looking at her, but it was different from before. Now their eyes were full of envy, jealousy, and deep puzzlement. News has spread. Trish snorted arrogantly, raised her head, and stepped on high heels to the director's office. The people on the way were flattering, and there was no more ridicule. The host who ridiculed Trish before even hid in the bathroom and didn't dare to see anyone. Trish sighed secretly. She thought that today would be hell, but because of Master, today became heaven. "Master, thank you very much." At noon, when the interview officially started, Trish asked Max, who was a little nervous, "Mr. Dillon, you said that you designed the power grid in the city, but according to the information I found, your name was not on it." Max said angrily, "That's what they stole from me. People from the Osborne group have been bullying me. On my birthday a few years ago, they not only didn't congratulate me, but they also made me work overtime." Trish asked knowingly, "Mr. Dillon, why did Osborne's people bully you?" Max replied according to Natasha's explanation, "Because I'm black, they discriminate against me. If I were white, I'd be a department manager now. I'm the best engineer in the company." The guest Max said angrily when he heard the words, "Max, what are you talking about? Osborne's people are so excessive." "That's right, Osborne's people are just so excessive. There are almost no black people in Osborne's top management, but all white people." Max shouted, "I'm going to sue them. I'm going to get my respect back. I'm going to get fair treatment." "Is that true? It's hard to imagine that there is still such a company." Trish said, "Max, I support you to sue them. Don't be afraid of them. Behind you are the black people in America. We will all support you. The era when white people can bully others is over." With the help of someone, this racial discrimination incident quickly fermented. On the same day, several black groups protested at the Osborne building, and major TV stations also broadcasted the news one after another. Shares plummeted.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the chairman's office in the Oscorp building, Norman Osborne looked at the protesting crowd below and couldn't help but smash the wine glass in his hand to the ground. Problems after problems, the stock price of Oscorp has just turned a little better. Because of this incident, it has plunged again, and it has plunged sharply. Racial discrimination is quite sensitive in the United States, and Max is the designer of the power grid. If he wins, Oscorp will lose control of the power grid. At this time, footsteps came from behind, and Norman asked without looking back, "Mencken, have you checked it out? Is the power grid designed by Max?" The vice president of the Oscorp, an elderly white man, nodded and said, "The power grid was indeed designed by Max. He is withdrawn, so several people in the power department took it for themselves." "Damn, fire them for me." Norman cursed and asked, "What about racial discrimination?" Mencken said, "That is not true. Someone should have taught Max to say this. I suspect that someone is behind all of these problems of our Oscorp. Find out who is it." Norman said, "In addition, find Max to reconcile. You can give him some more money, but he must tell everyone that the Oscorp is not racist. I'll go talk with him." Mencken hesitated and said, "The city government is asking us to resolve this matter as soon as possible, otherwise they will reconsider the grid." Those greedy guys. Norman knew that they want money, and he said, feed them, let them not speak on this matter, lest the stock price falls again. Yes, Mr. Osborne. Mencken nodded, and turned to leave. Norman thought for a while, and called in Director Nels and Dr. Strom, the researcher of the human enhancement agent. Norman sat in the chair and asked, when will the human body enhancer start human experiments? The experimenter has been selected. As long as the training is done in a few more days, the experiment can officially start. Dr. Strom said. However, Norman, I think it's better to slow down. There is something wrong with this potion. We're running out of time, Norman said. We're going to start the experiment tomorrow. In 7 days, we're going to show our results to the Ministry of Defense and get them to sign with us. Only then can our stock price go back up. 7 days. Dr. Strom shook his head. This is impossible. After the injection, you must experiment and observe for at least a month to see if there are any side effects. Just 7 days, Nels, you help Dr. Strom finish it. Norman said stubbornly that after human serums have been improved, there is only a 20% chance of problems occurring. In this case, as long as you find a few more experiments, you will be able to get a successful experimental body. At that time, modify the data and show the successful experimental body. The Ministry of Defense won't know the truth and will only think that the experiment has been successful. Human body strengthening has always been a dream of the military, and they will sign with Osborne for the first time and provide a lot of money. When the funds are in place, the stock price will rise sharply. Then I will go back and slowly modify the medicine to make it perfect. In this way, Oscorp will not only survive the crisis but also obtain a large order from the Ministry of Defense, which is perfect. This is Norman's idea. I will assist Dr. Strom with the experiment. Nels nodded. Dr. Strom knew that it was useless to object, so he could only sigh and obediently prepare for the experiment. After Dr. Strom left, Norman asked Nels, have you dealt with what happened before? Nels said, except for the few successful experiments, all others have been dealt with, and no one will know what happened. Very good. Norman nodded in satisfaction. He ordered, hide those successful experiments, maybe they will be used in the future. Those few successful experiments were all vagabonds, and they can't see the light of day, so they had to continue their experiments? Clear. Nels turned to leave, and when the door closed, Norman took the pills from his arms with trembling hands. His illness was getting worse and worse. After a short rest, Norman got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and muttered to himself slightly hideously, whether it's an enemy or a disease, it can't defeat me, because I'm Norman Osborne. That night, Trish took Jessica, who was sluggish, to the tea house. Jessica asked in surprise, that guy has more money than Tony Stark? Trish, are you still awake? Give some respect. Without Master, I would have been swept out of the house today. Trish said dissatisfiedly, Master is super rich, my future depends entirely on him. Jessica said dissatisfiedly, stop it, you are changing so fast. Wait, your apprenticeship gift is hosting a social column, so what about mine? You're no good, you didn't pay respects to the teacher, by the way, you missed work today, and the master might punish you. Trish said with a smile. Why am I so unlucky? Master is partial. Jessica was very dissatisfied. The two walked into the backyard of the tea house and saw that Madame Gao was training 10 sturdy and strong men. They were members of Bert's escort team. As the head of the vampire clan, Bert had 10 guards, led by Mercury. Each of them was elite, but they were generally not used because Bert was stronger than them combined. Trish asked curiously, Madame Gao, where is Master? Who are these people? Your master went out to the ocean, with a Hollywood star, and I am responsible for teaching you all. Madame Gao said, as for these 10, they are your master's guards. Going overseas with a Hollywood star. Trish and Jessica are both speechless. This master is too unreliable, right? Okay, don't waste time, go change your clothes and prepare for training. Madame Gao said sternly. Also, Jessica, you are absent from work today, and you are not allowed to leave the tea house in the future unless you have permission. Jessica shouted dissatisfiedly, you are kidnapping. I want to be free. If you beat me, you will have freedom. Although you are very strong, your fighting ability is 0. Madame Gao saw that Jessica wanted to say something, but was pulled away by the excited Trish. She could not wait to finally learn Kung Fu. As soon as the two women left, the waiter led a thin young man in and said, Madame Gao, he said he came to apply to be a training partner. Madame Gao looked Peter Parker up and down, and asked, I remember you, are you sure you want to be a sparring coach? Yes, I'm going to be a sparring coach. You said before that the salary is very high, and I only had to work 2 hours a day, is that true? As Peter spoke, he looked for traces of Trish. He wanted to apologize to Trish. He didn't expect that photo he took caused her such big trouble. This is also the reason why Peter decided to give up his job as a photographer. It's okay to betray himself and be scolded by others, but he can't implicate others. He is Spider-Man, everyone's good neighbor, and he can't do bad things. Besides, the job here is indeed more suitable for him. The salary is high, the time is short, and the work content is very easy. Practice with the two young ladies? The salary will satisfy you. Go and change your clothes. Madame Gao said that although she did not understand why the blood god valued this kid so much since the blood god had confessed it, she naturally had to train him well. That's right, he asked Peter to be a sparring partner, to train him. Spider-Man's fighting skills are not bad, but it is completely supported by talent? Thank you. Peter was very happy, but when he came back from changing his clothes, he found that he was not training with the 2 young ladies he had expected, but 10 fierce men who were eyeing him. Jessica whispered, "I think Master wants to teach this kid a lesson." Trish said, "No, I think Master wants to kill him. Go." Madame Gao didn't talk nonsense, she directly let the 10 guards do it. Peter ran around the yard in fright, and kept shouting, "Don't hit me." Jessica and Trish were amused by him. Where did this monkey come from? Although Peter looked very embarrassed, Madame Gao became more and more shocked. Under the siege of 10 people, Peter was not beaten once. Although the vampires only used the power of ordinary people, they were 10 against 1. Madame Gao watched for a while and saw the trick. That kid could sense danger in advance. Often, he avoided the vampire as soon as he started to attack. Moreover, he was very flexible, and his flexibility was even more frightening. He is hiding his strength, and the blood god is not mistaken. This kid is a genius in martial arts. Madame Gao's eyes brightened as if she saw a perfect piece of jade. She decided to train the other party into a real master. Peter didn't know that he was being looked after, and he was considering whether to resign. This job is not easy at all. In a blink of an eye, 10 days have passed, and the racial discrimination of the Oscorp is still fermenting because Max refuses to reconcile, and even has an intensifying trend. While Norman put out the fire, he invited General Slocum of the Ministry of Defense to see the results of their experiments. To Norman's surprise, Bagan, the shareholder of their company, brought a strange young man here. Bagan introduced to Norman, "Norman, this is Mr. Wong, the chairman of the Blood God Group. I invited him to come and visit our experiment." Norman was taken aback. Blood God Group? That vampire group? "Hello, Mr. Osborne." Bert reached out to Norman, but Norman reluctantly shook his hand and left, with the excuse of doing something. Bagan said dissatisfied, "It's rude, but Mr. Wong, Norman's ability is still good. The Oscorp will get the Ministry of Defense to agree to the contract." Bert smiled and said, "I hope so. Oscorp's stock price has fallen a bit sharply recently. It will go up." Bagan was the shareholder who wanted to exchange shares with Bert. This time, Bert was invited to prove the value of the Oscorp. Bert smiled but said nothing. "The stock price wants to rise. Have you asked for my permission?" At this time, General Slocum came. He was very shocked when he heard Bagan's introduction to Bert. He approached Bert and said in a low voice, "Your vampire clan's hands are a little too long." Bert smiled and said, "General Slocum, you didn't plan to sign with the Oscorp at all, did you?" "Yes, I didn't want to sign with them in the first place." General Slocum snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Bert shrugged, and silently followed behind everyone. Then, everyone entered the podium under the leadership of Norman. Norman pointed to the open field outside the glass and said excitedly, "General Slocum, and everyone, welcome you to the Oscorp's experimental base. Today, we will show you Oscorp's human enhancement potions and single-person flying equipment. I believe that they can enable the country to defend the world better." At the same time as Norman introduced, 3 men in green biological armor flew over each on a glider that looks like a big bat. Bert looked at the black smoke behind the glider and said with a smile, "Small black smoke is not very environment-friendly, right?" Norman's face stiffened, and then he smiled. "This is a small problem, we can improve. Now, let's take a look at the attack capability of the glider. It can not only fly but also carry machine guns and miniature missiles on it." The 3 experiments received orders to activate the machine guns on the gliders through their wristwatches. Then, the machine guns fired at full force, smashing a row of targets laid out on the ground. This is not over yet. The experimenter on the right also controlled the glider to launch a miniature missile, which blasted a fiery pit on the ground. Clap clap clap. Although General Slocum had opinions on the Oscorp, he couldn't help but clap his hands. This single-person flying equipment is good, but I don't know how difficult it is to operate. Then, the 3 experiments jumped from a height of more than 10 meters in unison, and everyone exclaimed, but they were completely fine, and they even picked up the Vulcan cannon used by the ground gunship to shoot wildly around. They've all been injected with human-enhancing medicines, and their strength is 3 times that of ordinary people, and other aspects have also been greatly improved. Norman proudly introduced them, but he did not find that one man among the 3 experiments was a little overexcited because of the constant shooting, and even his breathing became short. The experimenter was a veteran named Jess. When he saw Norman and the generals of the Ministry of Defense pointing at him, he suddenly felt unhappy in his heart. These gentlemen on the top don't know how hard they fought on the front line? He just killed a few prisoners, so they kicked him out of the army, and cut his welfare. Damn these bastards. This thought popped into Jess's mind. If he didn't inject the serum, it would have been just an idea. The problem is that he injected the serum, and the evil thoughts in his heart were greatly amplified, so the thought became an action. Jess suddenly threw down the Vulcan cannon, jumped high with both feet, and the glider flexibly flew down to catch him. Then, a machine gun emerged from the underside of the glider, and the people on the podium didn't notice anything wrong, they thought it was another performance. "You all die for me." At this moment, Jess grinned grimly, aimed the machine gun at the podium, and fired frantically. The glass of the podium was instantly shattered, and several officials burst into blood, screaming and falling. "It's finally here." Bert moved his right hand in the air and pushed the terrified Norman, Bagan, and General Slocum to the back of the wall at the same time. When Jess saw the scene, that someone escaped, he immediately launched a miniature missile. Bert scolded, jumped out of the window with the three of them. With a bang, the podium exploded, flames and thick smoke rose into the sky, and the three people were blown away by the airwaves and fell to the ground. Jess laughed, and the other two experiments woke up and hurriedly aimed the Vulcan cannon at Jess, trying to stop him. Seeing this, Jess immediately turned the gun to shoot at the two of them. After a burst of bullets, the three enhancers perished and fell together. Bert looked at Norman, who was in a state of embarrassment on the ground, and said lightly, "Mr. Osborne, not only your experiment is not environment friendly but also has big problems." "Norman Osborne? You must give me an explanation." General Slocum and Bacon reacted and glared at Norman. If it wasn't for Bert's help, they would have died like everyone else. The distraught Norman hurriedly explained, "There may be some data problems. I promise you, I will be able to fix this problem soon. There will be no next time. Norman Osborne, the Ministry of Defense will suspend all contracts with your Oscorp, and I will send someone to investigate this matter. So many people can't die in vain. Oscorp must give our Ministry of Defense an explanation." General Slocum shouted angrily. He was about to leave, but suddenly stopped, turned to Bert, and said, "Thank you for saving my life, but we will not cooperate either." Bert smiled indifferently and said nothing. General Slocum strode away. Norman hurriedly chased after him to explain. Bacon couldn't help but rebuke and said to Bert, "Mr. Wong, you saved my life. I decided to transfer the shares to you at a low price. Business people are thick-skinned." Bert laughed, and he said, "No hurry, let the stock price fly for a while." After finishing speaking, Bert ignored Bacon and turned to leave. He had just left the experimental base when Director Fury called. Director Fury asked, "Does this matter have anything to do with you?" "Without my help, Norman Osborne and General Slocum would have been dead." Bert said lightly, "Also, if you are interested, you can listen to Trish's talk at noon. Maybe you can find some clues." "I will listen." Director Fury said, "Blood God, before the Oscorp company changes hands, if Norman Osborne dies, then whether you killed him or not, we will stop you from acquiring the Oscorp. Rest assured, I respect the rules of the game." Bert hung up the phone with a smile. He looked at the phone and smiled coldly. "Today, I respect the rules of the game, and tomorrow, the rules of the game respect me?" Presumably many people already know that there is a big problem with the Oscorp's experiment, but you certainly don't know why the Oscorp's experiment has a problem. At noon, Trish's voice rang on the thousands of radios. "I didn't know it until I received an anonymous email, which not only recorded the Oscorp's modification of the experimental data but also recorded that they used tramps to carry out illegal activities, such as human experimentation." Trish's report caused a sensation in the entire New York City. Countless reporters gathered around the Oscorp building to inquire about the situation. The Oscorp issued an announcement saying it was slander and reserved the right to sue Trish. Behind Trish stood Bert. Even though the Oscorp directly handed over all the evidence to the FBI still sent people to investigate the Oscorp. At the same time, the Ministry of Defense also sent people to hold Oscorp accountable. The Oscorp was in turmoil for a while, and the stock price plummeted, and the loss was even worse than the original Stark Industries situation. In the villa, Tony said while eating a salad, "Our vampires are ruthless. They beat the stock price of Oscorp like this? Those shareholders are going to cry. Good for us, we made a lot of money." Pepper said excitedly, "The losses from the previous period can be recovered. All this money is used to buy the company's stock back. I don't want to be kicked out of the board again." Tony snorted, thought of something, and said to Pepper, "Pepper, you go to work at Stark Industries tomorrow, and you will be the vice president for a while. Then, I will promote you to the position of the president." Pepper was stunned. "Do you want me to manage Stark Industries?" Tony smiled and said, "As Bert said, the next is your era. So you transferred Happy to Africa." Pepper sneered, "Tony, he has been with you for more than 10 years, and has been protecting you and driving for you." Tony was a little embarrassed. He said, "You misunderstood. I just asked him to go over there to study security. I am Iron Man, and I don't need bodyguards anymore. After his study is over, I will let him be in charge of the security of Stark Industries." "Okay." Pepper was speechless. "There is still such a trick?" She said, "Tony, have you ever thought about giving up being Iron Man? You're a billionaire, there's no need for you to take this risk." Tony categorically refused. "No, Iron Man is me. I am Iron Man, and no one can replace me." Pepper sighed and didn't quarrel at this time. After all, Tony hasn't encountered any danger yet. She said, "I will try to manage the company, but I'm not sure." That's not something Pepper would say. Tony said with a smile. Pepper kissed him on the cheek and got up to read the information. "The president's job is not so easy to be." After Pepper left, Tony returned to the basement to continue working. Yinsen frowned and said, "Tony, none of the elements we tried before can replace palladium." Tony said with an ugly expression, "Continue to experiment. We must find new elements to replace, otherwise I will not live for half a year." Yinsen persuaded, "Tony, if you don't use the armor, you can live longer. If life is not wonderful, it is better not to live." Tony shook his head, and he shouted, "Jarvis, call up the information on SHIELD, and the relevant information on the scene of my parents' car accident." Various light curtains immediately appeared in front of Tony, which were operable holographic projections. Tony studied it and asked Jarvis to call Carter. He said, "Aunt Carter, we need to talk." In just a few days, Norman Osborne seemed to be aged 10 years. He walked towards the conference room with difficulty. It was only 10 meters away, but it made him feel exhausted. The reason for this is not only because he has been so overwhelmed recently, but also because Norman's condition is getting worse. The doctor has told him to be hospitalized several times, but in this situation, how could he? FBI investigation, Ministry of Defense accountability, stock price diving, Max and the homeless family suing Oscorp, each is a tricky thing. Norman took a deep breath and tried to make himself look more energetic. He knew that the directors would definitely blame him today, but he didn't care, because he could only rely on himself to save the Oscorp. Norman opened the door and was about to say hello, but he saw a group of directors surrounding a young man. He had seen this man before, the chairman of the Blood God group, the Blood God Bert? Norman's heart sank, and he asked, Mr. Wong, you don't seem to be a director of our company, do you? It will be soon. I plan to exchange the shares on hand for Mr. Wong's Stark Industries shares. Bacon said with a smile. Norman frowned, and he said, having shares does not mean that you can become a director. This requires a resolution of the board of directors. Don't be angry, Mr. Osborne, I'm just here for a walk today. Bert stood up and said with a smile, besides, what I want to be is not a director, but a chairman. Norman said angrily, keep dreaming, the chairman of the Oscorp is me. A director said, but not for long, Norman, because of your mistakes during this time, we have decided to remove you. That's right, we're going to dismiss you. More than 80% of the directors nodded, and Norman hurriedly said, without me, the Oscorp will collapse immediately. No, the Blood God group will take over the Oscorp. Bert said lightly, I have a solution for Max's lawsuit and the human serum issue. It's you? Norman instantly understood that everything was done by this vampire, and he was going to swallow up his own Oscorp. Norman shouted, he is a vampire. Once he joins the Oscorp, the Ministry of Defense will terminate the contract with us. At that time, our stock price will be worthless. The directors knew Bert Wong's identity for a long time and didn't care. One director smiled and said, it doesn't matter anyway, Mr. Wong has agreed to buy my shares at a high price. I also plan to exchange my shares for Stark Industries shares. Many directors nodded their heads. They had already negotiated a deal with Bert. Others who did not plan to sell their shares had also received a guarantee from Bert. If the stock price in the future was lower than expected, he would buy their shares on a guaranteed basis. It can be said that the entire board of directors, except Norman, was all drawn by Bert. Norman's face flushed with anger, and he shouted to Bert, Bert, I will not let you do what you want, I will stop you from acquiring the Oscorp. What are you going to do, to stop me? Bert sneered, I have tens of billions of funds at my disposal, and I will soon become the largest shareholder, and you will be kicked out of the board of directors soon. Osborne, you're done, no one can stop me. Bert said like a master, okay, let's conclude the board of directors meeting. Our Mr. Osborne is not looking very well. We should let him have some rest. Norman, your face is indeed not very good, you should be hospitalized soon. Bacon laughed and said. Norman raised his trembling finger angrily and pointed at Bacon. He was about to say something, but he felt breathless, and fell in pain while clutching his heart. Mr. Osborne. The directors exclaimed, and Bert said, call someone to take him to the hospital. In his current situation, he is no longer suitable to be the chairman. That's true. Then Mr. Wong, who do you think can temporarily manage the affairs of the group on behalf of Mr. Osborne? Bacon asked, and Bert smiled. I'm not the chairman yet, but I have a proposal. Vice President McCann is good. Vice President McCann then. Everyone laughed and said, they looked at Norman on the ground, and shook their heads secretly. Norman was defeated, and he didn't even know that his cronies betrayed him. In the hospital, Norman's voice was cold, and he asked, that is to say, McCann has been bought by vampires long ago. Yes, he can't get rid of the matter of strengthening the human body. Nell said, at this moment, the only people who came to see Norman were him and Dr. Strom. No one else came, the tree fell and the dozen scattered. If Nels was not been too involved, I am afraid that he may not come. Only Dr. Strom really cares about Norman. I won't let him go. Norman gritted his teeth with hatred, and he asked again, how many shares has Bert already got? It's only 5% at present, it has been announced, and he will have to wait 2 days before continuing the acquisition. Mr. Osborne, the vampire has a lot of money, and we can't fight him, Nell said. Fuck. Norman scolded, he thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, Dr. Strom, I want to inject the human booster. Dr. Strom was startled, and he shouted, Norman, there are side effects of human enhancement drugs. I have no choice. Only by experimenting can I survive and take back the company that belongs to me. Norman said firmly, even though Dr. Strom was unwilling. Under Norman's order, he prepared everything for him and personally presided over the experiment for him. The experiment was successful, Norman was restored to health and possessed several times the physique of ordinary people, but it also failed. He gave birth to an extremely evil personality. As soon as this evil personality was born, he strangled Dr. Strom to death, simply because Dr. Strom was against human experiments many times. From this moment, Norman has officially become the supervillain Green Goblin. Seeing that Norman killed Dr. Strom, Nels was almost scared to pee. He was about to run away when Norman turned his head and said, come back to the Oscorp with me, I will take all the materials and all kinds of cutting-edge weapons. The Oscorp company is mine and no one can take it away. Nels asked cautiously, Mr. Osborne, you are no longer the chairman. Norman said, then grab it and put everything on Dr. Strom. Mr. Osborne, I will do everything you say. Nels hurriedly expressed his stance, but there was some sadness in his heart. Dr. Strom was so loyal, but he was strangled to death by Norman, and he was even stigmatized after his death. In the face of the brutal Norman, Nels did not dare to resist at all, and could only obediently obey the order. Soon, the Oscorp had a theft incident, which not only lost all kinds of materials, but also lost a batch of high-tech weapons, such as gliders, bio-wireframes, pumpkin bombs, and more. Under the secret guidance of Norman, the FBI targeted Dr. Strom, and the Oscorp followed suit and threw the pot of illegal human experiments to Dr. Strom. After doing this, Norman was ready to start dealing with Bert. Since the commercial means could not deal with him, he would directly destroy him physically, but what made Norman depressed was that Bert ran away to the casino. Is this a mistake? When the acquisition of the Oscorp is so important, you go to the casino to get away? Can you even feel a little sense of responsibility? The Green Goblin yelled, the distance between Las Vegas and New York is quite far, and it would take several hours to take a plane. With his current situation, it is impossible to go. The depressed Green Goblin could only deal with the others first. He put on the biochemical armor and the Green Goblin mask, and went to attack the experimental base of the rival aerospace company, taking their humanoid armor, the high-level officials, and all the Ministry of Defense officials. In doing so, on the one hand, he retaliated against competitors and the Ministry of Defense, and on the other hand, it delays their signing time, so that when they take back the Oscorp, they can re-sign. The process went very smoothly. The only thing that bothered the Green Goblin was that General Slocum didn't come this time because of the last fright and escaped. After blowing up the opponent's experimental base, the Green Goblin began to attack the company's directors. On the one hand, it was revenge. As a result, the murder rate in New York skyrocketed, and Police Chief George Stacy ordered the police to patrol all day long to catch the elusive criminal. The cops didn't encounter the flying Green Goblin, but one did, and that was Spider-Man swinging in the sky. Spider-Man was lying on the wall of the building, shouting to the Green Goblin, "You just killed someone, don't run. You." The Green Goblin smiled disdainfully, and the glider under his feet stretched out 2 barrels and quickly shot at Spider-Man. Spider-Man was startled, hurriedly raised his hand and shot a spider web that stuck to the opposite building, and then swung his feet out with force. The bullet hit a large piece of glass behind, and the glass shattered and fell, scaring the pedestrians. Throwing objects from heights is against the law. Spider-Man jumped on the wall of the building and rushed towards the Green Goblin. Green Goblin controlled the glider to avoid it. Who knew that the bottom of the glider was stuck by 2 groups of the spider web? Spider-Man swung hard in the air, his legs moving to kick the Green Goblin. Green Goblin jumped into the glider to avoid Spider-Man's attack, then raised his hand and threw 2 high-tech throwing knives at Spider-Man that would automatically attack. The flying knife first cut the spider web, and then spun vigorously to slash at Spider-Man. Spider-Man was frightened and evaded again and again, and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Green Goblin took the opportunity to control the glider to catch him. He wanted to kill Spider-Man here, but he heard the sound of a siren from below. Green Goblin scolded and decided to leave here first. Spider-Man got rid of the 2 flying knives and then used the spider web to move at high speed between the buildings, chasing after Green Goblin. After the police below found the target, they also began to chase the Green Goblin in the sky. When Green Goblin saw this, he grinned and controlled the glider to launch missiles. With a bang, the police car was blown into the air, and then slammed into the coffee shop. It rolled a few times, and several unfortunate pedestrians were smashed and flew out together with the tables and chairs. This is not over, there is another bang. The police car exploded, the shock wave overturns the surrounding tables, chairs, and people, and flames spread rapidly. Spider-Man was shocked, he didn't care about chasing the Green Goblin, and hurried down to save people. Unfortunately, although he tried his best, in the end, several people died and more than 10 people were injured. This incident was quickly published in the newspapers. Not only they blamed the police, but Spider-Man also received a lot of criticism. The Daily Bugle pointed out that if Spider-Man hadn't chased the Green Goblin, so many people would not have died. The Green Goblin used by the Daily Bugle has officially become Norman's nickname. The criticized Spider-Man was so disappointed that he was punched several times by Trish during the night's sparring. Trish asked inexplicably, "What's going on today?" being so listless. Peter already knew about Trish's dreams, and he asked, "Trish, do you think Spider-Man did something wrong today?" Trish said with certainty, "Of course not, it's the Green Goblin who is wrong. He is so cruel, if we don't catch him as soon as possible, I don't know how many people will die in the future." Peter was still a little guilty. He said, the Green Goblin was indeed very ferocious, but if Spider-Man hadn't chased him, so many people wouldn't have died today. According to you, is it wrong for the police to chase criminals? Trish sneered and said, "You go through the past cases, there are many such things. The police are right, Spider-Man is even more right. Well, don't waste time, let's continue training. I want to become a superhero as soon as possible, catch the criminals." Peter hurriedly put on a posture, but he secretly made up his mind that he must catch the Green Goblin and bring him to justice. In Las Vegas, Bert couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the news reports in New York. The first well-known supervillain has born. What's going on these days? Why are there so many messes popping up? First Iron Man, then Spider-Man, and now a Green Goblin. Frank shook his head. He finally began to perform his official duties. A personal bodyguard? There are superheroes, and naturally there are supervillains. Bert smiled and said, Frank, you have to hurry up and learn to absorb elixir. I don't want to see you have an accident. Mercury, Snowman, and you practiced at the same time. They have already learned it. That thing is too difficult to practice. Besides, even if I don't practice chi, I won't have an accident. I'm Frank Castle, the best Special Forces soldier. Frank said proudly. Bert glanced at the thermos cup in his hand, and complained, a special soldier who holds a thermos cup everywhere he goes? I say, you are a strong Westerner who drinks hot water, but you even add wolfberry into it. Who taught you this? What's wrong with drinking hot water? Who says we can only drink ice water? Frank said angrily. As for the wolfberry, it was taught by Snowman, and he said it can maintain health. Need to maintain health, it means that your physical strength has begun to decline. Bert said, Frank, after cultivating chi, your body will always maintain its peak state, which is not only good for battle, but also makes you and Maria happier, and even can have a third child. Frank's eyes lit up. This function? I didn't read about it, so don't lie to me. Bert said, if you practice chi, I guarantee you can still have children at the age of 80. The two were talking when Natasha walked in with the phone and said, Blood God, Director Fury is on phone. Tell him that I'm on vacation and I'm not free. Bert knew that Fury wanted to ask about the Green Goblin, but ignored him. Natasha nodded, took the phone out, and came back after a while. This time it was Carter's call. Bert motioned Natasha to leave, and then answered the call. Carter said a little dissatisfiedly, why did you tell Tony about Howard? Ms. Carter, who is Tony Stark? Bert asked Carter, who asked, what do you mean? Tony Stark is not a nephew who needs your care. He is the chairman of Stark Industries, the Iron Man who defends world peace, and a superhero worshipped by countless people. Bert said, he is qualified and capable of investigating the murder of his parents. Also, SHIELD has begun to win over him. Do you want him to follow in his father's footsteps? Carter hesitated. This. Bert said, Ms. Carter, he will be your good helper because he can never be from there. I think you should tell him everything. Let me consider it. Carter was a little shaken. She asked, why did you go to the casino at this time? What is the situation with that Green Goblin? Bert said, how do I know? As for me coming to the casino, I want to buy something, and the seller asked me to come here to deal. Carter said, don't you know? Those who died are all directors of the Oscorp. Blood God, are you killing people with others? Ms. Carter, you are familiar with me. If you talk nonsense like this, I will sue you for slander. Bert smiled and said, I will go back in a few days. At that time, the Oscorp will officially become our property. Carter didn't pursue it any further. She said, it's already very difficult for me to manage a Blood God group. You need to find someone else to manage the Oscorp. I'm going to let Mercury take over the Oscorp. She is now familiar with the details of the Oscorp. After finishing talking, Bert hung up the phone. Did he use others to kill? Of course, the Oscorp will be his own group, and he doesn't need others to point fingers at him. Bert prepared the funds for so long, not just to be an ordinary major shareholder. Frank said, you look like the evil capitalist in the movie. How can a capitalist not be evil? Behind the bright and beautiful, everyone is full of filth. Bert shrugged and said, I don't know when the seller sent a message. Let's go out and play first. For me, the casino is paradise. Not only can we have fun, but we can also make money. Frank asked inexplicably, what are you going to buy, and why did you come to the casino on purpose? Buy a gram of special metal worth $10,000. Bert smiled and said, only that seller in the world has the goods on hand, so I can only accommodate him. Frank was surprised. $10,000 for a gram? This is much more expensive than gold. Its value is not comparable to gold. Bert said, the seller is very cautious. I still used the vampire channel to get him to agree to trade with me. In the dark world, the vampire's signboard is very useful. Frank asked, so, does he know who you are? Yup. Bert nodded. At this moment, a very old mobile phone rang in his arms. After he took it out to answer it, he nodded and said, okay, I'll go over right away. Then, Bert put down the phone and said to Frank, Frank, get ready to go. Let someone bring the guys with you. Don't get excited. It's not for a fight. It's for the other party to see. If we look weak, the other party's mind will give birth to bad thoughts. No wonder you asked me to bring so many people. Frank understood. He got up and went out to prepare, and soon, a convoy left the hotel and headed for an abandoned warehouse on the edge of the city. In the abandoned warehouse, Bert just got out of the car. A bearded man with a tattoo on his face, who knew it was not a good thing at a glance, greeted him with a big smile. Blood God, I have long admired the name. In addition to this man, there are more than a dozen well-armed strong men in the warehouse, and their auras are sturdy and cruel, just like pirates. They also make occasional cameos as pirates. Mr. Clay, nice to meet you. Bert stepped forward to shake hands with Ulysses Clay, and a drop of blood silently sneaked into the other person's body. Then, he let go of his hand and said, Mr. Clay, where are the goods? Ulysses didn't find any problem at all. He smiled and said, Blood God, you are really in a hurry. Please, I've brought all the 10 kilograms of vibranium you want. Bert followed Ulysses forward and said at the same time, 10 kilograms of vibranium, hundreds of millions of dollars. Mr. Clay, have you made a lot of money these years? Ulysses shook his head. I earn more, spend more, and besides, my amount of vibranium is nothing. Bert said, that's right, there is someone who owns a mountain of vibranium. I've never dared to say that I'm the richest man because no other person has that money. Ulysses was taken aback, and he asked, do you know the inside story of that place? The longer you live, the more you know. Bert smiled and said, however, no one will believe it if you say it. Who would have imagined that a country with stronger technology than the United States would pretend to be a super poor country that wants relief from the council? Yeah, no one will believe it. Ulysses sighed, I always felt that even the United States could not beat that country. Bert said, this is not necessarily the case. That country has been pretending and has not fought any wars. If they fight, they may not be opponents. Wars still have to be fought by people. Technology is only one aspect. Bert and Ulysses were happy to talk, but Natasha and Frank behind them were dumbfounded. Frank couldn't help but ask, Bert, which country are you talking about? Stronger than America. Bert turned back and said to Ulysses deeply, there is no need to say because no one will believe it. Bert said, speaking of which, if it wasn't for the lack of evidence, I wanted to tell SHIELD about this. Those guys all have persecution paranoia. If they knew there was such a country, they would have trouble sleeping, and even be scared. It's possible. Ulysses laughed and Natasha frowned. Are these two guys joking or serious? If it's true, Director Fury won't be scared, but he probably won't want to sleep anymore. Last time, the Ancient One matter made him sleepless for a month. Natasha thought to herself, fortunately, the director is already bald, so he doesn't have to worry about hair loss. Comment. 8 comment. Soon, Ulysses and Bert came in front of a large container. Ulysses motioned for his men to open the container, but it was empty. Facing Bert's dissatisfied gaze, Ulysses clapped his hands, and the two men walked into the container and pulled down the steel cabinet wall inside. Behind it was a row of neatly stacked transparent jars, and inside the jars, purplish-blue vibranium. Ulysses picked up a jar and threw it to Bert, and said, 10 kilograms, you can check it. Very good. Bert took the jar and glanced at it, nodding in satisfaction, then he turned around and threw the jar to Frank, saying, this is vibranium worth $10,000 per gram, the hardest metal in the world, the one on Captain America's hand. The iconic shield was made of this. Frank caught the jar and asked curiously, the hardest metal? Bert, what are you buying this for? To build a weapon that suits me. Now there are steel armors flying everywhere in the sky. It's a loss without a weapon. Bert replied. He originally planned to build a dragon tooth sword, using the dragon skeleton underground. He has the dragon tooth, but not the technology to make it a weapon, so he can only use vibranium. Frank looked at the vibranium in the jar and sighed, hundreds of millions of dollars for a weapon, you rich people know how to play. Bert smiled and said, what's so strange about this? The captain's shield is worth at least 50 million. Doesn't he still play with it? So the shield in the hands of Captain America is so valuable. Frank was stunned, more than 50 million? It turned out that the enemies of the captain were killed by money? Bert said, it's so valuable. I've always wondered why no one picked up Captain America's shield and ran away. Probably because it can't be sold. Ulysses smiled and said, Blood God, the thing is here, you should pay the bill, $100 million. Natalie. Bert snapped his fingers. Natalie came up with the laptop, and Bert said, I thought you would let me use cash. We also keep pace with the times. And the money in the bank is much easier to launder than cash. Ulysses smiled and said. Soon, his cell phone rang, and the $100 million arrived. Ulysses was overjoyed, and he shook hands with Bert. Blood God, it's a pleasure to work with you. Next time you need it, you can continue to contact me. Don't worry, I will definitely contact you. Bert smiled and motioned to Frank to take someone to move the vibranium. Next time. Sorry, no next time? The business went well, and Ulysses was very happy. He said, unfortunately, I'm used to leaving immediately after finishing my business, otherwise I'd like to have a drink with you and make a big gamble. Ulysses sold vibranium for more than 10 years, why is he still so poor? It's very simple, he likes to gamble. This is a common problem of many people who are swindlers. The money comes too fast, and it is used quickly. Bert said casually, you can drink, but you don't have to gamble. Tony Stark can't beat me even if he cheats. If you say that, I want to bet with you even more. Do you think it's strange? When Ulysses heard this, he immediately became interested. He said, next time I'll bring gambling equipment. Let's take a good gamble. I guess I can save a lot of money next time. Well, Mr. Chloe, see you next time. Bert smiled, and when Frank and the others finished moving the vibranium, he waved his hand and drove away with everyone. Come on, let's go back. When Bert and the others left completely, Ulysses immediately led people to retreat. He was very careful in doing business, otherwise, he would not be alive now. Vibranium, who doesn't get jealous? By car, by plane, by boat, Ulysses spent most of the day returning to his home, the Churchill, where most of his vibranium was hidden. It's finally time to relax. Celebrate tonight. Ulysses breathed a sigh of relief. He was so happy that he didn't know that a super small thief was brought here by him. In the dead of night, the thief woke up and flew out of Ulysses' body. He was the drop of blood that Bert had put into Ulysses' body before. Immediately afterward, this drop of blood changed, and turned into Bert in an Ant-Man suit. Bert nodded with satisfaction. Compared to before, his sensing ability is much stronger. After all, he has been absorbing blood and elixir for the past few months. Also, don't underestimate this drop of blood, it's actually 1/3 of Bert's blood, so even if it's so far away, Bert can still vaguely sense it, and then follow this sense to transfer his consciousness, to come over. As for the other 2/3 of Bert's body, it has fallen into a deep sleep, and only some instincts are left. In this regard, Bert has not made a breakthrough yet. Without wasting time, Bert flew up and searched for vibranium on the boat. Flying was not the ability of the Ant-Man suit, but his ability? After a while, Bert found the vibranium hidden in the mezzanine of the cargo compartment. He first destroyed the surveillance, and then used PIM particles to shrink hundreds of kilograms of vibranium into his pocket. After doing this, Bert did not leave immediately, because it was too easy to arouse suspicion. He used the Purple Man virus to quietly control Ulysses' men, and then let them launch a rebellion. Ulysses was caught off guard. In the end, after Bert's release, he took a few cronies and fled Churchill in a speedboat. He swore that he would kill all of these rebels. Ulysses didn't know that not long after he left, all the rebels committed suicide, and even the big ship was sunk to the bottom by Bert. The plan is not perfect, but how can crime be perfect? As long as people don't know about PIM particles, what does it matter if they suspect vampires? After doing this, Bert returned to the casino. His flying speed was extremely fast, and before dawn, he merged with the rest of his body. It's done, I accidentally made another billion. Bert sat up from the bed and nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, he smiled and said, "Child is about to start looking for trouble with Ulysses? After all, I put such a big deal on it." This is also the reason why Bert didn't kill Ulysses. It's not that he couldn't, but it was useful to keep him. Child did start looking for Ulysses. After Natasha passed the news back, Director Fury knew after a little thought that they were talking about Wakanda. Because of vibranium, only Wakanda produced it. To be honest, Director Fury doesn't believe that Wakanda is that strong. After all, why should a country so powerful be hidden? It is also hidden as a super poor country that wants relief from the council. Have they been kicked in the head by a donkey? However, as a senior victim of paranoia, since he has obtained the information, he must check it out. While Director Fury sent someone to investigate Wakanda secretly, he asked Hawkeye to lead someone to arrest Ulysses and bring some vibranium back to supplement the base. Recently, the cost of materials has increased, and the construction cost of the base has increased a lot. There is no doubt that Hawkeye is the top agent. The problem is that after Ulysses was betrayed by his subordinates, he found a place to hide for fear of being hunted down. In this case, a hiding mouse is not so easy to find, even if he has eagle eyes. When Bert was happy in the casino, Norman Osborn was not doing well at all, because Spider-Man had been pestering him, preventing him from killing those shareholders. The two sides fought several times, and neither could win the other. To make matters worse, the loss caused by the Green Goblin made the city government unbearable. They asked Iron Man to take action. The Green Goblin was very afraid of Iron Man, and dared not move out easily. Norman, who was pretending to be a patient in his bedroom, thought about it, called Nels, and asked, "How is the team training? It can come in handy." However, they were only homeless people at first. Even if they were strengthened, their combat effectiveness would not be much higher. Nels replied, "And we don't have any more gliders and goblin suits." "It doesn't matter, use the gun. If you don't have a glider, you make them ready. We'll do it as soon as Bert comes back." Norman put down the phone. At this time, the TV started to broadcast the press conference of the Oscorp. Vice President McCann happily announced to the reporter, "Mr. Max has agreed to rejoin the Oscorp, and he will be the power department's new supervisor." McCann, Max. Norman's face instantly turned hideous. He decided, he was going to kill these two guys. In the Oscorp, McCann sat in the vice president's office with a smug look on his face. The blood god trusted him very much and let him be in charge of the Oscorp. With his efforts, the stock price of Oscorp gradually returned to stability. "It won't be long before I move into the president's office. Norman, you can go in peace, I will carry forward the Oscorp." McCann thought proudly. At this moment, the glass wall behind him suddenly shattered, and he fell off the chair in fright and fell into the glass slag all over the floor. Immediately afterward, a green figure flew in from outside and shouted at McCann, "McCann, you traitor." When McCann heard this voice, he shouted in shock, "Norman." "Yes, it's me." Norman laughed horribly. He jumped out of the glider, lifted McCann from the ground, grabbed him, and walked to the window where the wind was howling, shouting, "The Oscorp is mine, always mine." "Norman, no, Norman, ah." McCann hurriedly begged for mercy, but Norman showed no mercy and threw him from the 40th floor. What a wonderful sound. Hearing McCann's screams, Norman laughed. Then, he walked back and turned on McCann's computer. He quickly tapped the keyboard. The monitoring of the power department soon appeared on the computer. He saw that Max was bringing people to patrol the grid in genetic labs. Max, who was sloppy and wretched before, now looks well-dressed and looks like a successful person. "You are also a traitor." Norman started typing on the keyboard again. Max was touching the instrument with his hand, and the instrument suddenly leaked electricity. He was twitched by the electricity, and then accidentally fell from the railing and fell into the pond where the genetic eel was raised. The pool was fully charged, and Max was screaming in agony. What's worse, the genetic eels swam over to bite Max when they saw that someone had violated their territory. In this way, Max died tragically. Die, traitor. Norman laughed, jumped on the glider, and quickly got out of there. Because of the successive deaths of McCann and Max, the Oscorp building was in chaos. A female assistant sneaked into the chairman's office while the security guards left, and then took out a special USB flash drive, intending to steal company information. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded at the door. Who are you, and why are you here? The female assistant was startled and hurriedly raised her head to find that it was the future chairman's assistant, Mercury. She put away the USB flash drive and said, "Hello, I'm here to clean up." Mercury asked suspiciously, "Why don't I see any tools for cleaning?" The female assistant walked towards Mercury and said nervously, "The tools are outside. I'll wipe the table and computer with a tissue first." When the female assistant walked in front of Mercury, she suddenly raised her left hand with force, and the bracelet on it came out and smashed toward Mercury. At the same time, her right hand turned into a knife and slashed toward Mercury's neck. The female assistant didn't intend to kill Mercury, she just wanted to stun her, but to her surprise, her wrist was grabbed by the other party. Before she could understand why the other party was so quick, there was severe pain in her abdomen. The whole person flew out and hit the wall and fell. The female assistant curled up like a shrimp in pain, and she was full of shock. How could the other party be so strong? It turned out to be a little thief cat. Mercury stepped on high heels and walked to the female assistant. The female assistant, who was still in pain, suddenly put her hands on the ground and swept her legs towards Mercury's calf. Mercury snorted coldly, jumped high, and then kicked the female assistant's chin with a volley, and the female assistant flew up and fell unconscious on the spot. She is really easy to use, and even the sense of power has been enhanced. Mercury fell to the ground, looking at the female assistant who was also on the ground, and smiled coldly. Then, she took out the phone and called Bert to tell him what had just happened, including the deaths of McCann and Max. "You take charge of the overall situation first, and I will come back immediately," Bert said, however, not for the Green Goblin, but for Max. To be honest, Bert was very speechless. Max still became the Electro. This fate is too amazing, right? At night, in a morgue in New York, the electric lights suddenly started to turn on and off, which was very scary. What was even more horrifying was that the corpse in the morgue suddenly moved and fell to the ground by accident. The lights are all bursting with sparks. The charred corpse on the ground looked very flustered and kept moving. At this time, he saw his palm and became even more panicked, because his palm was transparent, and he could see the blood vessels, bones, and electric currents inside. That's right, the current. This corpse has electricity, and as he moves, the surrounding electrical appliances are directly activated, and an electric cutter even spins violently and falls from the cabinet, almost hitting the corpse. "What's wrong with me?" The corpse was extremely panicked. He stood up, and the scorched shell on his body gradually shattered and fell, revealing his true appearance. Max grabbed a cloak and fled the morgue in a panic. On the street, he felt very hungry and couldn't help but absorb the current from the car next to him. Max didn't feel enough. He followed the direction of the wires on the ground, all the way to the place where the current was most concentrated. He could see the current. The place where the current is most concentrated is Duffy Square. Max found a note, dug up the cover, grabbed the wire with both hands, and absorbed the current like crazy. Max's behavior of absorbing current not only attracted the attention of the surrounding citizens as they started taking pictures but also attracted the attention of the police. Max panicked and damaged a car with lightning. The police were frightened and pointed guns at Max. Max became more and more panicked and raised his hand to explain. At this moment, he found that all the screens around him had his face, and he couldn't help but laugh. He always liked to be noticed. Max's smile is quite hideous in the eyes of the police, and the police should shoot to subdue this monster. If the police fired, everything would be irreversible. At this critical moment, the walkie-talkie on Sheriff Macy suddenly rang. The old voice of the precinct chief came from the walkie-talkie. "Everyone, don't be impulsive. Put down your guns. Sheriff Macy, turn on the amplifier. Someone wants to talk to that person." The police looked at each other, and Sheriff Macy hesitated, raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, then turned on the amplifier, and a voice sounded from the loudspeaker. "Max, is that you?" "It's me, Mr. Wong, it's me." When Max heard Bert's voice, he shouted excitedly. When he was excited, the electric current flashed on his body, which scared a policeman, who almost raised his gun to shoot. Bert asked, "Max, what's the matter with you now? I heard that you were dead, and rushed back from the casino, but I saw you online and turned into electric man. I don't know what happened. I fell into the electric eel pond and I became like this. Mr. Wong, help me." Max shouted, and he was full of gratitude at the same time. It was too rare for such a big man to come back specifically for him. Bert thought for a while and said, "Max, it's not suitable for you to stay in a crowded place right now. You come to meet me at the Hell's Kitchen Pier and we'll talk in detail." "Meet you?" Max asked worriedly. "Mr. Wong, if I am like this now, will it be dangerous to you?" "Don't worry, I know you won't hurt me." Bert laughed. Max was greatly moved. How could Mr. Wong trust him so much? After Bert finished the call, the bureau chief ordered, "Find a truck and take this gentleman there." Sheriff Macy lowered his head and said dissatisfiedly on the walkie-talkie, "Chief, he destroyed a car, and it is very dangerous. We should lock him up. Are you sure you can catch him?" The head of the branch said, "I don't want to collect the corpses for you. As for the damaged things, someone will compensate you. You don't have to worry about it. Now bring people over there. Also, be polite. Yes, Chief. Sheriff Macy was helpless and could only agree, scolding secretly in his heart, "Dem rich man." Then, the police began to disperse the surrounding citizens and found a van to send Max away. The reason it's a van and not a police car is that Max was charged, and it's too dangerous to ride in a police car. Insulated chairs and cushions can be added to the van. Max didn't resist. After all, Mr. Wong was helping him, and although he was a little withdrawn, he wasn't a bad person. In the movie, the reason why Max became the villain is mainly that there are too many negative emotions, and there are no friends who care about him. Now that someone is concerned about him, and with the scenery of life some time ago, Max will naturally not break out easily. It is worth mentioning that during the whole process, Spider-Man did not appear at all. The reason is very simple. He was working as a sparring partner in the tea house, and was chased by Jessica and Trish, running around dodging. Because many people posted what happened just now on the internet, what happened in the square quickly spread. In the bedroom, Norman Osborne squeezed his fist excitedly. "Doc in Hell's Kitchen. Bert, I'll send you to hell." There is a pier in Hell's Kitchen that originally belonged to the Rand group, and Bert swallowed it when he emptied the group, so this pier now belongs to Bert? Under the bright light, Bert sat on a chair by the sea, quietly waiting for the Electro man to arrive. Beside him stood Natasha and Mercury. There were 10 well-armed guards around him. After an unknown amount of time, a truck drove up, and Max the Electro man jumped out of the carriage. He was very excited to see Bert, and as a result, the electric current almost ran wild. "Don't worry." Bert smiled, motioned Natasha to deal with the police who were coming, then pointed to the seat next to him, and said to Max, "Max, come here, let's have a chat." "Yes, Mr. Wong." Max came over, carefully sat next to Bert, and asked hopefully, "Mr. Wong, can you help me change back? I'm not a scientist, I can't give you a guarantee, I can only give you the best hospital and the best doctor." Bert said, "However, in my opinion, you should not be able to change back. Your life nature has changed." "What? I can't change back." Max was very excited, and a ray of lightning on his body shot uncontrollably at Bert. Max was shocked and he could not stop in time, but what shocked him more was that with a random wave of Bert's hand, the lightning exploded in midair. Max asked incredulously, "Mr. Wong, you?" Bert said frankly, "I am a vampire and have some special abilities." "Vampire?" Max's surprised eyes lit up, and he asked, "Do vampires exist?" "Of course there is. Except for Natalie, everyone else here is a vampire." Bert smiled and said, "Why, do you want to stay away from this monster?" "Of course not, Mr. Wong, you are my friend, I will not leave you." Max waved his hands, what did he think of, and said with a wry smile, "I'm a monster now too." Bert said, "You don't have to be so desperate. Even if you can't cure it, you still have 3 paths to choose from." "There are 3 paths to choose." "Which 3 paths?" Max asked in surprise, and Natasha, who had sent the police away, also listened attentively. "The first, the supervillain's way." Bert said, "Just like the Green Goblin, you have the ability now. At that time, you will become a big bad guy who everyone shouts and beats, but your name will also become known in the streets." "Villain? No, I'm not a bad guy." Max shook his head. Although he was very moved by being famous, he didn't want to be a bad guy. "The second way, join SHIELD as an agent." Bert continued, and briefly introduced SHIELD. Natasha couldn't help but glance at him. How could this guy be so kind? Max was a little moved, and he asked, "Is it an agent like 007? "Of course not. SHIELD is a spy agency that likes to hide everything. If you become their agent, no one will know you, and even your existence will be erased." Bert said, "In addition, people in SHIELD are paranoid victims, so you will definitely be monitored and vigilant by them. There is a one-eyed guy who will keep staring at you, even when you go to the toilet. Of course, it is not without benefits, you will make a lot of contributions to the world, and you will become a noble person. But no one knows that I've contributed, I'm not interested in that." Max shook his head, he didn't want to be a bad guy, but he also didn't want to be a good guy who was unknown. "In this case, you only have a 3rd way left." Bert patted Max on the shoulder and said, "Make your debut as a superhero." Max was stunned. He asked, "Superheroes? Like my good friend Spider-Man?" "Yes, a superhero like Spider-Man, who fights evil, saves the weak, and is worshipped by the citizens." Bert stood up and said, "Actually, I have always had an idea to cultivate a superhero star. I think you may be suitable." Max became more and more astonished. "Superhero star?" "Yes, manage superheroes in the way of stars, and then make money by operating peripherals." Bert said, "If you are famous enough, you may be able to sell the copyright to make movies in the future. However, this is just an idea of mine, and it has not been implemented yet. Mr. Wong, I think this path is better." Max stood up excitedly. "Superhero, star, this is his dream, then everyone's eyes will be focused on him, like Spider-Man, Iron Man. Don't worry, I'll check it out for you first. You also think about which way to go next, except for the supervillain, I will support you in the other 2 paths." Bert patted Max on the shoulder and said. Max was very grateful. Mr. Wong is kind to him, and he must repay him well in the future. Natasha looked at Max speechlessly. "This is too good to buy, right? It's almost gutted." It seems that SHIELD can't dig him away from Bert. Bert said, okay, let's talk about the rest later, I'll come to help you get revenge first. Max was puzzled, revenge? For what? You almost died, it's not an accident, someone did this. Bert said, that person is the Green Goblin who killed you and McCann. He should be coming soon. Green Goblin? Did he make me like this? Max was furious, and crackling arcs appeared on his body. Bert suppressed these arcs back with his chi and said, don't get excited, I will help you get revenge, just watch from the side. Max said, Mr. Wong, I can help. You can't control yourself, let's talk about it later. Bert waved his hand. At this moment, there was a green object in the sky with billowing black smoke rapidly flying towards this side. Bert motioned Natasha to take Max to the back to watch the play, while he was with Mercury and 10 guards stood there waiting. It was the Green Goblin in the glider who came, and he shouted resentfully from the sky, Blood God, your time of death is here. Green Goblin, it's you who's going to die. Bert sneered, by the way, your glider is really not environmental friendly, you should learn from Iron Man. The Green Goblin was furious, and a miniature missile emerged from under the glider and shot at Bert at a high speed. At the same time, 8 figures suddenly appeared behind the container at the dock, and they all threw a grenade into the sky. Generally, ultraviolet grenade, something that Bert did not study successfully at the beginning, but the Green Goblin researched it. It was especially used to deal with vampires, and it also interfered with Bert and could not avoid missiles. It's a bit creative. Bert closed his eyes for the first time, then waved his hands, a faint red light enveloped the missile, and the missile made a half circle in the air, shooting towards the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin's expression changed, and he hurriedly activated the machine gun to blast the missile in the air, and the flames bloomed like fireworks. At this time, the ultraviolet rays disappeared, and the Green Goblin was surprised to find that none of Mercury and the others died, but their eyes were red and swollen, which was very uncomfortable. Produced by Tony Stark, it must be a masterpiece. What's the matter? Aren't vampires afraid of ultraviolet rays? The Green Goblin was very puzzled. With a wave of his hand, the previous 8 figures all picked up their assault rifles and fired at the crowd. He also aimed the machine gun at Bert. For the Blood God, kill them. Mercury pulled out her samurai sword and charged toward the 8 figures in a flickering shape like a ghost. The bullet could not hit her at all. If she wanted to, she could even split the bullet with a sword. 5 of the 10 guards charged with Mercury, and the other 5 picked up the microcharge on their waists and shot at the opposite figure, forcing them to dodge. The guards are quite excited, and they can finally come in handy. The guards dealt with the reinforcements, and Bert naturally dealt with the Green Goblin. He used the power of the Iron Fist to form a red light shield to block in front of him, and then quickly approached the Green Goblin. As the Green Goblin stepped back, he threw 3 pumpkin bombs at Bert. Bert waved his hand in the air, and the faint red light hit the pumpkin bombs back to the Green Goblin, and the Green Goblin had to detonate them in advance. Bang bang bang. The air wave formed by the explosion of the pumpkin bomb made the Green Goblin a little unstable in the air, quickly stabilized his figure, but found that he had lost the trace of Bert. Just when the Green Goblin was looking for Bert, there was a sudden loud cracking sound from behind him. Before he could dodge, he was hit in the back by Bert's gleaming iron fist, screaming and falling from the glider down. Before the Green Goblin landed, Bert appeared beside him again, kicked out, and the Green Goblin flew straight out like a kite with a broken string, smashed the container, and fell inside with a bang. Bert's figure disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already inside the container, where he was greeted by 3 high-speed rotating flying knives. Bert smiled disdainfully. One finger turned into 3 bloody arrows, which instantly pierced through the 3 throwing knives. The Green Goblin took the opportunity to get up from the ground and punched Bert while enduring the pain. Bert grabbed Green Goblin's wrist and threw him over his shoulder, smashing him to the ground. Green Goblin was dizzy. Before he could recover, Bert stomped on his chest with a flashing red foot. Even with the protection of the armor, even if he had been strengthened, the ribs on his chest were still trampled on the spot. Broken, and even pierced into the internal organs. Green Goblin screamed, and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. Bert raised his hand, lifted Green Goblin from the ground, then pinched him by the neck and pressed him against the iron wall of the container, sneering, Norman, you are so weak. I didn't even use 10% of my strength. The Green Goblin turned out to be looking at Bert bitterly, but when he heard the other party calling out his name, he was shocked and shouted, Do you know who I am? Everyone can see it, can't they? Bert took off the Green Goblin's helmet and said, Only ordinary people would think that the Green Goblin is Dr. Strom. Blood God, I won't let you go. Norman Osborne looked at Bert hideously. If his eyes could kill, Bert would be riddled with holes. Bert smiled slightly, he retracted his previous finger and then dripped a few drops of blood on Norman's face. The blood immediately penetrated his skin. Startled, Norman shouted, What did you do? It's just a small control. Bert said, Norman, you have 2 choices. One is that I will kill you now, and then make your identity public so that the Osborne family will be spurned by everyone. Naturally, Norman didn't want this. He gritted his teeth and asked, What's the other one? Another, go back to being a patient, and then sell all the shares to me. Bert said, In this way, I can give you a decent death, and no one will know that you are the Green Goblin. Norman said angrily, What's the difference between this and other? I'm still going to die. Of course, you're going to die. If you don't die, how can I feel at ease? Bert said, if you choose the second, the Osborne family will not be cast aside by the world, and your son will not become the descendant of a criminal. In addition, I can promise to help you cure your son's disease. Norman yelled, you think I'll believe you? You're going to kill Harry after you swallow my shares. I'm not as dirty as you. Bert sneered. Also, Norman, do you think you still have a choice? What else can you do but believe me? After speaking, Bert let go of his hand and threw Norman to the ground. Norman was overjoyed. He was about to control the glider to come in to fight back but found that he could not move, and he was suddenly desperate. Just moments later, Norman shouted, I promise you, but I want Peggy Carter to be a witness and surety. Sure. Bert said that he had expected Norman's compromise early on, because only in this way would Norman have time to play tricks and even fight back. Surrender? What a joke. How could the Green Goblin surrender so easily? At this time, Mercury jumped out from the outside and reported, Blood God, all 8 reinforcements have been captured, and none of the guards were injured. Bert was surprised. All captured? I didn't let you guys show mercy. Mercury said, we didn't show mercy, but as soon as we knocked them to the ground, they surrendered, and the guards were very depressed. Bert was speechless. He sneered at Norman. Norman, your reinforcements are also weak. Norman cursed angrily, waste my ass. Bert thought of something and asked Norman, do they know your identity? Norman said, of course, they don't know, they are just useless cannon fodder. Bert said, that's easy, Mercury, I'll send Norman back to his house, and you and the guards will bring the fortified man back to Osborne Mansion. I have arrangements. Yes, Blood God. Mercury nodded, and Bert put the Green Goblin helmet back on Norman and knocked him unconscious with a punch. Then, Bert walked out with the Green Goblin. Max and Natasha had already returned. Max looked at the Green Goblin in Bert's hand and said admiringly, Mr. Wong, you are too powerful. Green Goblin is not your opponent at all. Of course. Bert smiled and said, Max, if you plan to be a superhero, today is only a small scene, you should think about it yourself. This is only a small scene. Max couldn't help but gulp. It was a little too exciting for a little guy like him. Think about it for yourself. By the way, when you're done thinking, I'll ask Trish to arrange a show to interview you. Bert said, people will be afraid, it's because of the unknown. When they get to know you, they won't be afraid of you anymore. In addition, I can ask Trish to do a survey to see if everyone supports you as a superhero. Max was very grateful. Thank you, Mr. Wong. Natasha secretly complained as she saw this, and asked, Blood God, is the Green Goblin dead? There will be no more Green Goblin in the future. Bert smiled and said, go back, Oscorp, it's mine. Congratulations to the Blood God. Mercury and a group of guards said in unison. Bert laughed, what about the big group, is it not in his pocket now? Max worships more and more, and even Natasha has a strange color. She has to admit that this Blood God is indeed very charming, although he is a bastard. As Norman Osborne announced the sale of his shares to Bert, everyone knew that the Oscorp had changed. Bert was not polite and directly occupied the chairman's office. At this moment, he was interrogating the previous female assistant who wanted to steal data. Bert looked at the female assistant and asked, Felicia Hardy, you said you were sent by Kingpin. Yes, Kingpin has an authentic Picasso in his hand, and he used that information to let me steal the human body strengthening serum. Felicia said, as she didn't want to be tortured by Mercury again. This woman was so strong, she felt her jaw was broken. Kingpin is brave. Knowing that I'm going to join the Oscorp, he did this. Bert snorted coldly, while Mercury said, Blood God, do you need me to solve Kingpin? Not for the time being. Bert thought for a while and shook his head. He asked Felicia, Felicia, do you like art very much? Felicia said with a fascinated face, yes, art is the most beautiful treasure in the world. Bert said, then come and help me, our vampire clan has the most famous works of art, and many warehouses are filled with those in my house. Can artworks use warehouses as units of measurement? Felicia was speechless, and her eyes brightened immediately. The vampire clan must have a lot of art, after all, they have lived for so long. Blood God. Seeing that Bert was interested in Felicia, Mercury was a little anxious. Bert waved his hand and said, she will be my secretary, not an assistant. You can recommend a few new assistants, and I will choose them slowly. Hearing the words, Mercury breathed a sigh of relief and said, Blood God, this woman is untrustworthy. It's okay, I'll make her credible. Bert smiled. The reason why he chose Felicia was that he remembered who she was. She is Harry's secretary in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Bert once went to check her information and found that she is an anti-hero named Black Cat who has a lot of emotional entanglements with Spider-Man. As for why check her information? Nonsense, of course, because she is beautiful. Hearing the words, Mercury didn't say anything more. Felicia glanced at her proudly and nodded, if you can let me enjoy those works of art, I'd be willing to be your secretary. Then find an opportunity to steal them all. Felicia secretly added in her mind. Don't worry, if you want to be my secretary, you still have to pass a test. Bert motioned for Mercury to bring a cup of coffee, then he dripped his blood into it and said, drink it, so that after you die, you will become a vampire, and if I need you, you will become a vampire. Felicia's face changed slightly, she forced a smile, can I not drink it? Mercury, get rid of this little thief who stole our stuff. Bert said. Mercury immediately drew her sword, and Felicia, without saying a word, stepped forward and took a gulp of coffee. Because she drank too quickly, she choked and coughed. Felicia secretly said, vampires are not good people. After Felicia finished drinking coffee, Bert said, okay, now let's talk about your test content. Felicia put down the coffee cup, wiped her mouth, and asked in amazement, isn't that a test just now? That's a bonus. Bert said, didn't Kingpin promise to give you the original Picasso? Go and steal it. What? Felicia was stunned. What is the difference between this and death? Bert said coldly, you only have 3 days. Also, don't think about not returning. I can easily find you. I'll do it. Felicia gritted her teeth, nodded in agreement, then stepped on high heels and turned away. Mercury asked, Blood God, do you want to teach Kingpin a lesson? It's a warning. If he knows the consequences, I will let it go. If he doesn't know, then the underground world will have to change the Emperor. Bert said, at the same time, this is also cutting off Felicia's back road, offending Kingpin, without my protection, she will surely die. Mercury said, Blood God is wise. Does that even need to be said? Bert smiled and said, Mercury, Oscorp is very important to us, you need to use more snacks. I will. Mercury nodded excitedly, and Pure Blood finally gained the trust of the Blood God. With the Oscorp in hand, Pure Blood would have the capital to fight Carter of the Blood God group. At this time, Natasha knocked on the door and came in. She said, Blood God, NYPD Commissioner George Stacy is coming. Bert smiled and said, I was just about to find him, let him come up. Soon, Director George walked into the office, shook hands with Bert, and said straight to the point, Mr. Wong, I hope you can hand over the Electro Man you took away yesterday, and about the Green Goblin, I hope to learn more. Electro Man is a pitiful guy, don't bully him anymore, Chief George. Bert got up and walked to the bar, took out a bottle of red wine, and asked, do you want it? No, thank you. Chief George said, Mr. Wong, that Electro Man is very dangerous, and this is the duty of our police. He's not dangerous. About him, Trish's talk will explain it in detail in a few days, remember to tune in. Bert poured himself a glass of wine, then asked Mercury to place a box in front of Director George, and said, as for the Green Goblin, I have already fixed it, and he will not appear again in the future. You've got it done. Chief George was stunned, he opened the box, and there was a Green Goblin's helmet inside. Director George said happily, Mr. Wong, I hope you can give me the Green Goblin. He killed at least 20 people. He won't show up again. Bert shook his head and said, Director George, I want to negotiate a deal with you. What deal? Director George sighed secretly in his heart. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already forced the other party to hand over the Green Goblin and the Electro, but the young man in front of him is not only a vampire but also one of the richest people in the country. Can't do anything? Everyone knows that in America, you can do whatever you want with money. Green Goblin conducted an illegal human experiment some time ago and produced 8 successful enhanced humans. Bert said, I can hand them over to you, which is the end of this deal. 8 fortified people. Chief George was shocked, and he couldn't help but ask, what kind of enhanced person? Bert said, their physique is only 1 grade lower than Captain America, but they are of homeless origin, and their quality is very poor. Is it only 1 notch lower than Captain America? Chief George's eyes lit up. Because of the Ironmonger and the Green Goblin, citizens' trust in the police decreased. If they could get these 8 reinforcements, that would restore their confidence in the police. Moreover, with 8 reinforcements in hand, if something like the Green Goblin happens in the future, the police will not have much trouble? Chief George asked, what conditions do you have? Bert smiled and said, you know my Vampire Clan police station, right? Yes. Director George first nodded. Then said, SHIELD is not qualified to issue a license to us. So I want you to do it. Bert came over with 2 glasses of red wine and said, I hope that the New York Police Department can officially recognize the Vampire Police Department, and the 2 sides can communicate with each other to protect the interests of human beings and the vampires. This. Director George was a little hesitant. He said, I can't decide this matter. Bert said, you can agree. I will do the work for the city government. In addition, I will donate a batch of bulletproof police cars and other equipment to your police station, with a total value of $10 million. Director George thought of the 8 reinforcements, nodded, and said, okay, I agree. By the way, can you sell the glider from your company? Selling is selling, but you shouldn't be able to afford it. And that thing is military supplies. Bert laughed, the Green Goblin glider is worth tens of millions of dollars, not something ordinary people can afford to play. The rich rely on technology, and only the rich can afford the technology. Director George was a little embarrassed. Bert handed him the wine glass and said, I wish us a happy cooperation. This time, Director George did not refuse, and had a glass with Bert. After drinking, Director George hesitated. His daughter, Gwen Stacy, was an intern at Oscorp. He came here today to help her resign, but in this situation, he was embarrassed to speak. After all, they just sent 10 million and 8 reinforcements to their police station. Director George. Bert saw Director George's thoughts and said with a smile, this is regular company. If you have anything, just follow the normal procedure. I understand. Chief George and Bert shook hands, said goodbye, and left. As for the 8 reinforcements, they will be sent to the New York Police Department after the inspection is completed and it is confirmed that there is no problem. After Director George left, Mercury asked, Blood God, are you being too polite to him? He is a rare good policeman, you should be a little polite. Bert didn't care. He asked Mercury, How about Norman? Snowman is watching over him at Osborne Manor with the guards. Mercury replied. However, he didn't plan to notify his son to come back. He only wrote a letter to his son to explain some things. We checked the letter carefully, and there was no problem. He should be worried about us dealing with Harry. Bert snorted coldly. Norman is not a person who gives up easily. Keep an eye on all the people who come into contact with him. By the way, have you found that guy named Nels? The Harry Osborne of this world has been studying abroad, closer to the setting in the Amazing Spider-Man movie? Mercury said. We went to the place where Norman told us, but Nels has already left. It may be that Norman is secretive. Find him. Bert said. In addition, I will officially sign a contract with Norman tomorrow and take the shares of the Oscorp. Mercury nodded excitedly. Yes, Blood God. Witnessed by lawyers, Bert and Norman Osborne signed a share transfer agreement. Mr. Wong, Mr. Osborne, I will handle the rest of the formalities. The lawyer took the contract, shook hands with the two, and left. Lying in his bedroom, Norman looked at Bert and said with hatred, Bert, I hope you will abide by the agreement, otherwise I will not let you go. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. Bert smiled lightly and said, Mr. Osborne, tomorrow is an auspicious day, please die in peace. Norman glared at Bert, gritted his teeth, and said, I will die of illness tomorrow. I'll prepare a funeral for you. Bert left with a smile. Norman smashed the bedside table with an angry punch. Snowman looked at all this indifferently, did nothing, and stood there quietly watching Norman. The next day, Norman died from illness, and Bert looked at his body and said, Everyone else get out. Mercury, Snowman, Natalie stay. Everyone exited according to their words, and when the door was closed, Bert said, Snowman, you disappointed me a little bit. Norman did tricks under your nose, but you didn't find anything. Blood God isn't Norman already. Snowman was stunned for a moment and was about to defend himself, but when he saw Mercury's stern gaze, he hurriedly lowered his head and said, Blood God, I was negligent. Good attitude, I can't blame you all for this. Norman is too cunning. Bert said. He prepared a lot of means in the bedroom in advance, for example, suspended animation, that's why he had to go back to the bedroom to lie down. Fake death. Everyone was stunned, but Snowman couldn't help but said, Blood God, you mean, Norman is not dead? Didn't his heart stop? Bert smiled and said, he died, but it wasn't suicide, he was killed by Natalie. What? Everyone was more and more astonished. Why did they turn to Natasha again? Natasha asked innocently, Blood God, what are you talking about? Mercury, take off the ring on her left hand. Bert instructed. Mercury had long been displeased with Natasha. Hearing that, she immediately walked over to grab her left hand and took off the gem ring on her middle finger. Natasha did not resist, because she knew it was useless to resist. Mercury checked the ring and said to Bert, Blood God, this ring has a small needle. Natalie used the needle to stab Norman in the arm. Bert said slowly, I don't know what toxin is on this needle, but it can slow down a person's heartbeat, causing the effect of suspended animation. The snowman's eyes filled with murderous intent. Is she a traitor? Natasha asked. Blood God, how did you find out? Also, what do you mean by saying I killed Norman? Norman's own fake death drug also slows down his heart rate. Bert said with a sneer, he is an enhanced human, so both you and he increased the dose of the toxin, so the fake death drug turned into a real death drug, and his heart really stopped, so you killed Norman Osborne. Everyone was shocked. It turned out to be the case. Norman Osborne was unlucky, but then again, even if it didn't happen, he would be dead, because Bert had already seen everything. It's not easy to explain to the director. Natasha sighed, and she asked Bert, Blood God, you knew early on that I was sent by SHIELD, right? Bert asked, how can you see it? Because you haven't touched me, and you've deliberately played tricks on me. It's not normal. Any man who sees me will want to push me down as soon as possible. After all, I'm beautiful. Natasha said, I always wondered why you didn't touch me, but now I know, you don't touch me, not because I'm not attractive enough, but because you already knew I was a spy. Bert and the others were speechless. Although the conclusion was correct, the reasoning process was too strange, right? Natalie, can you be more narcissistic? Bert complained, and Mercury deliberately stayed away from Natasha, so as not to be infected by her. Natasha snorted coldly, I've never been narcissistic, I'm only telling the truth. For example, you are a scumbag. Bert said dissatisfiedly, what did I do? I've never touched you. Natasha said confidently, this is the worst part about you. You don't touch a beautiful woman like me in front of you. How dare you say that you are not a scumbag? What sturdy logic. Mercury and Snowman are both speechless. This woman is not a normal person at all, right? Bert looked at Natasha with a little pity, and said, others are inferior and arrogant, but you are inferior and narcissistic. I feel inferior. Natasha smiled disdainfully, raised her chest, and said, if I have low self-esteem, wouldn't other women jump into the sea to commit suicide? Mercury looked at Natasha's chest, and then looked at her own, and unknowingly put her hand on the hilt of the samurai sword. Amazingly, she is in good shape. Believe it or not, I will cut them off. Bert shook his head and said, don't say that. Call Nick Fury and ask him to exchange a tube of Captain America's blood for you. What do you want Captain America's blood for? Natasha asked in astonishment, and Bert said, I have my use. Snowman, take her down, allow her to make calls, but don't let her run away. She is the top secret agent. I will never let her run away. Snowman solemnly guaranteed that he made 2 mistakes in a row, and if something happened again, he would have no face to see the blood god. Scumbag, I officially inform you that you have lost the only chance to get this beauty. Natasha snorted at Bert and left the bedroom with her head raised as if she were a winner. I'm not interested in short legs, Bert said lightly. Natasha's face froze, and she turned around and stared at Bert. Do you know what you said? You said the worst thing you should say. You are dead, scumbag. Walk. Snowman pushed Natasha away in dissatisfaction, and when they left, Mercury asked, Blood God, Natalie killed Norman. Can we do something about it? She was sent by Nick Fury of all people. It's not necessary now. Do it later when you need it. Anyway, this kind of thing will not expire. Bert smiled and said, find a forensic doctor to perform an autopsy on Norman and list the cause of death. Natasha doesn't know. I have installed 18 ultra-clear cameras in this room. Mercury understood, she nodded, and said, yes, Blood God. The day after Norman Osborn's death, Electro Max was on TV. With Tracy's introduction, the audience knew who he was and why he became Electro and sympathized with him, and even the audience went up to hug Max, which moved Max greatly. Then, Max sighed that he didn't know what to do in the future. Trish suggested with a smile that he should become a superhero, and let him demonstrate his ability to control current on the spot, which caused a burst of exclamation. Max was a little excited but afraid that the citizens would not accept it. Trish took the opportunity to launch a TV survey. The final result showed that 90% of the people supported Max as a superhero. As a result, Max decided to sign a contract with the newly established superhero star company under the Blood God Group, the Watchmen Company, and make his debut as a superhero. On the same day, New York Police Chief George Stacy announced with the Green Goblin helmet that the Green Goblin had been dealt with. The police also rescued 8 homeless people who had been subjected to illegal experiments by the Green Goblin. These 8 homeless people had all been enhanced. They decided to join the police and jointly maintain order in New York. There was a sensation all over New York. There were reporters everywhere at the gate of the police station. The public's support for the police finally began to recover, and even the stock price of the Oscorp stabilized. It was also on this day that Nick Fury sent someone to exchange the captain's blood for Natasha. SHIELD has lots of captain's blood, and back then, they often draw blood from the captain. Nick Fury also sent Coulson to contact Max, hoping that he would join SHIELD, but Max firmly refused. On one side are secret agents who may be murdered by their people, and on the other side are superhero stars who are famous and admired by thousands of people. Everyone knows who to choose. Nick Fury didn't give up and ran to pry at the corner of the police station, only to be kicked back by Chief George, who has the support of the city government. The law and order in New York have been so bad recently, both the police station and the city government are under great pressure. On the same day, the original Picasso of Kingpin, the underground emperor of New York, was stolen, and Kingpin smashed several guards to death with a stick on the spot. Kingpin's confidant, Wesley, waited for Kingpin to vent his anger before saying, according to my investigation, Felicia stole it. Black Cat. The majestic fat man Kingpin was stunned for a moment. Wesley said, she has now become the secretary of the Blood God. In other words, this is a warning from the Blood God? It's overbearing. Kingpin understood. He first snorted coldly, and then sighed. Wesley, now is the era of enhanced people. We don't have enhanced people in our hands, and sooner or later we will be eliminated. Wesley said with a smile, yesterday, a man named Nels contacted me and said that he has the technology of the Green Goblin. As long as we help him leave North America and escape the pursuit of the vampire clan, he will give us the technology. Green Goblin's technology. Kingpin's eyes lit up and said, promise him, if there is a chance, keep him whole. I know what to do. Wesley nodded. Kingpin took a few steps back and forth, and said, keep this secret, don't let the vampires find out, and when the Oscorp changes hands, send a bottle of red wine in my name. To the Blood God. Okay. Wesley nodded. There was a lot of hustle and bustle, and it was July. On this day, Bert completed all the formalities and officially became the major shareholder and chairman of the Oscorp. In the chairman's office, Bert proudly said to Ivan Vank, this is the military industry group I promised you. Are you satisfied? Ivan smoked a cigar and said, forcibly, it's enough to build battle armor. You are demanding. Bert sneered, and then he asked Mercury to put the contract in front of Ivan and said, first I'll give you 1% of the shares and board seats, and within 5 years, I will give you another 4%. As soon as these words came out, Frank and James were both shocked. Although the stock price of Oscorp fell sharply, it still has a market value of about 100 billion. 5% of the shares are more than $5 billion US. Is this person worth so much? Even Ivan, who has always been rebellious, was a little stunned. He didn't expect that someone would value him so much. Ivan did not pretend to refuse, he simply signed his name and said, in 5 years, I will double the market value of Oscorp, otherwise, I will not want this share. This guy is mad. Everyone clicked their tongues. This Russian is quite arrogant. It's not difficult for you. Bert asked Mercury to put away the contract archive, and then asked, has the miniaturization of the Ark been completed? It's done, but there is a small problem, the palladium in it will cause poisoning. Ivan said, however, as long as the protection is well done, it is not a big problem. After all, it is impossible to wear battle armor all the time, and we are not that unlucky Tony Stark. Speaking of Tony, Yvonne was gloating at the misfortune. Bert smiled and continued to ask, how long will it take you to finish the battle armor? A month or two. Yvonne said, my suit must be stronger than Tony Stark's sissy suit. You mean the Iron Man suit? Frank asked in surprise, how could this arrogant Russian make an Iron Man suit? Of course. Yvonne said proudly, how can I take so many shares without this ability? This time, Frank and the others finally understood why Bert valued Yvonne so much. Bert said, Yvonne, make a few more suits, one for you, one for Frank, one for Mercury, one for Blade, if you have time, make me a set too. I don't need a regular one, I have weapons, so focus on flying and pulling the wind. Flying and pulling the wind. Yvonne was speechless. If it weren't for his boss, he would kick the opponent. He said, there are so many sets, it takes a lot of time, and a lot of money, and each set of battle armor alone costs hundreds of millions of dollars. Don't worry about money, I have more. Bert smiled and said, the main force is to make you, Frank, and the suit of Mercury. Maybe it will come in handy soon. It will come in handy soon. Yvonne was very excited when he heard the words, and he said, I'm looking forward to the day when I appear. Everyone will know that Tony Stark is just a sissy. Bert smiled and said, then I'll wait to see the performance. By the way, Frank, bring the box I brought here. Frank got up and picked up the box next to him and put it on the table. Bert pushed it to Yvonne, and said, this is the hardest metal in the world, vibranium, $10,000 per gram, see how you can use it. Vibranium? You have a lot of good things. Ivan's eyes brightened. He opened the box and said, I will use it to make me an axe. Save it, I only have 10 kilograms in total. Bert said, vibranium can no longer be bought because he stole all the vibranium of Ulysses? Understood, I will go to the Oscorp's weapon department, and it will be my place in the future. Yvonne closed the box and said, Bert, nodded and asked Mercury to take him to the weapon department and introduce his identity to others. After Yvonne and Mercury left, Frank asked, Bert, you don't intend to make me wear battle armor worth hundreds of millions of dollars, do you? Hundreds of millions of dollars? Take out the battle armor and sell it for at least $500 million, and you won't bargain. Bert smiled and said, you don't have to worry about anything, you won't be compensated if you break it. I can't afford it either. Frank said, forget it, you don't care, what else should I say? I'm working for you anyway, but I hope I can give some advice myself. Go find Yvonne yourself. Bert said, James, you are also the security minister of the Oscorp, and I will allocate some shares to you. You remember, before the official debut of the battle armor, you must not leak the news. Okay, Blood God, I will do a good job of keeping secrets. James said excitedly, following the Blood God was the best decision. After the negotiation, Bert asked Frank and James to visit the Oscorp. Then, Felicia knocked on the door and walked in, saying, Blood God, Tony Stark wants to invite you to his house. Bert said casually, answer him, I'll be there tomorrow night. Have you made an appointment with the model tonight? Yes, she will be waiting for you at the Grand Theater. Felicia replied a little speechlessly, she is now officially taking over from Natasha. Very good. Bert nodded in satisfaction. He said, I'll give you that authentic Picasso. Work hard, and I won't treat you badly. Thank you, Blood God. Felicia thanked her, but secretly complained in her heart, that real work was stolen by me, okay. Having said that, Felicia was still quite shocked by the development of this matter. She stole Kingpin's painting, and he not only did not retaliate but also gave a bottle of red wine to the Blood God to congratulate. The Blood God was stronger than she thought. Bert asked, what about the next itinerary? Felicia said, Blood God, you have to inspect various departments in the afternoon, and then have a meeting with the supervisors. It is good. Bert nodded. It seems that Dr. Connors who developed the lizard serum will be available in the afternoon. By the way, there seems to be a Dr. Octavius. I wonder if he is in Osborne now? Oscorp, a veritable villain concentration camp? At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Bert looked up, and saw a blonde young woman in white clothes knocking on the door. She saw Bert look over, and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Gwen Stacy. I want to chat with you, Chairman. Felicia said dissatisfiedly, Miss Stacy, which department are you from? If you want to see the chairman, you must make an appointment with my secretary first. Gwen was about to speak. Bert waved his hand and said, it's okay, Miss Stacy, come in. Felicia, you go out first. Scumbag. Felicia thought Bert was interested in Gwen, so she cursed secretly, and went out to close the door of the chairman's office. Hello, Mr. Wong. Gwen walked across from Bert, looked him up and down, and asked curiously, I take the liberty to ask, are you a vampire? No, vampire race? My dad told me last night, but I don't quite believe it. Bert smiled and said, yes, I am a vampire, and the incoming president, Miss Mercury, is also a vampire. Really? What is the difference between a vampire and a human? What does a vampire rely on to infect humans? Is it a virus? Does a vampire need to breathe? The vampire. Gwen was very excited and asked questions like a barrage of guns. Bert seemed to see two words engraved on her forehead, nerd. Bert laughed, and he asked, Miss Gwen, are you looking for me to study me? I'm sorry, Mr. Wong. Gwen realized that she was being rude and hurriedly apologized, and then explained, Mr. Wong, I came to you. I hope you can give Dr. Connors a chance. He wants to explain his cross-species gene transplantation project to you face to face. Bert leaned back in his chair and asked, Dr. Connors? That Dr. Connors who is going to be kicked out of the group by Mr. Osborne. Yes, Mr. Wong, Dr. Connors' project is great. Once successful, this world will become a world without flaws, Gwen said, and Bert was non-committal. He asked, didn't your father tell you to resign? He does want me to quit, but I don't want to. Dr. Connors' project is interesting. Gwen glanced at Bert and said a little embarrassedly, in addition, I want to study the vampire. I like your research spirit. Bert smiled, picked up the phone, and said to Felicia, Felicia, please come to my office with Dr. Connors and Mercury. Then, Bert put down the phone and said to Gwen, sit down, let's wait for them together. Thank you, Mr. Wong. Gwen was very happy. Before she sat down for a few seconds, she blinked her big eyes and asked, Mr. Wong, how did the vampire race come into being? I don't know much about this issue. The North American vampire is a collateral line, and they know far less than the direct line of Europe. Bert said, however, there has always been a saying that the vampire race came from another world, and those are pure blood races. Gwen became more and more curious. Pure blood? That is to say, vampire is not a human being mutated after being bitten by a bat. That is not true. In addition, there is a saying that the vampire race was created by a book, but there are not many people who believe this statement. Bert and Gwen chatted casually until Mercury and Dr. Connors came one after another, and the two stopped. Chairman. Dr. Connors, who is missing his right arm, is very nervous. He knows that this is his last chance. If he cannot convince the new chairman, he will be swept out of the house. Bert got up and shook hands with Dr. Connors, and said, Dr. Connors, even if Gwen doesn't come, I plan to see you in the afternoon. I attach great importance to your project. Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Connors was overjoyed. He said, Chairman, the purpose of the cross-species gene project is to create a world without defects, which may sound unrealistic, but as long as the project is successful, this goal can be achieved, such as my right arm can only be regenerated by transplanting lizard serum. Dr. Connors continued to introduce, and Bert asked after listening carefully, Dr. Connors, as far as I know, this project is stuck in the last step and has not been completed, right? Dr. Connors hurriedly said, yes, but I already have a clue. Give me a few more months, and I will be able to complete it. You must have said that to Mr. Osborne many times. Bert laughed, and Dr. Connors was suddenly a little embarrassed. Bert waved his hand to stop him from explaining and continued, Dr. Connors, beasts have animal nature. After cross-species gene transplantation, animal nature will be eliminated, right? This. Dr. Connors was a little stunned. He hadn't thought about this. After all, he couldn't even do a transplant now, so he wouldn't have time to think about the sequelae? Dr. Connors said, Chairman, I don't know if there will be, but even if there is, there must be a way to eliminate it. Bert said, write this down in your notes, and then remember to observe it. In addition, without my approval, no human experiments are allowed, let alone private injections. Dr. Connors was not surprised but delighted, which meant that the other party would support his experiment. He nodded, Chairman, rest assured, I will never conduct human experiments without your approval. As for private injections, please, who would be so stupid to inject themselves with lizard serum? Very good. Bert nodded, and suddenly introduced himself, Dr. Connors, do you know? I am a vampire. Huh. Dr. Connors was stunned. Is the chairman joking? Miss Gwen can prove it. Her father is the commissioner of the New York Police Department. Bert smiled and said, you don't have to worry about anything. I won't hurt anyone. The police station can guarantee this. Seeing Dr. Connors coming over, Gwen nodded and said, Doctor, he is indeed a vampire. Oh. Dr. Connors is still a little bit unable to react. How can it be a vampire appear? The vampire race can heal itself, immortalize, and develop descendants, but it needs to suck human blood to survive. In addition, the vampire race is afraid of light, silver, and garlic. Bert briefly introduced the situation of the vampire clan, and then said, Doctor, I want to cure the defects of the vampire clan through genetic optimization. Do you think it is possible? Dr. Connors was taken aback for a moment, and he replied, Chairman, I have to study the genes of the vampire before I can give you the answer. Then start researching immediately. Bert said, I will give you a lot of money and manpower. You can continue to study the lizard serum, but at the same time, you must also study the vampire genes and gradually optimize them. After a pause, Bert added, the vampire race itself can develop human beings into descendants. Once its defects are made up, it means that human beings will become a brand new race with self-healing ability and immortality. Eternal life. Both Dr. Connors and Gwen exclaimed this is the ultimate dream of mankind. Gwen thought of something and asked in shock, Mr. Wong, do you want to turn all human beings into vampire races? No, Miss Gwen, you're wrong, it's all humans who want to be vampires. Bert shook his finger and said, without any flaws, it can heal itself and live forever. Don't you want to be such a vampire, Miss Gwen? Gwen said yearningly, who wouldn't want to? Bert said, at that time, the human and the vampire will merge and become a new human species. Mercury looked at Bert in surprise. She never thought that the blood god would have such a plan and idea. This plan is great. If it is successful, mankind will enter another era. Dr. Connors swallowed and said, but Chairman, I really can't guarantee anything right now. I haven't even seen the species gene. It's okay, you study slowly. I'm not short of money and I'm not short of time. Bert said, the vampire race completion plan will be the most important and core plan of the Oscorp. Whether it is funds or manpower, all allocations are given the highest priority. Dr. Connors, I hope you will be part of this plan. Chief in charge. The vampire race completes the plan. Dr. Connors gritted his teeth and said, Chairman, thank you for your attention. I can take over this plan, but I will not give up on the lizard serum. It is almost finished. Yes, the two can be studied together. The Oscorp has no shortage of manpower. Bert nodded, then he turned to Gwen and said, Miss Gwen, I hope you will join this plan too. Gwen nodded excitedly, I'd love to. Bert said, very good, Dr. Connors, if you need anything, just look for Mercury, she will fully support you. Thank you, Chairman, I will do my best to study it. Dr. Connors nodded, and left with Gwen full of joy. After the two left, Mercury, who had been silent, couldn't help but ask, Blood God, can the flaws of the vampire race be cured? Why not? The world is full of wonders. Bert said, other worlds may not work, but in the Marvel universe, nothing is impossible. Lizardmen can appear, so what does it mean to complete a vampire? Hopefully it does. Mercury thought of something and asked, Blood God, the biotechnology department is the department you really want, right? All the departments of the Oscorp, I need it. Bert smiled and said, Mercury, genetic optimization is an inevitable trend for the vampire clan. If the vampire clan cannot transform, sooner or later they will be eliminated by more and more powerful humans. Europe claims that the Orthodox Grand Duke Damaskinos, doing genetic research. He's doing it too. Mercury was extremely shocked. Didn't he send a letter some time ago accusing us of destroying the tradition of the vampire clan? What is the tradition of the vampire race? The tradition of sucking living blood? This shameless old guy likes to play double standards? When I control North America, I will go to Europe and swallow them all. Bert snorted and said, Mercury, times have changed. Even an old monster like Grand Duke Damaskinos who has lived for thousands of years has started genetic research. Times have changed. Mercury smiled bitterly, and Bert said, the vampire race has to complete this plan, you have to pay attention to it. I made you the president of the Oscorp. In fact, for this plan, in addition, I will continue to search for talents to join this plan. It's more important than the artificial blood project. I know, but, Blood God, this plan may become a bottomless pit. Mercury said, the bottomless pit of funds. What's the problem? Will I be short of money? Bert smiled and said, hundreds of millions, billions, even tens of billions are just sprinkles. At night, in the Malibu mansion, Tony Stark raised his glass to Bert and said, Bert, congratulations on your successful acquisition of the Oscorp. Congratulations to you for making a lot of money. Bert raised his glass in response. Tony took a sip of wine, and smiled, I made a lot of money. I promised you the profit. I will let Pepper use other ways to transfer it. Say, Bert, the Oscorp stock doesn't seem to go up anytime soon. Huh. It can't rise. The energy sector has been crushed by you, and the weapons sector has been completely cut off by the Ministry of Defense. If it weren't for the biotechnology sector, the stock price of Oscorp would be even lower. Bert shook his head, and Tony said proudly, it seems that my Stark Industries is too capable. Tony. Pepper shouted, and then said to Bert, Bert, I have a win-win proposal. I wonder if you are interested. Bert said, tell me about it. Our Stark Industries can buy your Oscorp's energy division at a high price. Pepper said competently, if you agree, we can open up some of Stark Industries' weapons channels to you. It is indeed a win-win situation, but no need. Bert shook his head and said very frankly, I have a way to solve the Oscorp's problems. In a few months, Oscorp's share price will recover. Tony didn't believe it. Really, you have the ability like me. Bert turned his head and asked Yinsen, when you were working with Tony, did you ever think about beating him? I thought about it, not much, just 100 times. Yinsen smiled and said, it's torturing to work with him. Tony exaggeratedly said, Yinsen, you hurt my heart so much, I thought we were good friends. Yinsen shrugged, that's why I didn't beat you. Bert smiled and said, it's not difficult to solve the problem of the Oscorp, as long as you get a small arc reactor and a steel battle armor. It's not difficult, you should be able to do it in 10 years. Tony shook his glass and said, or 20 years. You guys are better than Hammer Industries, they need at least 30 years. Mercury sneered beside him. The arrogant Tony Stark never imagined that the Oscorp already owns a small arc reactor, and the battle armor will be ready soon. That's how you answered the Ministry of Defense. Bert said, I heard that they have been forcing you to hand over your battle armor, and even used commercial means for this, such as interrupting some contracts between the military and the Stark Industries. Don't even think about it, the suit is a part of me, I won't give it to anyone. Tony snorted coldly, and he said proudly, the military will come back and beg me. No one can replace the products of Stark Industries. Bert gestured to Pepper. Pepper, you've worked hard. You have to take care of such a brat. Who's the brat? Tony was angry, but Pepper laughed. It's okay, I've been taking care of him for more than 10 years. I'm used to it. Your little brat won't pay you. Tony said angrily and then gave Pepper a look. Pepper took Mercury and Yinsen to the backyard to prepare materials. Only Bert and Tony were left in the hall. Aunt Carter has already told me everything. I didn't expect that Hydra still exists. Tony put down the glass and said, I hacked into the SHIELD database a few days ago, but I didn't find any clues. Bert, can you tell me everything you know? Hacking into the SHIELD database. Bert frowned, and he said, Tony, when did you become so reckless? Tony said, reckless? I don't think so, they can't find out anyway. I'm Tony Stark. You are not reckless, you are floating? It seems that during this period, the praise of Iron Man by major media in various countries has made you completely floating. Bert snorted coldly. Tony was arrogant before, but he finally had a degree, and now it's completely gone, and at the back, he even claimed that world peace depends on him? Floating? They're just telling the truth. Tony Stark, the greatest genius in the world. Tony said arrogantly. He had said this before, but he was just boasting, but now, he really thinks so. Bert sneered. You are so powerful, why can't you even solve the palladium poisoning? You know, it seems that you have secretly studied the arc reactor. Tony was stunned for a moment, and then said indifferently, no problem, it won't take long for me to develop alternative elements. Bert understands why Tony kept using steel armor even though he knew he would be poisoned in the early days. He thought he could research alternative elements, so he waved as much as he could. In the later stage, although he found that no element could replace palladium, the poisoning was already deep, so he simply breaks the jar, and kept going. Bert shook his head. You can't go on like this. Once you are discovered by Hydra, you will be in danger. Tony disdainfully said, I will be in danger? I am Iron Man. They coming for me is better, I'll just lead the snake out of the hole and solve them. You think they're so stupid that they will fight you with a sword and a gun? They're going to fight you, and it must be when you're not wearing battle armor. Bert sneered. Also, they might attack Pepper. Tony was speechless, but he didn't want to bow his head and said stubbornly, they can't find me. I have nothing to say to you now. Bert shook his head and turned to leave. Wait, tell me about it. Tony hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Bert's shoulder to prevent him from leaving. Who knew that a force suddenly erupted, and Tony flew out and fell to the ground. Bert turned around and said indifferently, Tony Stark, in terms of handsomeness, you are not as good as me. In terms of charm, you are not as good as me. In terms of wealth, you are still not as good as me. In terms of strength, your shabby suit, I can remove it in 3 seconds. I am not arrogant, so why are you arrogant? Tony was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was about to retort, when he heard the movement. Pepper rushed out and shouted, Tony. Pepper, I'm sorry, Mercury, let's go. Bert was too lazy to stay, turned around, and left, and Mercury hurriedly followed. When passing Tony, she snorted disdainfully. Compared with the blood god, what is so arrogant in him? Tony shouted at Bert's back in anger, Bert, today's business is not over. Bert didn't bother to pay attention to Tony, he took Mercury and drove the sports car away like lightning. Pepper and Yinsen helped Tony up, and Pepper asked inexplicably, Tony, why do you keep pressing Bert? Tony snorted coldly, when did I want to crush him? I was above him, he's just a high school student. Bert, some of the richest people in the United States, education, high school, what a life. Why do you want to investigate him so clearly? Also, didn't you realize that you were always very arrogant and domineering in front of him? Pepper sighed. You know what you look like when you see Bert, like a rooster ready to fight. Pepper, your analogy is too much. You should say like an eagle ready to fight. No, when am I ready to fight? Tony said dissatisfiedly. Pepper, I will meet with a few traditional energy dealers tomorrow. I want to make the energy department of the Oscorp completely out of business. You said you're not ready to fight. Pepper was speechless, and Yinsen shook his head too. It was normal for Tony to want to press Bert's head. He, who was always proud, was deflated in front of Bert. On the sports car, Mercury asked Bert, Blood God, do I need to do something? No, he just floated away. Bert shook his head and said, in my name, send an internship invitation to Peter Parker and let him go to the genetics department for an internship. Just treat it as a benefit I gave him. If he performs well, I will help him pay for college. There are such good benefits for a sparring partner. Mercury was a little speechless. She said, I see. Although I don't know if Dr. Connors needs Spider-Man to complete the lizard serum, it's right to get Spider-Man over. As for whether Peter and Gwen will spark, it depends on their fate. After thinking about it, Bert said, by the way, I have already read the candidate list of assistants you gave me. The one named Lilith is not bad. Let her come to work tomorrow. Mercury asked in amazement, Blood God, why did you choose her? Bert smiled and said, she must be extraordinary to have a name like Lilith. That's why you choose her. Mercury smiled, but secretly complained, because she has the best figure and the most beautiful face among the candidates, right? In a mysterious underground research room in New York's Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin was listening to a crazy-looking bald doctor's introduction. The formula you gave me is the original formula of human enhancement serum. Kingpin asked, original formula? What do you mean? It's an unimproved prescription. The Osborne's human body strengthening serum has been able to suppress the side effects to 20%. Dr. Baldhead said, and your formula, after taking it, not only has a 50% chance of side effects, but also a 10% chance of completely failing and becoming an irrational lunatic. Kingpin's face was a little ugly. It seems that guy kept his hand. It was my mistake that made him escape. Wesley apologized and said, but didn't that guy give you 2 recipes? The other one is even worse, it's not finished at all, and it's still stuck on the last step. Dr. Baldhead said. However, this formula has great potential. Once completed, it will be an epoch-making revolution. Kingpin said, then complete it. Also, the human body strengthening serum, keep looking for ways to improve it. Not that simple. Dr. Baldhead said, the former requires a lot of money, calculated in billions, while the latter requires a lot of experimenters to obtain data, although it does not require much money. In billions. Kingpin frowned a little. Although he has money, he spends more money, such as money laundering, buying officials, etc. In a short time, he really can't get hundreds of millions? Configure the human body strengthening serum and sell it on the black market. Kingpin also thought about it and said, in this way, not only can we get funds, but we can also get a lot of experimental data. Kingpin, you have a dark heart, but I like it. The bald doctor laughed wildly. Science requires sacrifice, and those humane rules are completely hindering the progress of science. The decision of Kingpin and Dr. Bald has made the crime rate in New York skyrocket in the future, and has also completely opened the era of superheroes and supervillains. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, the time has come to September. Today, the weather is very hot, and what is hotter than the weather is the smell of sin. The bell rang, the siren of a bank in Queens rang loudly, and several pedestrians at the door fled away, yelling, come on again, how many times has a bank robbery happened this month? Soon, 5 strong figures rushed out of the bank carrying bags. Just as they were about to get into the car, a few spider webs fell from the sky and snatched their bags away. Spider-Man leaned on the wall and said, guys, it's not right to rob a bank, I suggest you turn yourself in immediately. Spider-Man, we're not afraid of you now. One of the 5 strong tattooed men violently tore off his clothes, revealing his muscles, and then he pulled the sign out of the concrete and threw it at Spider-Man. It's a booster again. Do you know that the serum you inject has great side effects? Spider-Man flexibly avoided the sign, then raised his hand and shot a spider web toward the tattooed man. Before the spider web reached the tattooed man, it was smashed by something thrown by another strong man. Looking closely, it was a car door. Another strong man. Spider-Man exclaimed. To his dismay, the remaining 3 strong men also tore their clothes. They are all enhanced people? Spider-Man complained, where do you get so many enhanced people? Also, why do you all have to tear your clothes? You won't transform. Spider-Man, return our money. One guy slammed towards Spider-Man on the wall. Spider-Man quickly climbed up, and the hapless enhanced man slammed into the wall with a bang, smashing the bricks into the wall. Dude, this can't be done, this is my domain. Spider-Man is habitually talking, and at this moment, the 2 fortified people lifted the car beside him together and smashed it hard at him. Foul, foul. Spider-Man shouted while fleeing. He was dodging the car, but the car continued to fly toward the 2 pedestrians. Spider-Man was shocked and was about to pull it with a spider web. A dazzling electric light lit up, and the car was thrown directly to the side. The Electro Man is here. The onlookers cheered one after another, and along with their voices, an electric light shot from a distance and turned into Electro Man Max wearing a blue uniform in the air. Compared with before, Max was much more cheerful, and he greeted the surrounding citizens in a very sunny way, which attracted a lot of cheers. Spider-Man greeted, friend, you are here. You're not my friend, you don't even remember my name. Max snorted in dissatisfaction, raised his hand, and shot an electric light at the tattoo-enhanced man below. The enhanced man was blasted out on the spot, and his chest was charred black. It's the Electro Man, run away. The expressions of the remaining 4 fortified people changed drastically, and they hurriedly turned to run away. At this moment, 2 gliders flew over, and the citizens began to cheer again. The Hell Sisters are here too. With us here, you can never escape. Standing on the glider on the left is a superhero called Hellcat in a yellow uniform and a cat face mask. She let out a coquettish cry and pulled the trigger of the stun gun in her hand. The enhanced am going to work again. Can you bastards save me some snacks? Compared with the energetic and enthusiastic Hellcat on the left, the superhero treasure girl in black clothes and a dog mask on the right looks very decadent, as if she hadn't woken up. She jumped off the glider with a bang, stopped in front of the 2 enhanced people. Get out of here. The 2 people threw their fists at the treasure girl at the same time. The treasure girl stepped sideways to avoid the attack of the enhanced person on the left, then grabbed his arm with both hands, and slammed it hard. The enhanced person on the left flew out and broke the glass and fell into the shop. Sister, you're going to be charged again. Hellcat Trish Walker shook her head helplessly, and controlled the glider to deal with the enhanced man. Blame me. Jessica Jones, the treasure girl, slashed in disgust, grabbed the shoulder of the enhanced man on the right, and slammed her head into the opponent's forehead, knocking the opponent unconscious. Jessica said with satisfaction, this way you don't have to lose money. The last enhancer was also solved by the Electro who chased after him. Then Electro greeted the 2 women and sighed, I feel that there are more and more enhancers. This month, I have encountered 3 enhancers who committed crimes, and including today it's 8. Jessica said lazily, it may be that the manufacturer had a low price sale recently. The Electro Man is speechless, that is, Mr. Wong's apprentice. Otherwise, with Jessica's character, it is impossible to become a superhero. At this time, Trish flew over with an enhancer and said, for these poor people, it's better to buy a potion instead of dying. Anyway, the side effect is to become eviler. It's not a good thing. Electro Man said, we must find the gang that sells human enhancement drugs as soon as possible, otherwise New York will become more and more chaotic. The Electro Man is great. Hell Sisters are also amazing. Seeing that the superheroes solved the battle, the citizens cheered, and some even came forward to sign autographs. Electro and Tracy both smiled to meet the fans' requests, but Jessica completely ignored them. Fortunately, everyone is used to it. No complaints. Spider-Man also has a lot of fans, but it's a little fewer than Electro and the Hell Sisters, and no one has come up to sign autographs, which makes him a little depressed. I can't be on the show, and of course, there aren't as many people who like me as they are. Spider-Man sighed and jumped up to the top of the building to leave, but the police who had arrived late came after him, looking like he was going to be arrested and brought to justice. Spider-Man jumped between high-rise buildings with a spider web, and shouted back, "Hey, I'm here to help. Can you guys stop chasing me every time?" A policeman shouted with a loudspeaker, "You are suspected of damaging a lot of public property and hurting people. We must arrest you and bring you to justice." I was fighting criminals. As for public property, it was just an accident. Spider-Man yelled, "Treasure Girl broke more things than I did. She has the Watchman Company to compensate, and you never pay, and every time you spend taxpayer money to fix it." The police shouted, "Also, they are vigilantes authorized by the police station and have certain law enforcement powers, but you don't." Depressed, Spider-Man shouted, "I'm doing a good thing. But occasionally bad things happen. Last week, we finally sent an undercover agent to the Hell's Kitchen gang. As a result, he was destroyed by you as soon as he found a clue. What's more pitiful is that he was kicked into the sea by you?" The policeman shouted, "Did you know that the excellent young man resigned on the same day?" Spider-Man was a little aggrieved. "I don't know, I just want to do good things." The police shouted, "Spider-Man, if you want to do good deeds, join the Watchman Company, so that you can legally be a superhero like Electro and the others, and we don't have to chase you anymore. It's very hard to chase you, okay? How much did you charge Watchmen for advertising?" Spider-Man rants, he said, "I'm not interested in being a star, I just want to be everyone's good neighbor, goodbye." After speaking, Spider-Man swung hard, turned to another street, and disappeared, and the police car stopped helplessly. There was a traffic jam in front. "This guy is troublesome." The policeman touched his chin and sighed, "It's great to be a superhero, someone helps you with all kinds of things, and you have money. I'm not capable, otherwise, I'll sign up." After Spider-Man left, Electro and the others also flew away, and Electro said worriedly in the air, "The human body strengthening serum was originally a product of the Oscorp. The strengthening of people made such a big noise, the stock price of Oscorp will be affected. What are you worried about? That guy has more money." Jessica snorted coldly, "And his heart is so dark. I just drank a few bottles of his wine and was forced by him to be a superhero to pay off my debts." "You mean to say that Master invited you to be a guest at his house, but you went to the wine cellar to steal his red wine?" Trish said angrily, "That is Master being generous, otherwise I would have sold you and paid back the money." Trish is extremely satisfied with her current life. On the surface, she is a popular and well-known host, and she is a superhero in the dark. Is there a better life than this? So Trish is so grateful for the Master who brought her all this? Jessica said angrily, "What's the difference between selling it now? He even gave me the title of a treasure girl. It's super ugly, and I don't know who came up with it. Is it wrong to be a superhero?" Max snorted coldly, and he said, "Also, show some respect to Mr. Wong, without him, you're just a drunkard." Jessica was too lazy to quarrel with Max because the other party was a die-hard fan of the Master. She said, "Your Mr. Wong doesn't care about the stock price of Oscorp at all. Which female star should he be dating now? Is Bert dating? Of course not, although he is in the tea house, and there is indeed a beautiful woman across from him, so he is working." The beauty Elizabeth Ross smiled and complimented, "Mr. Wong, your idea is brilliant." Bert smiled and said, "Actually, it's not my idea, it's the idea of the U.S. Department of the Army." Elizabeth Ross was stunned, "Army Department?" "Yes, the earliest superhero was Captain America." Bert said, "Let's not talk about it. Pepsi has just renewed Captain America's portrait-use contract with the Army Department for 10 years, and the Army Department has made hundreds of millions of dollars." Elizabeth Ross smacked her tongue, "Captain America makes so much money. That is a gold mine for the Army Department. Whether he is alive or dead, he has brought a lot of money to the Army Department." Bert smiled and thought, after Captain America is resurrected, should I help him file a lawsuit to get the authorization back? After the greeting, Elizabeth Rose asked eagerly, "Mr. Wong, have you read the information I gave you?" "Yes, a genius scientist, because of an experimental accident, turned into an uncontrolled Hulk." Bert said, "Dr. Ross, I am sorry, this Mr. Bruce Banner cannot join our Watchman Company. You can call me Betty." Elizabeth Rose, the Hulk's ex-girlfriend Betty, asked, "Why not? Banner's ability is very strong, but he can't control it. It's nothing to destroy a building. I can afford to pay, but what if it hurts or even kills someone? The Watchman Company can't afford this responsibility." Bert shook his head. "Betty, who heard the news of the Watchman Company and took the initiative to find him? Mr. Wong, you control the Oscorp. With your technological strength, if you study it in depth, you can help Banner control that monster. Betty did not give up persuasion. Her purpose is very simple, to use the power of the Watchman Company to fight against her father, General Ross, so that Bruce Banner does not have to run away. You helping the Hulk like this, does your boyfriend know? Bert secretly complained. He took a sip of tea and said, Miss Betty, you want to use the power of the Oscorp to eliminate the Hulk, right? Betty said a little embarrassedly, it's control. Bert said, you and Mr. Banner don't like the Hulk, but have you ever thought that in such a terrifying accident if there was no Hulk, Mr. Banner would have died? But it was a monster, and when it was born, it destroyed the entire military base. Thinking of the ferocity of that monster, Betty couldn't help but tremble. It was a terrifying monster that could easily shred even tanks. Bert said, Miss Betty, Mr. Banner is a super genius. He will not be willing to rely on the power of the Hulk to become a superhero, no matter whether he can control it or not. Betty knew that this meant a complete rejection. She sighed and said, excuse me, Mr. Wong. It's okay. Bert was about to speak, when there was a sudden clash outside, followed by a loud voice shouting, you dare to attack the American soldiers. Betty's complexion changed slightly, and she said apologetically, Mr. Wong, it's my father's voice. General Ross? Don't worry. Bert smiled lightly and shouted outside, Madam Gao, let General Ross come in. Yes, boss. Madam Gao, who was blocking General Ross, stepped aside, and General Ross gave her an ugly look. This old lady, who looked weak and indifferent, defeated 2 of his elite soldiers in just 3 seconds. Is it a vampire? General Ross let the 2 soldiers get up by themselves, and he strode into the tea room in front. General Ross glanced at the situation in the tea room, and said unceremoniously to Bert, Vampire, stay away from my daughter. Vampire. Betty was shocked. Is this an adjective? General Ross, did you know? Bert said lightly, most of your research funds for super soldiers come from the money from our vampire clan to buy blood bags. General Ross said loudly, so what? That's your vampire's life-saving money. Life-saving money? The vampire clan doesn't need to pay life-saving money. Bert said disdainfully, General Ross, I just need to say a word, you won't even get a penny in the future. General Ross's expression changed slightly, he snorted and said to Betty, go back with me, vampires are very dangerous. Dangerous? We are a law-abiding unit recognized by both SHIELD and the New York Police Department. Bert smiled and said, Miss Betty, you can stay here as long as you want, no one can take my guests away. You. General Ross was furious, but he was not going to attack. After all, he was far inferior to the other party in terms of strength and power. These damn vampires should have been wiped out a long time ago. General Ross cursed inwardly, but unfortunately, not many people in the military supported this idea. Mr. Wong, I'd better leave first. Betty didn't want Mr. Wong to have a conflict with her father, so she got up and said goodbye. Bert stood up and shook her hand and said, Miss Betty, although the cooperation was unsuccessful, if you need it, you can always come to me for help. Thanks. Betty nodded gratefully, then turned and left, completely ignoring General Ross, who looked a little ugly, and he said to Bert, Vampire, don't come near my daughter again, and that monster is a wanted criminal in the military, don't try to touch him. Bert sneered, are you teaching me to do things? General Ross gave Bert a fierce look and left the tea house angrily. One day, I will kill all those damn vampires. In the New York base, General Ross remembered what happened before, and gritted his teeth in anger. At this moment, a soldier came in and reported, General, someone drank Garina and fainted from gamma poisoning. General Ross was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, where is that drink produced? The soldier said, Rosenha in Brazil. Send someone to that bottling factory immediately to find a white man. General Ross is overjoyed. As long as he finds Bruce Banner, he will be able to create a super soldier. At that time, his status in the military will be greatly improved. Even the goddamn blood god will bow his head in front of him. There is Grayburn College in Harlem, north of Manhattan. Bert is walking on the street outside the college at the moment. He looks at the bustling shops on both sides and shakes his head secretly. It will soon turn into ruins. Abomination will appear, but if I can reduce accidents as possible, I should try to keep it to a minimum. Then I will think of a way to get the police to evacuate a few nearby streets. While thinking about it, Bert turned into an Ant-Man in a no-man's place, and then quietly sneaked into the cellular department of Grayburn College. Dr. Samuel Stearns of the cellular department is currently studying the blood sent by Mr. Green. The more he studies, the more excited he becomes. If the blood containing gamma energy is thoroughly studied, human beings will be immune to diseases. This blood is a bit too little. I need to find a way to copy some. Maybe I can use the concentration method. Dr. Stearns, that is, Mr. Blue thought to himself, in addition, I have to write to Mr. Green and ask him to come to me. Only in this way can I get complete data. After a while, Dr. Stearns went out to look for experimental materials. Bert recovered from the Ant-Man state. He looked at the red blood in the test tube, and an urge to swallow surged in his heart, but it was quickly suppressed by him. From the beginning to the end, Bert never planned to swallow the blood of the Hulk. The reason is very simple. The power that can be controlled is true power. No matter how strong the power of the Hulk is, it is meaningless if it cannot be controlled. It's okay to do some experiment, maybe it can be something good. Bert thought for a while, raised his finger lightly, and a drop of blood flew out from the test tube in front of him. Then, he popped a drop of his blood to devour the blood of the Hulk. The Hulk's blood was originally red, but under the stimulation of Bert's blood, it quickly turned green. Then, it and Bert's blood started a fierce battle of devouring and anti-devouring in the air. The battle of blood is a battle of cells. Bert's blood cells want to devour the blood cells of the Hulk, but the blood cells of the Hulk are unwilling to be swallowed up, and they fight back. The power of the blood god is still very powerful. Bert's blood quickly swallowed the Hulk's blood, but it was also dyed green. A wave of uncontrollable anger spread from the green blood to Bert's body. He sensed it carefully and nodded secretly. His previous speculation was correct. He could devour the blood of the Hulk, but he would become irritable. Because the source of the Hulk's power is anger? I don't want to go green. Bert stretched out his hand towards the green blood in the air. The green blood lost its spirituality and fell on his hand, turning into a hard green stone. Bert put away the green stone, took out a test tube from his pocket, and filled it with a few drops of Hulk's blood. Then, he opened his hand, and a cloud of blood flew out from his palm, lurking under the experimental table. Next, just wait for the Hulk to enter New York. Bert changed back to Ant-Man and left here silently, just like he came in. The next plot is the same as in the movie. General Ross took someone to arrest Banner, but as a result, Banner turned into the Hulk and kicked all the soldiers, and even caused the factory to be smashed into ruins. After this incident, Banner decided to smuggle back to New York to find Mr. Blue, because he wanted to completely solve the problem of the Hulk. To get his mutated data, Banner sneaked into Culver University where he used to work. Here, he and Betty met again. Betty put aside her current boyfriend without any hesitation and returned to Banner's arms. Betty's current boyfriend is a good character. He was worried that Betty would meet a bad guy, so he reported the incident to General Ross. So General Ross set a trap at Culver University and had an intimate date with the Hulk. In Blood God Manor, Frank looked at the Hulk who overturned the off-road tanks with machine gun bullets on the holographic projection TV, and asked in shock, "Where did this monster come from? It's so terrifying." "It's a bit scary indeed. Even tanks can't stop him." Yvonne nodded in agreement. In addition to him and Frank, Mercury and Electro were also there, and they were all called by Bert to watch the live broadcast. "This guy is called the Hulk." Bert sent a document to everyone, saying, "Banner was originally a genius doctor, but because of an experimental accident, he turned into a monster. His girlfriend once came to me and wanted him to become a superhero, but I rejected him. He can't be a superhero, he can't control his powers." Electro Man shook his head. He always felt that he was miserable enough, but he didn't expect anyone to be more miserable than him. Frank said dissatisfiedly, "General Ross is going too far. He brought ordinary soldiers to encircle and suppress such monsters. He is completely asking them to die. Hey, he didn't even evacuate the students. What is he doing? How can he care about this? He only cares about whether he can catch Banner and make himself rich. By the way, he will also say that all this is for national security." Bert sneered. In the short time they spoke, the Hulk had overturned 5 off-road tanks, and one of them was smashed by him. Although the soldiers were brave, in the face of such a monster, they can't help but feel fear. At this moment, a man rushed out with a grenade gun and fired several shots at Hulk, and the grenade exploded on Hulk. But what is desperate is that Hulk was not injured. He was provoked, and he picked up a piece of the car door and smashed it at the man. The man jumped up several meters high, took out a pistol in the air, and shot at Hulk repeatedly. There is no doubt that this was completely useless, except to make Hulk even angrier. The Electro Man asked in surprise, "This soldier is an enhanced person. It should be the enhanced man developed by General Ross himself. He has been trying to copy the super soldier serum of Captain America. Now it seems that he has researched something. Of course, it is not perfect, otherwise, he would have taken credit for it." Bert said that that person was Emil Blinsky. The future Abomination was a super fighter who still refused to leave the front line at the age of 39. On the screen, Emil received an order to lead the Hulk, who was holding 2 doors in his hand, to the side, where 2 vehicles, mounted with sonic cannons, were waiting. As soon as the Hulk entered the attack range, the 2 sonic cannons immediately launched with full force, and the sound waves shrouded the Hulk in a waveform visible to the naked eye. Even Hulk was in trouble in front of such a sound wave, and even knelt on the ground in pain. Yvonne praised, "This thing is pretty good." Bert glanced at Yvonne and smiled. "Look at the mark, it should be produced by Stark Industries. What that sissy produces is useless." Yvonne immediately changed his tongue, and everyone laughed. At this time, Hulk used the door to block the sound wave and then threw it hard. The door on the other hand bisected the sound wave cannon like a sharp blade and exploded. Then, Hulk roared, jumped on top of another sonic cannon, and stumped it directly. "I just said, it's useless." Yvonne laughed, and everyone was speechless. At the same time, on the screen, the angry Hulk kicked the provocative Emil. Emil hit the tree, and the whole person was deformed. Frank shook his head and said, "It seems that General Ross is going to fail this time." General Ross was reluctant to admit defeat, and sent a gunship to attack, which almost killed his daughter, but it was Hulk who protected her with his own body. In the end, Hulk exploded the gunship and fled the university with Betty. "Okay, it's over." Bert said, "Yvonne, can your battlesuit deal with that monster?" Hearing the battle armor, everyone present was not surprised, including the Electro, because Bert told him about it before. "You said before that there will be a battle in a few months," referring to this monster. Yvonne asked, "How did you know he would show up?" I don't know if it's him, but I know that there will be a disaster in New York. Judging from the current situation, he is very likely. Bert said. He can't control himself. Once he goes crazy in the downtown area, a lot of people will die. Never let this happen. Electro Man hurriedly said. We must catch him before he goes mad, or drive him out of New York. Bert said. It depends on Ivan's battle armor. Everyone looked at Ivan, and Ivan said confidently, this monster is very strong, but if the four of us join forces, we can deal with him. Great. Electro was overjoyed. Frank thought for a while, and said, we can't fight him in the downtown area, it will be a disaster. Bert said, let's prepare first, and when we find him, we will formulate detailed tactics. Okay, I'm going to adjust the battle armors. Frank, Mercury, you guys too, to deal with that big monster, we need a bit of a trump card. Ivan said excitedly, it's finally time for him to appear. A few days later, Banner and Betty came to Greyburn College, where they met Mr. Blue, Samuel Stearns. At the same time as the two sides met, the surrounding police stations were alerted that someone found a bomb in a trash can on the street, and there was a letter on it, saying that there were 9 bombs around. Alarmed, the police immediately called for support and evacuated residents near the academy. Banner and Stearns don't know what's going on outside because they've locked the doors and windows, and no one knows they're in the lab. It's a secret meeting. I decided, I want to inject the antidote. After listening to Dr. Stearns' introduction, Banner disregarded the danger of the experiment and decided to forcibly inject the antidote. He was fed up with the Hulk. He didn't want to become such a monster again. He wanted to be a normal person. Betty couldn't make Banner give up, so she could only pray for him. I have to say that Dr. Stearns is still a bit capable. Although something went wrong in the middle, the antidote he made was still successful. Under the control of the drug, the almost transformed Banner had to abruptly change back to a normal person. The Hulk was temporarily restrained, just restrained, not cured. When everyone was happy, a part of the blood hidden under the experimental bench climbed up to the experimental bench silently, and then quietly infiltrated Banner's body from his back. Then, this blood all gathered in Banner's heart and merged with the heart. If Banner is still in a normal state, this kind of thing will never happen. As soon as the blood invades Banner's body, Banner's blood will turn green to fight back, but now, because of the influence of the antidote, Banner is suppressed, so the blood invaded smoothly. Even if Banner recovers in the future, this blood will not be driven out, because they have been fused with the heart. There is only one way to expel it, and that is to dig out the heart. Putting aside these for a while, Banner, who felt that he was getting better, was not happy for a long time before he was caught by Emil. Emil injected a second booster and returned to normal. Then, Emil kept beating Banner, trying to make Hulk appear again. It is a pity that Hulk did not appear, and it was still the thin scholar Banner. Emil was very unwilling, but because of General Ross's order, the soldiers could only take Banner away. Emil was not reconciled. He grabbed Dr. Stearns and asked him to put Hulk's blood into his body. Dr. Stearns didn't want to do it, but was beaten by Emil and could only obey with tears. Bert sensed the situation in the laboratory and thought to himself, super soldier serum can make good people more kind and evil people eviler. The semi-finished product injected by Emil seems to have this effect. When Hulk's blood was injected into Emil's body, Emil's whole body quickly swelled, and even his clothes were torn. In a short period, Emil turned into a monster with muscles all over his body, nearly 3 meters tall. Abomination, officially born, he and Hulk have some differences. For example, he has no hair, and his spine and some bones on his body are bulging. Quite a monster. Compared to him, Hulk is considered beautiful. This is power. Abomination clenched his fistful of strength. Not only did he not feel ugly, but was ecstatic. Dr. Stearns thought he was angry, and rambled on with explanations, but he was knocked out by him. Dr. Stearns slammed into the cabinet and fainted. There was a bottle of Hulk's blood just above the cabinet. It was shaken and dripped downward. If nothing else, this drop of blood will drip into the wound on Dr. Stearns' forehead, and then his head will grow bigger and become a mutant. And then no more, because the box office of The Incredible Hulk smashed the streets. The big villain Big Boss of the third film completely lost the chance to appear. In reality, the Big Boss also didn't have the chance to appear. Seeing that blood was about to drip into Dr. Stearns' forehead, a big hand composed of blood quietly dragged him away, and the blood of the Hulk dripped with a thud on the floor. The owner of this hand is, of course, Bert. His body is remotely controlling this hand nearby, and the reason why he pulled Dr. Stearns away is that he didn't want a villain that he didn't understand at all or a villain with a high IQ. Abomination, who was full of strength and just wanted to vent. He roared, smashed the glass, and jumped outside. With a bang, the building shook. Immediately afterward, there were fierce gunshots from below, but it was the soldiers who stayed behind who discovered the Abomination. Unfortunately, they were not opponents of Abomination at all, and they soon became the target of slaughter. Bert didn't care about the following. He controlled the big hand to take all the blood from the research room away. This is precious research material, and more importantly, it cannot be left to the military and SHIELD. With PIM particles, it's not difficult to take them away. Before Bert finished scraping, Abomination had already taken care of all the soldiers of Greyburn College. Unsatisfied, he broke through the fence and rushed out into the street. To Abomination's astonishment, there was no one on the street. There were some police officers in the distance, but when they saw Abomination, they immediately turned around and ran away. There was no sense of police responsibility at all. This is an order from George Stacy. At this moment, he is remotely commanding the police in this area at the police headquarters. Electro Man informed him that there is a B-level incident. A B-level event, an event that can destroy a district in New York, is the alert level set by the owner of the Watchman Company. Looking at the ugly and ferocious abomination on the screen, Chief George muttered to himself, is this the monster that can destroy a district? Director, although this monster is terrifying, the B-level incident is too exaggerated. Could it be more powerful than Iron Man? A policewoman couldn't help but ask. Chief George was about to answer. The abomination on the screen suddenly roared, rumbling, and chasing the fleeing policeman, and the cars along the road were blown away by him one by one. Bang bang bang. Hitting the building next door. This is not over yet. When the car fell, many of them rumbled and exploded, turning the surrounding into a sea of fire. Just a simple pursuit, half a street was almost destroyed. The picture on the screen made the police officers take a deep breath at the same time, and no one doubted whether it was a B-level incident anymore. Chief George couldn't help but feel fortunate that he transferred the public away in advance, otherwise, the casualties would definitely be great. But then again, who set the bomb? Chief George picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered loudly, all the police retreat immediately. Electro Man, Hell Sisters, are you there yet? Electro Man's voice sounded, we're almost there. Get there as soon as possible, the police can't stop this monster. Chief George said, and the policewoman asked aside, Chief, do you need to dispatch the Thunder Squad? No, I've invited the strongest superhero in New York to help. Speaking of the Thunder Squad composed of reinforcements, Director George couldn't help but sigh. They were indeed very strong, but their will was too weak. The typical mud could not support the wall. No wonder the blood god gave these people away so easily. At this time, a heavily armed convoy arrived here, but it was the soldiers who rushed over after receiving the call for help. They were shocked when they saw the abomination, and while reporting to the top, they fired at the abomination with a vehicle-mounted machine gun. Although the onboard machine gun was powerful, it could not break the defense of abomination. He was very angry when he was attacked. He grabbed a car with one hand and threw it hard. The car slammed into the armed car with a bang. The soldiers turned directly into Bolognese. Use an RPG. The officer in the other car roared, and soon, 2 rockets with long tails shot at Abomination. Abomination dodged one rocket, then reached out to grab the other one, but it slammed into his chest. Boom. The fire wrapped the Abomination, and when the fire disappeared, the soldiers were horrified to find that the Abomination had almost no damage. Retreat. All soldiers retreat. General Ross, who came back by helicopter, yelled, and Banner and Betty couldn't help but yell at him, this is the monster you want. The soldiers received the order and hurriedly retreated, but Abomination remained behind. In just a short time, 2 more tanks were overturned by him. Seeing that the remaining soldiers were also doomed, thick electricity suddenly moved towards Abomination. Shoot! Abomination roared, and the place where it was shot was charred black, but that was all, and what was even more terrifying was that in less than 2 seconds, the charred skin was restored. How do you fight this? Electro Man was stunned. At this time, the Abomination raised the car next to him and smashed it toward Electro Man in the sky. Electro hurriedly avoided, and at the same time shouted to the Flying Sisters, you can't deal with this monster, go and save others. The wounded and those who were not moved. With that said, Electro again blasted the electricity at Abomination. Abomination blocked it with the door and then kicked the car in front of him toward Electro. Electro Man is extremely fast, easily dodging the car, and then, while moving as fast as electricity, he used the electric current to attack the Abomination. The Abomination was furious and keeps smashing things up, but he can't hit the Electro Man at all. Trish and Jessica saw the power of Abomination and did not dare to approach, and turned to save the soldiers who were not dead. At this moment, accompanied by a burst of rock BGM, a golden red figure descended from the sky and shouted, Superboy of Bird's family, let me deal with this monster. Iron Man is officially here, Director George invited him. Electro Man shouted to Iron Man, be careful, this monster is not only powerful but also heals itself. Boy, he's strong for you, but not for me. Tony said arrogantly. The miniature missile on his shoulder was launched, and it banged on the hatred body, and the firelight instantly covered the Abomination. Tony was about to show off how powerful his missile was when he saw Abomination jumping toward him with almost no damage. A height of tens of meters was nothing to Abomination. Tony was startled. His feet sprayed flames to avoid Abomination's pounce, then raised his hands. 2 repulsors blasted at Abomination, and Abomination slammed into the street, smashing a deep pit into the ground. Tony raised his right hand, and a missile bounced, shooting at Abomination. Abomination picked up a piece of broken cement on the ground and smashed it at the missile. With a bang, the missile exploded, the shockwave swept the surrounding area, and even Iron Man was pushed back several meters. Before Iron Man could attack again, Abomination got up and threw the things around him into the sky one after another. Everything is like a cannonball. Even Iron Man, in the face of such an offensive, has become a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Electro Man hurriedly attacked the Abomination with the electricity, and let the Abomination turn the target to him. It seems difficult to deal with. Jarvis, concentrate all the energy in my chest. Tony gave the order. The chest of the steel battlesuit shone brightly, and then, a beam of light with a thick bowl blasted toward the Abomination below. There is another difference between Abomination and Hulk, that is, Abomination has wisdom. Although he was restrained by the Electro Man, he did not relax his vigilance against Tony. When he saw Tony's chest shining brightly, he immediately raised the car next to him to resist. Bang! The car was shot through a big hole on the spot, and the beam of light slammed into the Abomination with all its strength. Tony was amplifying his move, and before he had time to dodge, he was smashed by the car with a bang, and then spun heavily and fell to the ground, smashing the concrete floor into a deep pit. Before Tony could recover, the light on his chest was blurred, and the Abomination jumped up and smashed Tony with his feet. Tony hurriedly activated the jets on his feet to avoid the Abomination's stampede. With a bang, the ground was smashed into a big hole by the Abomination, and even the building next to it shook. Tony wanted to escape, but Abomination stepped forward and grabbed his leg, and slammed it towards the wall next to him. Boom! The wall was smashed. Tony was getting dizzy and quickly released the induction bomb to attack Abomination's face. Although Abomination was hit, his eyes and nose were extremely uncomfortable. He didn't let go of Iron Man's leg. With a roar of hatred, he threw Iron Man into the sky, and then smashed heavily. Iron Man flew in response, not only knocking over 3 cars, but also collapsing a nearby shop, and fell into the ruins without knowing his life or death. Iron Man. The onlookers watched like they were falling into an ice cellar. Even Iron Man is not the opponent of this monster. Defeating a strong enemy, Abomination clenched his fists and roared up to the sky, "I am the strongest." Banner in the helicopter made up his mind, "I have to go down and stop him." Betty hurriedly stopped. "No, you can't go down. Now no one knows if you can transform. I have to go down. It's my responsibility." Banner glanced at Betty and fell, and then, with a bang, he smashed a deep hole into the ground. Abomination is a bit unresponsive. Is this someone committing suicide? Immediately, Abomination shook his head, intending to solve Iron Man completely. At this moment, a big green hand came out of the pit, and then Hulk jumped out of the pit and roared at Abomination, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Abomination was not surprised but happy and rushed towards Hulk. In the firelight, the two behemoths collided fiercely, and the shock wave gushed out like a wave, and all the surrounding glass shattered. "Go and save Iron Man, I'll see what I can do." Electro shouted to Trish and Jessica. The two women nodded and jumped into the glider to rescue Tony from the ruins. After removing the bricks, Trish and Jessica quickly found Iron Man. His suit was deformed, but he seemed to be fine, and there was still time to joke with the two women. "Are you here to ask me for an autograph?" "I'm sorry, it's not very convenient now." Jessica pulled Iron Man out of the ruins with brute force, and said with contempt, "Who would ask for your weak chicken's autograph?" Tony said dissatisfiedly, "Weak chicken? Little girl, do you know who you are talking to? What do you say?" Jessica was about to taunt, when Trish said, "Treasure girl, Master wants to see him, let's take him up." "Don't call using that shitty name." Jessica scolded angrily and jumped on the glider with Iron Man on her back. Then, she and Trish took Iron Man to see Bert. While debugging the suit system, Tony asked, "Who is your master? If he wants to see me, make an appointment first." The two women ignored Tony, and soon, they flew to the roof of a building, where two people were quietly watching the battle below. One of them is naturally Bert, and the other is Bert's new assistant Lilith. She is a big beauty with a hot body and a good appearance, but she is cold as ice. It is worth mentioning that Lilith was holding a pitch-black spear in her hand. The two women put Iron Man in front of Bert. Bert turned around and asked with a smile, "Tony, are you ashamed to see me?" Tony opened the mask, and with blood on his forehead, he snorted coldly, "Who has no face to see you? Humph, didn't you say that you are very powerful? Why don't you stay here and deal with that monster?" "That monster, I can solve it in a second." Bert smiled and said, "Narcissistic girl, don't hide, come out and check the injury for our Iron Man, lest he dies. It seems that you remember my smell very well, scumbag." Natasha's figure slowly walked out of the darkness. With such a big thing happening here, Nick Fury would send someone to check it out. After Natasha came, she found Bert on the roof and ran to monitor him. "Scumbag, narcissistic girl, you seem to have a lot of stories." Tony said, "Also, I'm not injured, I'm fine now, alive and well, cough, cough." Just halfway through, Tony coughed violently. He was injured. Natasha came over and said, "Hey, get out of the battlesuit quickly, can your battlesuit be detached automatically?" Tony said, "It takes a machine to help me take it off." "Oh, wait, there seems to be a man here who claims to be able to take off my suit in 3 seconds. I don't know if he is bragging." Bert smiled lightly, stretched out his hand to ask Lilith for a spear, and then said, "This spear is 2 meters long and weighs about 98 pounds. Surely, with my strength, it can be called invincible." While speaking, Bert waved his spear lightly, and the spear cut through the cement wall as easily as cutting tofu. Vibranium. Tony was startled and hurriedly said, "My battle suit can monitor my situation, my injury is not serious, there is no major problem. Also, I asked Yinsen to come to pick me up, he will be here soon." Natasha walked up to Tony and put her hand on his neck to check his pulse. Tony glanced at her and didn't refuse. The reason was very simple. She was a beautiful woman. If it was a rough man, he would have pushed her away. Natasha put down her hand and said, "He shouldn't die." Tony giggled, "I think we can do a detailed inspection." Natasha said with a smile, "Okay, go to your house." Okay, talk about it later, talk about it later. Tony was just about to agree, but he remembered the pepper at home, and he hesitated. He turned to Bert and asked, "Where did you get so much vibranium?" "I found someone to buy it, $10,000 a gram." Bert said, "This spear cost me $50 million alone." Tony snorted coldly, "What's the matter? The material cost of my battle uniform is hundreds of millions of dollars. It's just a weapon, and I just calculated the price of vibranium." Bert said lightly, "In fact, the vibrating gold contained in this spear is as high as 20 kilograms, but he kept a low profile and did not say it." Two dead tyrants. Looking at the two guys who were showing off their wealth, Natasha, Trish, and Jessica rolled their eyes at the same time. Natasha pointed down and asked, "That big guy who just came out doesn't seem to be the opponent of the big monster. You don't plan to do something?" Bert and Tony looked down and found that the Hulk was being beaten by Abomination. If it hadn't been for the Electro man to help all the time, the Hulk might have been defeated. This situation is normal. Hulk has not recovered his full strength, the antidote still works in his body, and his combat skills are far less than the Abomination of being a special forces soldier. "I'd love to help, but I'm incompetent right now." Tony smiled wryly, and secretly made up his mind, "In the future, I must get a few more sets of battlesuits for backup, and the battlesuit must have an automatic detachment function." Bert smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already prepared. You guys just wait and watch the show." Natasha narrowed her eyes and asked, "Have you been prepared? Did you know this would happen?" "My original target is not that monster." Bert didn't say much. He didn't need to explain anything to anyone. The Hulk's defeat made many people feel hopeless, such as General Ross, who frowned. Even the Hulk couldn't do it. Should he send missiles to wash the ground? "The problem is, this is Manhattan? I am invincible." Pressing Hulk's body, Abomination yelled excitedly, "This is what he wants, to become an invincible person?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky, "Invincible, just you?" The frog at the bottom of the well. Turning his head in disgust and anger, he saw three steel figures descending from the sky with long white smoke, looking at him menacingly. Seeing these three figures, everyone was stunned. Among them, Tony was the one who responded the most, and he shouted, "This is impossible." Tony reacted so much because it was 3 sets of steel armor, which should have been the only steel armor he mastered. The set in the middle, silver and black, is as huge as a steel bully, very heavy, and holds a big axe in his hand, which is daunting. His driver is a crazy Russian, Ivan Vanko. The one on the left standing behind, a camouflage color, slightly larger than the steel suit, full of firearms, including a Gatling, a large sniper rifle, a howitzer, etc. Its driver is the Punisher, Frank Castle. The set on the right is aqua blue, with a body shape similar to Iron Man. It has a peculiar streamlined beauty, which makes people know at a glance that the driver is a woman. It does not have those complicated weapons, only 2 daggers, and the driver is a vampire, Mercury. On the chests of the 3 sets of steel armors, there is a pattern of a flying fire dragon, which is the group logo designed by Bert after he joined the Oscorp. "You came up with a battle armor." Natasha looked incredulous, and Trish and Jessica also looked at Bert in shock. Although they all knew that Master was very capable, they didn't expect this. Everyone who saw this scene at this moment was shocked. No one could have imagined that the half-crippled Oscorp actually made battle armor. Bert laughed and said, "That's right, the Oscorp successfully developed the steel battle armor. It only took 3 months, not 10 years as someone said." When he said this, Bert kept looking at Tony with ridicule in his eyes. Tony shouted, "This is impossible, the arc reactor on their chest must be fake. Bert, are you fooling people with LED lights? I see you want to use this method to drive up the stock price." Bert looked contemptuous, "Do you think I'm just like you, a fake?" Tony's face flushed with anger. Seeing the 3 people approaching, Abomination immediately rushed towards the 3 of them, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with every step. "I like your character." Ivan laughed loudly, activated the pusher behind the armor, and collided with the Abomination fiercely. With a bang, the ground where the 2 of them were directly dented, and a powerful shock wave roared out. The house collapsed on the spot. This time, it was Ivan who lost. His armor was not as powerful as Abomination. The hit slipped back and plowed out 2 deep long trenches. Abomination laughed and was about to attack again. Frank set up a large sniper rifle in the distance and fired. Abomination sensed danger and raised his hand to resist. Who knew that his arm was pierced, and the bullet shot into his chest, got blocked by the ribs. This is the worst injury that Abomination has ever suffered. He roared and rushed towards Frank. Ivan rushed up and slashed him with a big axe. Abomination slammed the air out with a punch but was slashed into the fist by the axe. If he hadn't found out that something was wrong and kicked Ivan's chest, his fist would have been lost. Before Abomination could figure out what was going on, there was severe pain from behind, but it was Mercury who slipped behind him at some point and stabbed 2 daggers into his back. Roaring in disgust, he grabbed Mercury with his backhand, but he did not expect that Mercury would retreat immediately after she successfully stabbed him, which perfectly explained what an assassin is. The 3 of them joined forces, and in just 1 round, the Abomination was severely injured. Although he can heal himself, it takes time to heal. Before he can heal himself, the 3 of them attacked again. The Abomination that was majestic before suddenly became embarrassed. When the Hulk and the Electro also joined the battle, the failure of the Abomination was a matter of time. 1-on-1, Abomination is not afraid of anyone. The question is, now it is 1-on-5, how can Abomination not kneel? Vibranium bullet, vibranium axe, vibranium dagger, how much vibranium do you have? Tony said sourly, if he also had a vibranium weapon, he would never have been so embarrassed before. If you're not happy, buy it yourself. Bert snorted and said, Abomination's defense is still too strong, otherwise the bullet should have shot through his body, and the axe should have chopped off his fist. It's very good, your missiles didn't hurt him much. Tony shouted, wait, Bert, I own the arc reactor, and I can sue you for imitating it like this. Bert glanced at Tony and said, the arc reactor was created by your father Howard Stark, and Anton Vanko. Their signatures are on the design drawings. If you are not satisfied, I can file a lawsuit with you. Tony shook his head. Anton Vanko? Never heard of him. Bert took out his cell phone, sent a photo to Tony's cell phone, and said, I'll tell you the details later. The one with the axe is Ivan Vanko. If your father didn't kick Anton out back then, when you leave the United States, he will be another you. Impossible, there is only one Tony Stark in this world. Tony was disdainful. He looked at the picture projected by Jarvis, and frowned. Even if this Anton Vanko is also the designer of the arc reactor, the ownership of the arc still belongs to Stark Industries. Bert sighed and said, Tony, do you think you can beat me and the entire military? Tony was stunned. Military? Are you going to sell the suit to the military? Nonsense. What should I do without selling it? Treat it as a personal toy like you. Bert sneered. That is, I set my business phone to airplane mode, otherwise my phone must have been blown up. Tony was extremely dissatisfied and felt betrayed. He shouted, Bert, are you trying to rob me with the military? I said, it was created by the two of them together. Bert said angrily, forget it, you scrupulous fellow, I will give you some compensation. You think I'm short of money? Bert said, the elements on the Earth cannot replace palladium at all. However, Ivan has already thought of a way to isolate the toxins, and I will ask him to give you that method afterward. My situation is different. Also, I don't need anyone's help. Tony said. Bert was too lazy to talk nonsense. He reached out and made a move towards Tony, and the wound on Tony's forehead suddenly burst open, and then blood spurted out. Tony shouted in shock and anger, Bert, what are you doing? Bert said, look at the ground yourself. Tony was stunned for a moment. He put down his helmet and scanned the ground. He was stunned. There were a lot of iron fragments in that blood. You took all the iron fragments out of my body? That's too easy, isn't it? Tony is stupid. If he knew it was so easy, why would he have to live and die? Why don't you ask this guy for a favor? You know, a few days ago, after knowing that no element could replace palladium, he even prepared for death. It turned out that the solution was so simple. What kind of trouble is this? Tony was a little broken and a little frustrated. He found that he didn't seem to be as good as others. Bert said, it's that simple. I wanted to help you take it out when I went to your house last time, but you were floating like that. I thought it was better to let you learn a lesson. Then do I still want to thank you? Tony said angrily. Bert shrugged, picked up the phone, and typed, and a line of words appeared on the screen on Tony's side. Your father Howard has some relics left in SHIELD, and there are clues of new elements in it. Don't ask me why I know, I won't admit it. Tony glanced at Bert in amazement. He thought for a while, and said, bring Vanko to Stark Industries tomorrow, let's discuss the ownership of the arc reactor. It is good. Bert nodded. Whether Tony bowed his head or not, Bert could use the arc reactor, because the military and Washington would be on his side. The difference was that Bert had to pay more, that's all. While Bert and Tony were talking, the battle below had already been decided. In the rubble, one was kneeling on the ground covered in blood with hatred. In addition to various wounds, there were 2 holes punched by vibranium bullets on his body, and none of these had healed, which meant that his physical strength was reaching its limit. Abomination has super stamina, but self-healing requires a lot of physical strength. You are the strongest enemy I have ever encountered. You are admirable. Ivan gasped and said that the battle had just now severely damaged his armor. I have to say that the Abomination is really strong. Compared with Ivan, Frank, and Mercury are in much better condition. Electro Man is not injured at all. His speed is too fast. As for Hulk, although he has suffered a lot of injuries, he has now recovered. I will not die here. I will continue to fight. I will become the strongest. Abomination gritted his teeth and stood up, turned and staggered, and fled into the distance. Hulk wanted to chase, but the 4 of Ivan surrounded him. Hulk was full of question marks and shouted to express his anger and confusion. Wasn't it a comrade before? At the same time, a bloody light suddenly descended from the sky and landed in front of the fleeing Abomination, but it was Bert who was holding a vibranium spear. Bert pointed the vibranium spear at the hatred, and shouted, 2 choices, one is to surrender, the other is to die. Vampire, he is the property of the military, you are not allowed to touch him. General Ross shouted from the helicopter. He didn't know that this scene was recorded by Trish with a mobile phone. She sneered secretly, as expected by Master, this time, it's really big news. I will never surrender. Abomination did not hesitate and continued to charge at Bert. Bert snorted coldly, and a dazzling red light lit up his whole body, like red lightning flashing forward. Immediately afterward, a flash of red light appeared in the air, on the ground, on the left, and on the right. At the same time, the figure of Bert disappeared. He was stunned. Isn't this too fast? At this moment, Bird's real body appeared behind Abomination, and the spear full of red light threw hard, with the sound of a roaring through Abomination's heart, and pinned him to the street. Abomination roared in pain, struggled hard, and wanted to regain his freedom. His heart was full of unwillingness. If it weren't for serious injuries, he would never have been defeated so easily. Abomination's will is quite admirable, but his actions are destined to be futile. A lot of blood poured out of the wound, frantically destroying the heart of the Abomination like an awl. The Abomination opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the huge body knelt weakly on the ground. The indomitable Emil Blinsky is officially dead. However, Abomination is not dead. A drop of Bird's blood melted into Hatred's body and turned him into a vampire. If the Abomination is intact, a drop of blood will never turn it into a vampire, but now that it is dying, the body will instinctively seize this last chance to survive, so one drop of blood is enough. As for the specific use of vampire Abomination, I will think about it in detail later. Seeing Bert killing the Hatred in seconds, everyone present was stunned. After all, everyone knew how strong Abomination was. Master is indeed the strongest. Trish cheered. Even Jessica had to admit that this bastard Master is not ordinary, of course, still a black-hearted bastard. The Electro and the others were also surprised. Although they knew that Bert was strong before, they didn't expect him to be so strong. As for Director George, General Ross, and others, they are all dumbfounded. Is there any reason for this? Even if the guy has money, he is still so strong. Don't you have a good weapon? I'll buy vibranium too. Tony muttered sourly. He didn't know, the black market can't buy vibranium anymore. Emil Blinsky, I will build a tomb for you. You are a true warrior. Bert pulled the vibranium spear out of the Abomination from behind, and then, carrying the green blood-stained spear, he turned and walked towards Hulk. Bert shouted, Hulk, Abomination is dead, you should rest. Seeing Bert coming, Hulk was a little afraid, not only because Bert killed the Abomination, but also because he instinctively sensed that the other party could kill him. His heart was manipulated by Bert. Hulk wanted to escape, but Ivan and others surrounded him tightly, and he roared in fright, like a frightened cub. Hulk, don't think about running away. Once you run away, you will never see Betty again. Go and rest. Bert clenched the vibranium spear and said again. Hulk hesitated for a few moments, then roared at Bert. The huge body quickly became smaller, and soon Hulk disappeared, replaced by a man in big pants. Thin and gentle man. Because of the excessive consumption before, Banner fell into a coma immediately after recovery. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe that this man was the big monster from before. Bert shook his head, and smiled at Ivan, who kept looking at Tony. Go, but put the axe away first. It is good. Ivan put the axe behind his back, and couldn't wait to start the battle armor and fly up to the roof. Then, Ivan opened the mask and sneered at Tony, the liar of the Stark family. Is it surprising that someone can make a battle armor? Tony looked surprised. Who are you? Do I know you? Ivan was furious, and Bert shook his head speechlessly. Tony's mouth can piss people off. Bert shouted, Ivan, remember that you promised me. Don't worry, I won't beat him. Ivan snorted and said, he's a fragile bitch. I'm afraid that if I beat him, he will die. As soon as these words came out, it not only angered Tony but also angered the 4 women on the roof. Yes, the 4 women, Lilith, Natasha, Tracy, and Jessica. You want to beat me up with just your broken machine. Tony said with a look of disdain. Your arc is as slow as a turtle, and your armor is too cumbersome. Your steering is very inflexible, and your intelligence system is also faulty. Hearing that Tony demoted his armor to nothing, Ivan's blue veins appeared, and he said, you are so powerful, why can't you even solve the palladium poisoning? Also, I can easily hack you to death. You sissy. When I repair the armor, let's try who hacks who. Tony yelled. Also, I doubt you've solved the palladium poisoning problem. I think you're bragging along with your boss. I can't solve the problem, can you solve it? Tony expressed complete disbelief. Our Vanko family is different from your Stark family, we are not liars. Hearing Tony's words, Ivan sneered, be grateful, I will teach you the method because I want to defeat you and let everyone know that the Vanko family is the strongest. Tony tilted his head and asked with a puzzled look, what is the Vanko family? Never heard of it. Tony Stark. Ivan couldn't help but clench his fists. He felt that it would be better to hack this guy directly. Facing Ivan's ferocity, Tony couldn't help but swallow saliva, but on the surface, he was not at all cowardly, and sneered, why do you want to kill me now? It seems that your Vanko family will take advantage of people who are in danger. I'll let you remember the name of the Vanko family, Tony Stark. Ivan released his fist, turned, and flew down the building. Tony breathed a sigh of relief, and Natasha sneered beside him, I thought you were not afraid of death. Tony turned his head and asked, who are you? Do I know you? Natasha took a deep breath to calm herself down. This bastard is annoying, she thought about it, walked over and pinched Tony's face, and said to Trish, take a photo for me, I want to anonymously type and tweet. Tony, don't move, or the poison needle on my ring might stab you. Poison needle. Tony, who wanted to take off Natasha's hand, was stunned, and hurriedly asked Jarvis to scan it. As a result, there was a needle in the other party's ring. Tony's heart beat faster, and he wanted to say something, but Natasha ignored him. Photograph. Trish and Jessica are very interested in this matter, not only helping Natasha to take pictures but also asking Natasha to help them take pictures. The opportunity to bully Iron Man is not often come by. Tony was ashamed and angry, but he couldn't resist. He almost fainted. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Damn, I'm going to buy Twitter so that these photos don't go out. Well, Twitter seems to be forcibly bought by Bert at a high price that is twice the market. Well, that bastard. When Tony was dying, General Ross's helicopter finally landed. He angrily walked to Bert and shouted, "Vampire," I said. "Emil is the property of the military. You dare to kill him." Bert sneered. "So what? I'm also going to take him away. Do you have any opinion?" General Ross flushed with anger, and he roared, "Vampire, do you want to fight our military? You want to represent the military? Has the military agreed?" Bert looked disdainful. He took out the business phone in his arms and cancelled the airplane mode. The bell rang immediately. He pressed the speakerphone button, and Senator Stern's voice came over. "Thank goodness, Bert, you finally answered the call." "Senator, I just settled the battle here," Bert said with a smile. While he was talking, the phone kept prompting that other calls were coming, and Senator Stern was able to get through the phone immediately, indicating that he had been dialing. "That monster is really scary," Senator Stern said. "Bert, I won't say more about the other nonsense. Are your armors available for sale?" Bert smiled and said, "Of course, Senator. Come to Oscorp tomorrow to discuss this in detail. I welcome you." "Okay, I'll be there tomorrow." Senator Stern nodded with satisfaction, and then, Bert began to answer the second call. "General Slocum, I didn't expect to receive a call from you. Hehe, the armors are for sale, of course, we'll see you tomorrow. General Parsons." "Senator." Bert answered more than 10 calls in one go, and General Ross's face turned from red to purple, from purple to black, and he almost died of anger on the spot. He knew that he could not go against Bert or anyone who spoke to him. Bert's value to the military is higher than his. General Ross gave Bert a stern look. No longer humiliating himself, he turned and left. On the way, he saw his daughter Betty standing beside Banner with tears on her face. "Damn vampire, damn Hulk, I won't let it go." General Ross boarded the helicopter and ordered the pilot to return to the Pentagon. He was going to persuade those high-level executives to help him take back the Hulk and the Abomination. Hey, wait, this may be an opportunity. There must be some people in the military who don't want vampires to master the battle armors, and he can encourage them to deal with vampires. Bert answered the call for more than 10 minutes before the phone finally quieted down, and the last call was from Chief George. He asked straight to the point, "Are you selling the armor? The NYPD wants to buy it." Bert said, $500 million US. "If you are willing to let the user of the battle armors join the Watchman Company, I will give you a 50% discount." "Let me consider it." Director George decided that he must buy battle armors, even if he is smashing the pot and selling iron, but without joining the Watchmen, he must discuss it with the city government before making a decision. $500 million. Director George had a headache. He touched his chin. That guy seemed to value his daughter. Should I let her ask for a discount? In front of $500 million US, Director George said that integrity and so on are all clouds. The battery of this mobile phone is not durable. I'm looking for an opportunity to let Yvonne design an arc battery. As a local tyrant, charging it every day is too poor for my taste, Bert thought to himself. At this moment, Frank walked back and said, "I've picked up all the vibranium warheads. This thing is very cool to use, but it's a hassle to recycle it every time it's used up. Isn't Captain's shield the same?" Bert smiled and said, "Frank, you and Yvonne bring that monster back to the Oscorp." "Okay, let's go back first." Yvonne and Frank nodded and left here with comatose disgust. The reporters who came in saw something flying out, so they immediately took pictures frantically. "That's the Iron Man's armor?" "No, Iron Man's armor is not this color, nor this style. There is the dragon logo of the Oscorp on the battle armors. God, that is the battle armors of the Oscorp. The Oscorp has developed a battle armors? This is big news, and their stock price will skyrocket tomorrow. Did you see the monster they were holding? It's scary. Could it be that it made this happen this time?" The reporters were very excited and could not wait to rush in to take pictures. Unfortunately, the police blocked the road and prevented them from entering. After Yvonne and Frank left, Bert walked up to Betty and said, "Miss Betty, I want to invite you and Mr. Banner to the Oscorp as guests." Betty raised her head and asked cautiously, "What are you going to do to Banner?" "Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy." Bert smiled and said, "You should know that without my protection, Mr. Banner's end will be tragic." Betty knew that Bert didn't lie. She smiled bitterly. "I want to be by Banner's side all the time." "Sure." Bert smiled, raised his head, and shouted, "Hellcat, you and the treasure girl bring Banner and Betty back together, and also, read the information I gave you." Trish knew that Bert had prepared a special topic for her, and was overjoyed. She flew down quickly and said, "Got it, Master." Jessica also flew down. Although she was a little upset, she didn't dare to stab in front of Bert. The previous scene scared her a bit. Mercury. When the Hell Sisters took Banner and Betty away, Bert instructed Mercury with his mobile phone, "Go to Greyburn College and take away the unconscious Dr. Stern. I will send you his location and appearance by my phone." "Okay." Mercury didn't talk nonsense, turned around, and flew towards Greyburn College. At this time, Yinsen finally came in a helicopter, and Natasha let go of Tony and said, "Officially introducing, Agent Natasha from SHIELD. If there is any complaint, find our director." Tony said bitterly, don't worry, I will complain. Okay. Natasha didn't care. She approached Tony and whispered, next time, don't hack our SHIELD computers. Our SHIELD is not as weak as you think. Tony felt a chill in his heart when he heard the words. SHIELD knows, doesn't it mean that Hydra also knows? Fortunately, I'm just looking for my father's information. I've been a little lost during this time. Tony was secretly ashamed. Natasha saw that he was honest, smiled proudly, turned, and walked towards the stairs. Tony sighed, activated the jets on his feet, and flew into the helicopter crookedly. Yinsen glanced back and asked in amazement, Tony, why does it feel like you've been hit hard? I just want to get out of here now. Tony said with a lifeless expression. Yinsen became more and more surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions and drove the helicopter away. After this time, Tony shouldn't be so floating again. Bert watched the helicopter leave, and then called over Electro who was putting out the fire. The Electro man said respectfully, Mr. Wong, don't be so polite. Bert waved his hand and said, Max, you will speak on behalf of the Watchman Company in a while, you say this. After listening, Electro nodded and said, I see, Mr. Wong, this matter is the military's pot. It's their fault. It's a pity that these heroic soldiers died. Their superiors didn't even collect their bodies. Bert shook his head and said to Lilith, who came to him at some point, put away the spear, let's go too. Lilith took the vibranium spear expressionlessly and said, okay, the helicopter is parked over there. By the way, Lilith can fly a helicopter. This female assistant, apart from being expressionless, is useful. Bert and Electro nodded and turned to leave. Seeing that the matter was over, Chief George sent the police in to deal with the aftermath, while allowing reporters to take pictures around them. The reporters rushed in impatiently, and they were shocked by the tragic situation on the street. What kind of battle destroyed the entire street? At this time, the reporters found the Electro man and immediately surrounded him. Electro enjoyed the sensation of being in the limelight. He said with a smile, in short, there is a monster that is doing damage, and we worked together to defeat it. The reporters were speechless. It was really simple. A reporter asked, Electro man, is the armor that just flew out made by the Oscorp? Electro nodded, yes, the Oscorp will hold a press conference to introduce their armor soon. When it was confirmed, the reporters were in an uproar. The Oscorp had developed a battle armor. Now, people who have Oscorp stock in their hands are going to make it huge. Another female reporter asked maliciously, Electro man, the entire commercial street has been smashed. Will your Watchman Company be responsible for compensation? No, this time, the Watchman Company will not compensate. Why? Because most of the damage was done by that monster, and we were there to stop that monster. Electro man introduced, according to the company's regulations, this street should be compensated by the monster or the responsible party of the monster. The party responsible for the monster. The eyes of the reporters were bright, and they could smell the big news. Electro man did not speak. He took out a mobile phone and clicked on the video inside. A commanding general was shouting, he is the property of the military. You are not allowed to touch him. Military? Is that a monster created by the military? The reporters were excited. It was really big news. The military created a monster that destroyed an entire street in Manhattan. The headline alone was enough to boost the ratings, and the newspapers will sell out of stock. The specific situation will be introduced in tomorrow's interview with Trish, so remember to tune in when you get there. Electro man smiled slightly, turned into an electric light, and disappeared. Many reporters were scolding, and it was Trish again. What kind of luck did that woman have, with so much news on hand? She must have slept with a rich man. Many female reporters thought sourly, and their hearts were full of jealousy. After Electro man left, some reporters hurriedly called the editor-in-chief, and some went to interview the surrounding police. Everyone knew that tomorrow, New York, the United States, and even the whole world would be in for a sensation. On the helicopter, Bert received a call from Ms. Carter, and Carter complained, Blood God, why didn't you tell me about such a big thing as the battle armor? Hundreds of phone calls came in just now. The old woman was scared to death. You're not old at all. Bert smiled, and said, Ms. Carter, you will take Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko, father and son, to Stark Industries to negotiate with Tony tomorrow. Carter said in surprise, Anton Vanko? Did you find him? No wonder you can make battle armor. There are only a few people who can make battle armor. Bert said, the Vanko father and son hate the Stark deeply. You remember to appease them tomorrow. Don't let them fight. Oh, if there is a fight, stop the security guard and let the Vanko father and son and Tony go head to head. How much do you hate Tony? Leave this to me, I think both of them will give me some face. Carter said, by the way, the search for the North Pole has already begun, and I plan to go there myself. Carter's voice was full of excitement. After decades, she was finally able to see Steve again. Even she couldn't help but feel so excited. It seems that Snowman and the others are working very hard. I approved your task, and you can use my private jet and private hospital as you like. Bert smiled and said that the reason why he asked SHIELD for the blood of Captain America some time ago was to find him. Vampires have a secret method of finding people through blood. Although they can only locate a vague location, it is enough. Thank you. Carter hung up the phone. Bert looked at New York below, his eyes narrowed. In a few months, aliens will invade New York. The war in the real world will not be as simple as in the movie. I must plan carefully. The bastards of SHIELD don't know at all. I'm the one in the world who doesn't want human beings to be destroyed. If human beings are gone, what will happen to my hundreds of billions of net worth? I'm so great, I have to find a few Victoria's Secret angels to reward myself. The next day, news all over the United States and even the whole world were reporting what happened in Harlem. All kinds of live pictures and videos were spreading all over the internet. The audience was shocked when they saw the commercial street that was almost in ruins. What happened? A war. In the news, there are photos of Abomination, and it is also explained in detail that Abomination was created by the military, and General Ross's words are constantly broadcasted, and the audience was angry. The military created such a terrifying monster behind everyone's back. It also ruined a street. Can this be endured? There is no doubt that a large-scale protest is about to break out, and General Ross and the military will become the target of public criticism. In addition to monsters and the military, there is one thing that attracts everyone's attention this time, and that is the new battle armor with Oscorp's dragon logo. Countless people are discussing whether Oscorp has created a war for this. This incident was confirmed in Trish Talk, where Trish explained the ins and outs of the hateful incident in detail, which shocked the audience and at the same time became angrier and angrier with General Ross. The whole thing was done by General Ross. What's more, when he was chasing Hulk at Culver University, he didn't clear the scene in advance. This made more people decide to go to the White House to protest, including Culver University teachers and students. Then, Oscorp held a press conference to officially release the Heroes series of armors, and also released some photos of the heroes in armors defeating the Abomination. I don't know if it was an operation error. These photos were mixed with some photos where Iron Man being punched by Abomination. These photos made the internet boil, and countless people were arguing about whether the hero's armor was stronger or Mark's armor was stronger. Although there were many Iron Man fans, they couldn't stand someone with advanced experience. Cough, let's not talk about these. For the time being, the release of the hero's armor has made the stock price of Oscorp skyrocket, and countless people have come to inquire about the armor. Bert's net worth has skyrocketed by tens of billions in an instant, and this is just the beginning. Oscorp, Bert personally took Senator Stern and General Slocum, and others to visit the battle armor manufacturing base, and also let Frank put on the battle armor to demonstrate the various functions for them. Senator, General Slocum, I don't deny that my hero's armor is slightly worse than Iron Man's armor. Bert smiled and said, but it will be improved in the future. More importantly, my armors are available for sale, but his will never. The question is, isn't the price you want too expensive? General Slocum frowned and asked, $500 million, how many people can this be equipped with? A battle armor can fight against a battalion, and $500 million is definitely worth the money. Bert said, we must return enough funds so that we can continue to develop the armor and make it stronger. The current hero's armor is far from perfect. Both General Slocum and Senator Stern were very interested in this. Stern thought of one thing and asked, Bert, you are also using the arc reactor. There is no problem with the Stark Industries, right? No problem. I have reached a preliminary agreement with Tony. The reason why Ivan Vanko, the designer of the armor, is not here today is that he is having a meeting with Tony. Bert smiled and said, the armors are legal. You place an order now, and you can pick up the goods in 3 months. After a pause, Bert added, the NYPD and SHIELD are also very interested in the armors. If they place an order first, you will have to wait. S.H.I.E.L.D. General Slocum frowned. Don't need to care about the NYPD. They can't get 500 million, but SHIELD is a formidable opponent, he said solemnly. Mr. Wong, about other countries. Although SHIELD was born in the United States, it is now a worldwide organization. Bert said with a smile, don't worry, Oscorp will never sell the armors to SHIELD unless it is approved by Congress. That's good. General Slocum nodded with satisfaction. Then, he asked, Mr. Wong, can we customize special battle armor? Of course, melee, long range, whatever function you want, we can provide it. Bert smiled and said, Oscorp will do its best to serve the military. The military is very pleased to have a patriotic enterprise like you. General Slocum said solemnly, and Frank next to him rolled his eyes secretly. Some time ago, who said that he would never do business with vampires? These guys don't want any face. Frank secretly sighed that he couldn't get promoted back then because he wasn't as thick-skinned as these guys. Everything is for the country. Bert smiled, and the two sides talked for a while. General Slocum left excitedly with a stack of documents. Senator Stern did not leave. In the office, he asked Bert, the Hulk, and the monster called Abomination by the media, are they all in your hands? Yes. Bert poured a glass of red wine for Senator Stern and said with a smile, General Ross said a lot of bad things about me behind my back. Senator Stern took a sip of red wine and said, it's more than a bad word. He instigated the top military officials to eliminate vampires and snatch the battle armors. Of course, not many people pay attention to him. Whether it is the government or the military, they are willing to buy from the vampires. Very satisfied with the armor. Bert, you are much better than the guy who doesn't care about national security and only cares about himself. If it wasn't for you, I will make that guy hand over the battle armor. Haha, that guy won't compromise easily. Bert smiled and said, Senator, the vampire clan will continue to contribute to the country as always. As for that General Ross, he should think about how to protect himself first. Today, the gate of the White House is quite lively. It's quite lively. The one in the White House is quite a headache. If such a big thing happens, the military will give an explanation to the people and the families of the soldiers. General Ross won't be able to trouble you for a few days, Senator Stern said. However, Bert, I suggest that you still hand over the Hulk and the Abomination to the military. After all, it was researched by the military. Although the military is asking you now, it will not force it, but it's not good to make too much noise. About that, Senator, come with me, I'll show you something good. Bert took Senator Stern to the underground factory of the Oscorp, where the Abomination was being held in the middle by many brackets, and his head was opened, and the brain inside disappeared. This is him? It's much more fierce than the video, but fortunately, he's dead. Senator Stern was amazed and asked, what are you doing with its head open? He's not dead. Bert said, before he died, I turned him into a vampire. You turned it into a vampire? Senator Stern was stunned. He asked, Bert, what do you want to do? I want to make a super war machine. Bert motioned Lilith to hand over a tablet to Senator Stern, and said, we in Oscorp have a project called a bioelectronic brain, and I want to install one on the Abomination, and then we can control the Abomination to fight for us. Senator Stern looked at the information on the tablet and asked in surprise, bioelectronic brain? Has the technology of your Oscorp reached this stage? I haven't done it yet, so I'm going to turn Abomination into a vampire. Bert said, the ability of the vampire can help the biological electronic brain control Abomination. It is not the ability of the vampire, but the ability of the blood god, the biological electronic brain plus the power of the blood god. The Abomination will become a war machine that completely obeys Bert's orders? Senator Stern asked, when Abomination becomes a vampire, won't it be weakened? Vampires have many weaknesses. There is already a solution for this. We are going to give him battle armor, which will not only protect his weakness but will also greatly increase his strength. Bert said, in addition, it is good to have weaknesses. The military can install an ultraviolet bomb in his heart. If he loses control, the military can just press the button and let him die without leaving any scum. That's a really good idea. Senator Stern's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Bert, your vampire clan surprised us. I think it's time to give you an award this year. Bert smiled and said, then I can wait. The vampire will not disappoint the government and military. The country is very grateful for your support. By the way, how much is this war machine? Senator Stern raised his head and looked at Abomination. His eyes were full of fire. For Hydra, such a war machine that completely obeys orders is very much needed. Bert said, just Abomination, $500 million if with a battle armor, then it will cost over $1 billion. I'm not joking. The battle armor used by Abomination will be more powerful than ordinary battle armor. Senator Stern was taken aback and said, over $1 billion, Bert, your stuff is really expensive. Good things are naturally not cheap. Bert smiled and said, besides, it's not expensive. An aircraft carrier costs at least tens of billions of dollars, but do you think it's easier to use an aircraft carrier, or is it easier to use War Abomination? It seems that War Abomination is more useful. Senator Stern was taken aback for a moment and then nodded in agreement. If you say this, billion is indeed not high. What's more, it was American money that was spent, but they were the Hydras who received the goods. I'll go back and discuss with Congress. Senator Stern said, I will bring back Abomination's information. As for the Hulk, let him stay with you first, and I will see what the military thinks. Bert smiled and said, okay, I'll trouble you, Senator. Senator Stern said with a smile, no trouble, everything is for the country. This old guy is greedy. Bert and Senator Stern shook hands, expressed their understanding, and then sent the senator away in person. This business was negotiated. You never imagined that the control of Abomination will always be in my hands. As for the ultraviolet bomb, there are many ways to solve it. Bert narrowed his eyes slightly. One Abomination is not enough. The military will definitely find a way to create more Abomination, and then I can easily get an army of Abomination. Using other people's money to cultivate an army for yourself is the common idea of Bert and Hydra. Shaking his head, Bert returned to the office. He poured 2 glasses of wine and said, you know what? If you sneak into my office like this, I have the right to shoot you. On the sofa, the one-eyed Nick Fury, wearing a trench coat as always, snorted coldly. He is a dignified spy chief. Does he still have to knock on the door to come in? It's a pity it's daytime, otherwise, the effect will be better. After all, he comes with a dark stealth effect. The last time I went to Tony's house, it scared him a lot. Bert turned around, put a wine glass in front of Director Fury, and said, then what do you want from me? Give you a discount. Director Fury said immediately, okay, as you said, 50% off. Bert sneered, you think so beautifully? Come on, what's the matter with you? You don't need to come here if you just want to buy the battle armor. Director Fury picked up the cup and said, I'm here for you, Bert Wong. What exactly do you want to do? Do you know that the vampire is only one step away from war? Bert sat down and asked in a relaxed manner, that's how you asked for money from above. The acquisition of the Oscorp by the vampire clan has already made some high-level humans dissatisfied, thinking that your vampire clan's hands are too long, but at that time the Oscorp was half-crippled, and you were actively reforming. They reluctantly accepted it. Director Fury said to himself, but now, you have created a battle armor? This is the most high-tech individual weapon at present. Do you know what Washington, the military, and SHIELD are all proposing? Destroy the vampire clan and snatch the battle armor. Bert sneered. Director Fury, you are really alarmist. Director Fury sneered. You think I'm lying? Do you want to put my proposals in front of you? What I said was that you exaggerated this to intimidate. Bert said, there are indeed people who propose to eliminate the vampire clan, such as General Ross, but they are only a few of the few, and they are all ignored. Most of the high-level executives are very willing to cooperate with the vampire clan. Director Fury looked disdainful. You only see this. This incident will indeed make the senior management more vigilant, but it is only vigilance. There are still 108,000 miles away from the war. Bert said, don't say that there is no dissatisfaction at the top this time. Even if there is, they will only warn me first, or force me to hand over my battle armor technology, instead of rashly going to war. The vampire clan has survived until now, and it has never depended on human beings' mercy. Director Fury looked at Bert with one eye and asked, Bert, since you know that it will raise the vigilance of the top management, why do you still do such an outrageous thing? Bert was silent for a while and said, Director Fury, I will not explain what I want, but I'll tell you something, whether you believe it or not. It's your choice. Director Fury said, I'm listening. Bert said, there are many aliens in this universe. The reason why they have not invaded the Earth is not that the Earth is remote, but because the God King Odin is protecting us. Director Fury was stunned. God King Odin? Isn't that from Norse mythology? Isn't vampire also a myth? Bert said, the reason why Odin protects us is that our Earth is a vassal of Asgard. I know what you want to ask. God's domain has not come to manage us because the Ancient Master took it from Odin. Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Director Fury asked as if he knew a lot, but in fact, he found nothing. It's not that no one knows about Ancient One, but that people who do know are unwilling to tell SHIELD. Yes, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Bert said, Master Ancient One and God King Odin protect the Earth like two mountains. This is the reason why we have been able to survive in peace. The problem is that they are all old. Once they fall, we have to face each other. Not only aliens but also extraterrestrial demons. Director Fury frowned, and he asked, even if what you said is true, they will have an heir, right? There is no news of the next generation of Sorcerer Supreme. Bert said, as for the heir of the God King Odin, if you see him, there will be a sentence in your mind. What? Asgard will die. Director Fury was speechless. He asked, have you seen Odin's heir? I haven't seen him, but I have heard of his reputation. Bert said, Director Fury, maybe you won't believe it, but the reason why I do so much is to prevent human beings from being destroyed. I can tell you that in a few years, aliens will invade. Director Fury was stunned. He hurriedly asked, alien invasion? Where's the evidence? I said it, I won't explain. Bert said, Director Fury, you and I both know that aliens invaded the Earth long ago. Director Fury's pupils shrank slightly, and he said, your vampire clan, you know a lot. Bert said lightly, the longer you live, the more you know naturally. Director Fury glanced at Bert, this young man, he had never seen through. He thought about it, and said, I want 2 battle suits, but one of them, you can't tell others, and, give me a discount. Bert asked, what can I get? The identities of Anton Vanko and Ivan Vanko will be completely legal. In addition, I will try my best to help you suppress the hostility of the top humans. Director Fury said, but only for 2 years. Within 2 years, if there is no alien invasion, I will come to you for an explanation. I don't need you to help me suppress hostility. The vampire race is not afraid of anyone. Bert didn't believe Director Fury's guarantee at all. This guy has a black heart. He said, 10% off, but with the permission of Congress, you need to do it yourself. Deal. Director Fury didn't bargain. A 10% discount on a billion-dollar business would mean savings of $100 million. In this way, he could build a lot of bases and safe houses. This world is too dangerous. Even the God King Odin can die. How can he rest assured if he doesn't build a base? SHIELD is the real protection of human beings? After talking about the matter, Director Fury got up and left. Bert watched him walk into the elevator and sneered, I thought you would disappear silently. It's an alien after all. Bert muttered to himself. At this moment, the dragon soul in his body suddenly became restless. He abruptly got up and looked at the southern pier. There was another dragon soul. Danny Rand is back. Bert narrowed his eyes, and the power of the dragon soul poured out from his entire body, forming a fiery red dragon behind him. Then, the dragon resonated with the power of the earth in Manhattan, and the ground in the southern dock area of Manhattan gradually began to faint. New York, I'm back. On the pier, Danny Rand, dressed in tatters and carrying a bag, looked at the city in front of him that he had been away from for 15 years. Although he was happy, he was more at a loss. Danny Rand is the son of a billionaire whose private jet crashed in the Himalayas 15 years ago. His parents died on the spot, and he was taken in by the Kunlun people and became a Kunlun disciple. For the next 15 years, Danny Rand stayed in Kunlun to practice painstakingly. A few months ago, he participated in the Iron Fist trial, defeated his opponent, and obtained the qualification to become the Iron Fist. Danny got the inheritance of the dragon soul of Shaolao and became Iron Fist. It stands to reason that after Danny became Iron Fist, he wanted to stay on the mountain to protect Kunlun, but because of the emptiness and confusion in his heart, he chose to escape Kunlun and return to New York. That's right, Danny took the most important thing from Kunlun and ran away. I wonder if those who chose him as Iron Fist would be pissed off? What's next? Does the Rand Corporation still exist? Danny Rand was thinking, and the dragon soul in his body suddenly became restless. Then, his chi and the power of the dragon's soul all converged on his right hand, causing the right hand to light up with a faint golden light. Fortunately, he was in a remote place and no one was there to see this. What happened? Danny was taken aback and wanted to stop the power of the dragon's soul, but found that the power of the dragon's soul did not attack him at all, and was still gathering towards his right hand. At this moment, Danny suddenly sensed a huge chi rising from the ground in front of him. He raised his head sharply and saw a gust of chi gushing out from the shaking earth, condensing into a majestic and domineering line in front of him. It is full of a fiery red dragon more than 10 meters high. This dragon, with chi as its body and dragon soul as its soul, can only be seen by those who have cultivated and vented its chi. If you cannot see it, it does not mean that you cannot sense it. Everyone in the dock area feels that the surrounding air has become dignified. Dragon soul? New York has a dragon, and it's so powerful. Danny was stunned. If his chi is a pond, then the other party's chi is a small lake. There is absolutely no comparison. At this time, the fiery red dragon uttered a provocative dragon roar at Danny. The dragon soul in Danny was provoked and rushed towards Danny's right arm frantically, making Danny's right fist brighter and brighter. Some people may be wondering why the power of the dragon soul only condenses on Danny's right arm. The reason is very simple. Danny can only use the power of the dragon soul on his right arm, and in other places, the level has not been cleared. The massive amount of dragon soul power overwhelmed Danny. He kneeled on the ground clutching his right arm in pain, feeling that his right arm was about to burst. Don't kneel, stand up and fight it. The dragon's soul roared, but Danny didn't have the will to fight. The reason was very simple. He didn't know why he wanted to fight, and the opponent was so powerful. How could he be the opponent? Also, if there is more dragon soul power, his right hand will explode. The dragon soul roared unwillingly, but Danny not only did not obey but tried his best to control his chi. He couldn't control the power of the dragon's soul, but the chi was fine. The fiery red dragon laughed disdainfully. That's all. The dragon's soul chose to admit defeat, not because he couldn't compare to the dragon on the opposite side, but because his host was 10 streets worse than the other's host. The dragon's soul died down, and Danny was finally able to control the power of the dragon's soul. He hurriedly dissipated the golden light of his right fist and gasped on the ground. The fiery red dragon gave Danny a contemptuous look, and gradually dispersed, and the ground in the dock area quickly returned to normal. Danny Rand raised his head and stared blankly ahead. He felt that New York did not seem to welcome him that much, as same as the TV show, Weak. In the office, Bert smiled disdainfully, and the real dragon phantom behind him turned into red light and flew back to his body. Bert sensed that the power of the dragon soul had become a little different, and when his mind moved, a red light lit up on his hand. Then, the red light swelled and turned into a flaming crimson flame. Dragon fire? Bert laughed. He didn't expect the appearance of Danny Rand to awaken the dragon fire. Now, his strength has increased again. The dragon on Bert's body was originally a fire dragon. At this time, Carter brought Vanko and his son in from outside. She seemed very happy to see Bert, and asked in surprise, "Blood God, what's the matter?" "It's really fun." Bert put away the dragon fire. He turned around and found that Vanko and his son were angry, and asked with a smile, "Don't say, you must have been pissed off by Tony. Did you beat him?" "Blood God." Carter was speechless. She sighed. "If I wasn't there, the three of them would have fought. That guy doesn't look like Howard at all. Rude, vicious, doesn't know how to respect elders." Anton Vanko scolded repeatedly. Ivan echoed by the side. Bert laughed dumbly, and he asked Carter, "Did they suffer?" Carter said, "Knowledge." He competed with Tony. The Vanko father and son did not argue, because they lost. One of them drank heavily for decades and the other was imprisoned for more than 10 years. In terms of accumulating new knowledge, they couldn't compare to Tony at all. Ivan gritted his teeth and said to Bert, "Bert, I want to go to university to study cutting-edge science." "No problem, you spend 2 days a week going to MIT for further education? You can also use your computer to communicate with them." Bert smiled and said, "I will help you arrange everything. Several school directors at MIT are ours. By the way, should I get a diploma? I always feel that someone is studying for a degree. Despise me? Then trouble you, I'll go back to do research." After Ivan thanked him, he turned around and left immediately. After being provoked by Tony he couldn't stay still, and Anton also left with him. He didn't believe that the two of them, together, would not be able to fight a dim Tony Stark. Russians, temper is irritable. Bert smiled and asked Carter, "How is the discussion with Tony?" "Pepper allows us to use the arc reactor on the suit, but not energy." Carter said, "The main business of Stark Industries is energy now, and they can't let it go." "Is that so?" Bert thought for a while and said, "I will find a time to talk to Pepper. Except for the United States, I can give her the market in other places, but in the United States, the competition should be fair." "You want more chips?" "I think Pepper will give in." Carter nodded, and then said, when I'm done with what I'm doing, I'll take a leave of absence to go to the North Pole, and come back when I find Steve. Okay. However, you must first arrange the affairs of the Blood God group. Bert nodded and said, this big ship can't be separated from your helm now. Now that technology is so advanced, I can also handle the group's affairs in the Arctic. Carter smiled and said, speaking of which, the situation of the vampire clan is good now, all aspects are developing very well, and the order is gradually stabilizing. Well, the vampire clan has returned to stability now, and those who are unwilling to abide by the new order are either dead or left. Bert smiled and said, however, the population registration is still far from satisfactory. Those who are willing to register now are basically due to subsidies. There's no way, if it sounds good, it is advocating freedom, and if it sounds bad, it's sloppy. Carter said, if you want them to register, in addition to the tens of billions of subsidies, you have to think of other ways. Take your time, you can't get fat in one bite. Maybe you can try to pull the head, that is, pull a vampire clan to register. How much is the reward? In any case, the registration must be completed, and only comprehensive registration can protect the common interests of humans and vampires. In addition, the registration information is fully encrypted, and only you, me, Mercury, and Blade are eligible to view it. Also, the subsidy is issued by our bank. Bert and Carter talked for a while. Carter got up and said goodbye. This is the Oscorp. That woman, Mercury, will not welcome her to stay for too long. If it weren't for the special relationship between Carter and Anton and Tony, this time, she should not have come forward. The future of the vampire clan still depends on technological progress. Bert sighed secretly. At the same time, in Stark Industries, Tony officially handed over the position of president to Pepper. Pepper said at a loss, you're serious, just hand over the position of the president to me like this? When the news spreads, Stark Industries' stock price will drop tomorrow. With your ability, this is just a small problem. Tony said, Pepper, I'm running out of time. Vanko and his son are aggressive. I must focus all my energy on scientific research, otherwise, I will be defeated by them sooner or later. Pepper is puzzled. Are the two fathers and sons that strong? Didn't you win before? I won because they have shortcomings, but they can make up for this shortcoming. Tony said, their wisdom is not much worse than mine. Besides, there is a bastard behind them. I don't want to be pressed by him for the rest of my life. Pepper sighed. She knew that Tony, who was arrogant, could not tolerate someone riding him all the time, even if that person had a lot of kindness towards him, because he's Tony Stark. I will help you manage the Stark Industries. Little Pepper said domineeringly, you go to research. In the future, I will make money for you to spend. Tony blinked, always feeling that something was wrong. Oscorp, in a room, Betty was taking care of the awakened Banner. Banner asked, Betty, who is the man who killed the Abomination? So powerful, I feel that the Hulk is a little afraid of him. Betty said, he's super rich, richer than Iron Man, but some people say he's a vampire. Banner was stunned. Vampires? This is unscientific. Your Hulk is also unscientific. A voice came from outside, and then, Bert walked in with Dr. Stern. Betty and Banner hurriedly stood up to say hello. Bert said with a smile, you're welcome, Miss Betty. Dr. Banner, introduce myself, I'm Wong Bert, the patriarch of the vampire clan. Are there vampires? Banner couldn't help but ask, why do vampires have to drink blood? Do you spread it by viruses? And why does this scene feel familiar? Bert blinked. Compared to Gwen, Banner is the real scholar. He has 7 doctorates. It's a pity that fate makes people. Such a scholar became a monster who only knows how to use brute force. Bruce. Betty pulled Banner, and Banner came to his senses and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry. It's okay, Dr. Banner, I have to see the senator in a while, so I'll just cut to the chase. Bert said, if you are willing to stay in the Oscorp, I can protect you. If you are not willing, I will not force you. You can leave at any time, but what will happen after you leave, I believe you know it yourself. Besides being chased, what else could it be? Banner smiled bitterly, and he asked hesitantly, what do I need to do to join your Oscorp? Bert said solemnly, you need to be studied. What? Banner was stunned, and Bert smiled. Just kidding, Dr. Banner, you have 7 doctoral degrees, are you afraid you can't find anything to do? Of course, it's not wrong to say that you are researched, but you are the one who researches you. You can use the resources of the Oscorp to research the Hulk. Mr. Green, I can study with you. Dr. Stern said, I have promised Mr. Wong to join the Oscorp, and he will fully support my research on artificial blood and vampire genes. Banner was a little moved, and he said, I'll think about it. Think slowly, don't worry. Here, I can protect your safety. Bert smiled and said, in addition, I will not restrict your use of mobile phones and computers. You can do whatever you want. If you want to see someone, you can also invite them here. Banner said gratefully, thank you. You are welcome. Bert waved his hand. He thought of something, and said with a smile, speaking of which, Dr. Banner, you are a celebrity now, and many lawyers have expressed that they want to help you sue the military for compensation. What? Banner was stunned. Betty thought of something and asked, Mr. Wong, did you publicize his story? Yes, but I didn't reveal your name and appearance, Dr. Banner. All news is codenamed by Mr. Green and Hulk. Bert said, Dr. Banner, this is good for your current situation. At least the military does not dare to arrest you arbitrarily. As for whether to stand up or not, it is up to you. No, I have to stay away from the crowd as much as possible, otherwise there will be a disaster at any time. Banner shook his head with a wry smile, and said, I won't appear in public until the Hulk is eliminated. Bert said, Dr. Banner, you don't need to eliminate the Hulk is yourself. He shares the emotional area with you, otherwise he will not try his best to protect Betty. Banner frowned, but he is uncontrollable. You also saw his destructive power. That's just because you didn't control him. Bert said to Banner, he is like a newborn child. You keep him locked up, and he will naturally be angry when he comes out. If you let him out every once in a while, let Betty teach him by the side. This won't work, this will not work, Hulk will hurt Betty. Before Bert finished speaking, Banner interrupted him. He said loudly, Hulk must be eliminated, he should not be born. If he is not born, you will die. I'd rather die. Banner roared, his eyes turned a little green, Betty's complexion changed, and she hurriedly comforted Banner, Bruce, breathe, breathe. Banner also reacted incorrectly and hurriedly used the breathing method he had learned to lower his heartbeat. After a while, he let out a breath and said apologetically to Bert, Mr. Wong, I'm sorry, but the Hulk shouldn't exist. If you are like this, Hulk will be even angrier, and sooner or later, he will replace you. Bert sighed and said, you have a good rest, Dr. Stern, talk to Dr. Banner more, and see if there is anything you can do to help him. Stern said, okay, I was just about to chat more with Mr. Green. If you need anything, open the list and give it to the staff. Bert nodded to Betty and turned to leave. Banner's attitude is a bit troublesome. After walking out of the room, Bert frowned slightly. At this moment, Lilith called and Senator Stern was here. In the Oscorp office, Bert and Senator Stern shook hands and said with a smile, Senator, we meet again. No way, the military and council are in a hurry. Senator Stern laughed, the military has tentatively agreed to buy War Abomination, but they're asking for a few aides to join your team. Bert said, this is no problem, but the core secrets of War Abomination will not be open to them. It's natural. Senator Stern nodded in satisfaction. He said, Bert, General Ross has been dismissed and handed over to a military court. Bert knew that this was the military's sincerity, and he smiled, deserved it. Of course, sincerity belongs to sincerity. Bert would not be so stupid to think that the military just let go of its vigilance against the vampire clan, but this is not a big problem, because, in a few months, the aliens will come. He deserves it. People are protesting against him everywhere outside the White House. Senator Stern said with a smile, Bert, the military asked me to ask you, what do you need to pay to get Dr. Banner? His blood is very important. Dr. Banner is not a trade item. If the military wants it, it can send someone to persuade him. If he wants, he can leave at any time. Bert said, however, he has a bad temper. Don't provoke him. I don't want to rebuild the Oscorp building. Rest assured, we know how terrifying he is. Senator Stern laughed, by the way, Bert, Councilman Malik has a banquet this weekend. Are you interested in attending? Malik of the World Security Council? I'll be there on time. Bert was a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, this Gideon Malik was a giant of Hydra, that is to say, Hydra wanted to win him over. See you then. Senator Stern shook hands with Bert and turned to leave. He was going to try a new car, a very low-key antique car. Hydra. Bert stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes narrowed. There are many factions of Hydra, and the one from SHIELD must not be touched, but Gideon Malik's faction is different. I may be able to take advantage of this. After all, they suffered very late. Moreover, the god they believe in is a bit interesting. The Malik family is a very large political family in the United States. They have existed since the founding of the United States and have a pivotal power in the country. Therefore, the banquet of the Malik family has always been a place where the upper class flocks and everyone is honored to receive an invitation, except Bert. It's so boring, I shouldn't have come. Bert stood in the corner, thinking unhappily, he is too young, and he has not disclosed his identity, so no one will come to him. There are a few noble ladies who are interested in Bert's wicked temperament. The problem is that Bert is not interested in them. Hello, Mr. Wong, I'm Stephanie Malik. At this time, a beautiful woman in white came over and stretched out her hand to Bert. The people next to her were very surprised when they saw this. Gideon Malik's daughter took the initiative to talk to that young man. People with less than a certain identity are not qualified to know who Bert is. Bert and Stephanie shook hands and said with a smile, Miss Malik, hello. Stephanie smiled and said, Mr. Wong, are you satisfied with the banquet? I wasn't satisfied at first, but when you came, I was satisfied. Bert laughed, and Stephanie covered her mouth and chuckled. She chatted with Bert for a while, and suddenly asked, Mr. Wong, what do you think of God? God. Bert glanced at Stephanie and said, the reason why people worship God is because of what they want. From this aspect, I am also a god. Stephanie was surprised. She asked, how? Bert said proudly, I can give power, money, immortality, and even superpowers to others. Tell me, am I a god? It seems to be true, no wonder you are called the blood god. Stephanie was amazed, and she asked again, then do you believe that there is a real god in this world? Bert shook his head, God is just a stronger person. If I go back to ancient times, I will become the god that countless people worship. Stephanie frowned, not because Bert was too arrogant, but because what he said made sense. Of course, this was not enough to shake Stephanie's faith. she said. Mr. Wong, you are so confident. My father wants to see you. I wonder if you are free. Bert smiled and said, Mr. Malik wants to see me, and he has to be free, just like Miss Stephanie. You want to ask me out. Mr. Wong is joking, but if you have time, we can go out together. Stephanie smiled and led Bert to the study, where Gideon Malik with white hair was waiting for him. After a brief chat, Councilman Malik spoke to the topic. Mr. Wong, does Oscorp plan to develop aerospace technology? Bert said with certainty, yes, the Oscorp intends to complete the first spacecraft within 20 years. Councilman Malik did not expect that Bert had a plan in this regard. He asked in surprise, can it be completed within 20 years? Yes, Mr. Vanko of the Oscorp is a real genius. In 20 years, he will be able to create a spaceship. Bert said, humans should not only focus on the Earth. The universe is very big. The stars and the beyond are always waiting for us to conquer. I agree. Councilman Malik nodded, and he said, Mr. Wong, the Malik family is looking forward to the spaceship of the Oscorp. If you don't see a spaceship in 20 years, I will give you the Oscorp. Bert laughed, and Councilman Malik laughed too. His meaning was very clear. As long as the Oscorp made every effort to develop space technology, the Malik family would speak for the Oscorp and even provide some help. With the status of the Malik family, this commitment is quite heavy, and the reason why he made such a promise was not that he wanted to recruit Bert as his son-in-law, but because the god hive they believed in was on another planet, and they needed a spaceship to bring the god back. Gideon Malik's Hydra, the biggest dream is to welcome back their god. Bert shook hands with Councilman Malik, but he sneered inwardly, God? When I crush your god in front of your face, you will know that God is nothing. In a blink of an eye, several days passed. Although General Ross was sent to the military court, the protests continued, because everyone wanted the military to promise not to do this kind of thing in the future, and the military had not promised to compensate for that street loss. The military didn't want compensation at all, had been wrangling with the merchants, and wanted to pull the watchman company and the city government into the water, but Bert and the city government had no interest in paying attention to them. Bert is rich, but that doesn't mean he will waste money. As for the city government, they are raising $500 million, and they are not interested in helping the military fill the hole. Mr. Wong is amazing. He has brought the Oscorp back to life in just a few months. If Mr. Osborne is alive, he will be very pleased. At night, Spider-Man hung upside down under the sign reading the newspaper. At this time, he turned to the Daily Bugle, and there was no accident, and they still scolded him. Spider-Man turned to the next paper in dismay, and it was Electro and the others. The Daily Bugle did not dare to scold them at will, because that would make them receive a warning letter from the Watchman Company. Why don't I join the Watchman Company too? Mr. Wong is a very nice person. He not only invited me to be a sparring coach but also invited me to join the Oscorp. It is because of this job that I can afford the tuition fee, and I also met cute Miss Gwen and the charming Miss Hardy. Oh, they're all good. Just when the scumbag Spider-Man was hesitating whether to choose Gwen or Felicia, wretched laughter suddenly came from a distance. Little girl, do you want Uncle to play with you? There is a situation. Spider-Man immediately glued the newspaper to the sign, and then quickly swung toward the place where the sound came from. After a while, he saw a little girl in purple clothes being led into an alley by a few gangsters. Spider-Man immediately swung over to save people, but to his surprise, the screams of men came out one after another in the alley. When he arrived at the alley, he found that all the gangsters fell to the ground. The little girl was rummaging through them with a short stick to pick up a purse. What's the situation? Spider-Man said that he had been a hero for so long, and he had never seen such a situation. Such a beautiful little girl solved all the gangsters? The little girl in purple was startled when she heard the movement. Seeing it was Spider-Man, she breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, Spider-Man, this is my spoils, you can't rob it. Spider-Man asked in amazement, the spoils? Spider-Man doesn't take spoils from children, you fought all these people. Of course, they are so weak that they can be bullied by a child. The little girl in purple said as a matter of course, also, they are so poor, they have no money on them, and even their watches are fakes. As expected, it would be better to rob those gangs. In other words, you deliberately lead them into the alley to loot. Spider-Man feels a little dizzy. Isn't it a little too amazing for children these days? The little girl nodded without hesitation. Yes, I am showing mercy. These scumbags should have been killed directly. Spider-Man shouted, this is not right. It is not right to lure others to commit crimes, and even more wrong to conduct robbery. The little girl said with a look of disgust, it's pedantic. No wonder you are not as popular as the Electro. The children like the Electro, but not you. Really? Do the kids, not like me. Spider-Man felt battered. He thought of something, and shouted, wait, that's because Electro was on a kids show. That's not the point. The point is, you can't do that. You're going to give them back. No. The little girl was very disdainful. She put her wallet and short stick in the bag, turned around, and ran away. Spider-Man was about to chase, and the little girl shouted, help, Spider-Man is bullying a child. Spider-Man almost fell. This little girl is really difficult to deal with. He was about to chase her out. Suddenly a woman's voice called for help in the distance. Help. Who will help me? Spider-Man hesitated and decided to save people first. Seeing that Spider-Man was no longer chasing, the little girl snorted and took out the wallet she just grabbed from her backpack and started counting the money. After counting, the little girl sighed, "It's so little, when will I be able to collect enough money to find my father? Why don't I rob the rich? The Oscorp seems to be very popular recently." Leaving aside the little girl's thoughts for a while, Spider-Man followed the sound and rushed to the door of an abandoned warehouse, and saw two tattooed strong men who were intending to cheat on a woman. Nothing to say, Spider-Man went up and easily knocked the two men to the ground, and then he reached out to the woman who fell to the ground. "Ma'am, the night in Hell's Kitchen is very dangerous, you shouldn't go out alone." "Thank you, Spider-Man," the woman said gratefully, and at the same time raised her hand to hold Spider-Man's hand. Huh. Spider-Man sensed danger and immediately pulled back. Seeing that Spider-Man was about to flee, the woman immediately clenched her fists, and the jewels on the ring shot out, hitting Spider-Man's chest. Immediately afterward, the dazzling electric light lit up, and Spider-Man screamed and fell to the ground with a piece of clothes on his chest charred. "Spider-Man is nothing more than that." The woman sneered disdainfully, got up, and walked over to knock Spider-Man unconscious, but Spider-Man suddenly swept her to the ground with a kick, and then kicked her far away. Then, Spider-Man got up like nothing. He looked at the charred clothes and sighed, "Another one is ruined. It's so troublesome to make clothes. Why don't I go to the store to buy Spider-Man merchandise? It's a bit expensive, and they don't give me a share." At this moment, a group of guys in black t-shirts rushed in at the door of the warehouse, blocking the door tightly. Spider-Man understood that this was a trap for him. He looked around and found that the warehouse was not large, the ceiling was not high, and there was only one small window, so he couldn't escape at all. Spider-Man said, "You chose a good place." A tall and burly guy with a bullseye mask walked in and said with a grin, "Of course, it's a good place. I even sent someone to reinforce the walls." "Spider-Man, you can't escape today even with your wings attached." "I don't have wings." Spider-Man asked curiously, "Hey, man, can you see when you dress like this?" "You'll know, come on," the doctor said, "take him alive." The tall figure, that is, the first general under Kingpin, Bullseye, waved and shouted, and the group of men in black immediately began to tear their clothes, covered in muscles. Spider-Man complained, "I said it all, you enhanced people don't need to tear your clothes, and you won't transform." The strengthened people were furious when they heard the words, threw away their clothes, and rushed up with various weapons. The woman before also got up from the ground and joined the siege. This year, enhanced people are becoming more and more worthless. Spider-Man raised his hand to shoot the web, but found a problem with the launcher, and tried several times to no avail. "It's the current just now, damn it, I wouldn't have bought cheap parts." Spider-Man scolded and scuffled with the enhanced man who rushed up. Spider-Man always feels like an agile hero, but in fact, he is an all-rounder, and his strength can even easily catch the fist of the Winter Soldier, so even if he is besieged by such a strong person, he is still not at a disadvantage, and they have come and gone. "Thank you, good-tempered big sister. Thank you, bad-tempered little sister. Thank you for beating me every day." Spider-Man kicked an enhanced man with a kick of his back while talking, while Bullseye was holding a handful of playing cards, watching all this with a cold eye. After a while, Spider-Man jumped up from the ground because he avoided the attack. Bullseye flicked his wrist, and 5 playing cards shot at Spider-Man like sharp blades. Spider-Man was startled and tried his best to dodge, but he was still cut through his arms and legs by 3 specially made playing cards. Spider-Man landed and shouted, "Despicable. Thank you for the compliment." Bullseye laughed and threw cards, and the other enhancers stepped up their siege, and Spider-Man's situation suddenly became precarious. At this moment, a few smoke bombs were suddenly dropped from the position of the small window, and a lot of smoke came out of it. Seeing someone disrupting the game, Bullseye was furious, and with a flick of his hand, the playing cards spun at high speed and shot toward the small window. Bullseye used his skill on the poker cards. It just flew out of the window, and immediately drew an arc and shot downwards. What? There was a crisp scream outside, and the voice seemed to be a little girl. Spider-Man's complexion changed greatly, and he rushed out along the memory in the smoke. Those enhanced people couldn't be stopped in time because their sight was blocked. Bullseye sensed the movement, and the playing cards in his hand shot at Spider-Man one after another. Spider-Man grabbed an enhanced man next to him, used him as a shield to block the playing cards, and then pushed him hard toward Bullseye. Bullseye felt something hit him, and he kicked it regardless, and the enhanced man flew directly in response. At this moment, Spider-Man rushed over, knocked the Bullseye on the shoulder, and then quickly rushed out of the door and ran to the side. At the corner of the outer wall, Spider-Man saw a little girl in purple fall to the ground in pain. It was the little girl who robbed those thugs before. She was shot in the abdomen by a playing card and was bleeding non-stop. With such an injury, other girls must have been crying a lot, but the little girl with purple hair didn't cry. She covered her wound, wrinkled her face, gritted her teeth, and was patient. "I overestimated myself." The little girl was full of regrets. If she knew it earlier, she would not help Spider-Man. She didn't want to die, she still had to find her father. At the same time, in a desert in Texas, a melancholy middle-aged man wearing a leather jacket and riding a Harley suddenly looked up and looked in the direction of New York. He felt that his daughter was hurt. "No one can hurt my daughter." The melancholy man was furious, turned the bike around, and drove towards New York at a high speed. On the way, his anger could not be suppressed, and his whole body burned with a raging fire, and even Harley's motorcycle was transformed into a flaming chariot. What's even more amazing is that the whole body of the man was burned to the ground, leaving only the bones, which looked like a flaming death god that came out of hell. Outside the warehouse, seeing the little girl like this, Spider-Man felt a lot of heartache and self-blame. If it wasn't for helping him, the little girl wouldn't have been shot seriously. That damn guy is not human. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Spider-Man rushed to pick up the little girl and rushed to the nearby hospital. At this time, Bullseye and the others chased after him. Seeing that Spider-Man was about to escape, Bullseye immediately smashed the things around him as hidden weapons and smashed at Spider-Man one after another. Spider-Man has spider sense and can avoid Bullseye's attack without turning his head, but his movements are too large. The little girl's wound is pulled, and she can't help but groan. This won't work. Spider-Man was furious. At this time, he thought of a place and was overjoyed. He quickly changed direction and fled there. Bullseye and the others naturally chased after him. People on the street exclaimed when they saw Spider-Man being chased. Many people hurriedly called the police station. Bullseye became more and more anxious when he saw it. Unfortunately, it was just a short distance away, and he couldn't catch up no matter how much he chased him. At this moment, Spider-Man suddenly stopped at the door of a tea house that had not closed, and shouted, "Madam Gao, help me." Spider-Man didn't rush in because he knew how scary this tea house was. Madam Gao, who was meditating in the backyard, heard the sound, opened her eyes abruptly, and rushed to the lobby at a speed that was completely unsuitable for her age. When she saw Spider-Man, she motioned the waiter to open the door, and then said, "Come in and talk." "Thank you, Madam Gao." Spider-Man quickly carried the little girl in, and Madam Gao asked him to put the little girl on the table to check her injuries. "It's not a big problem, she won't die." Madam Gao tapped twice on the left and right sides of the little girl's wound, and the little girl immediately felt a lot less pain and looked at Madam Gao gratefully. "With such a serious injury, you didn't cry, you are a strong girl." Madam Gao smiled kindly, pressed her hand lightly, and forced the poker card out with her breath. The little girl groaned and held back her cry. Madam Gao admired her more and more and used her chi to help the little girl seal the wound so that it would not continue to bleed. The little girl looked at Madam Gao in surprise. What kind of ability is this, so amazing, and so comfortable? At this time, Bullseye and the others chased outside. Bullseye was about to rush in. Madam Gao shouted, "It's easy to get in, but it's hard to get out. You scaring me." Bullseye was about to sneer, but suddenly he saw Madam Gao's face clearly, and he broke out in a cold sweat, turned around, and fled without saying a word. As a general under Kingpin, Bullseye has seen Madam Gao. He knows how terrible this old lady is. Even Kingpin is very respectful to her. Not to mention, the place where the old lady is now is still the domain of vampires. Bullseye just turned around when he saw a large group of people rushing out of the construction site next to them. Vampires. Bullseye quickly led people to retreat. This mission was considered a failure, but it was not a complete failure. At the very least, the blood of Spider-Man was obtained. The vampires were about to chase when Madam Gao turned her head and shouted, "Don't bother, let them go." "Yes, Madam Gao." The vampires respectfully agreed, then turned around and returned to the construction site. They were renovating the headquarters of the Blood God Group, and it would not be long before the headquarters of the Blood God Group was officially built. Seeing that Bullseye and the others had all left, Spider-Man breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he remembered the previous flaw and was shocked. Peter knew Madam Gao, but Spider-Man did not. Fortunately, Madam Gao didn't seem to find anything. She stopped the bleeding for the little girl and said, "Take her to the nearest hospital for treatment. By the way, you can treat yourself. It is okay." Spider-Man nodded first, then thought of something, and said a little embarrassedly, "I have no money, and this kind of injury requires identification." "No money?" Madam Gao snorted and said, "Are you going to let her pay for it herself?" Hearing the words, the little girl immediately said in a weak voice, "I have no money." "You have, you really shouldn't use that money." Spider-Man was so annoyed that he almost scratched his hood. A penny beats a hero. Seeing this, Madam Gao asked, "Why don't you join the Watchman Company? If there is a company to help, there is no need to worry about this kind of thing." Spider-Man said, "I just want to be everyone's good neighbor. I don't want to be a star, and I don't want to make money from this kind of thing. I haven't seen such an innocent child for a long time." Madam Gao sighed secretly, but the little girl scolded, "Idiot, you don't know how to earn money." Madam Gao said, "You can authorize the Watchman Company to make them produce your merchandise, and all the profits will be used to make up for the losses you caused so that it will not violate your principles. Is this still possible? I've seen that some people do that. They don't give me any money, and they sell them at a high price." Spider-Man rejoiced, and the little girl curled her lips and scolded, "Idiot." Madam Gao thought about it and said, "Forget it, leave this girl here, I will treat her, and the medical expenses will be deducted from your future remuneration." "Thank you, Madam Gao." Cough. "Thank you, old lady." Spider-Man was overjoyed. Just halfway through, he thought of something and hurriedly changed his mind. Madam Gao gave Spider-Man a speechless look. "Do you think I don't know your identity?" Spider-Man said to the little girl, "I'll go first, and I'll bring gifts to see you tomorrow." The little girl shouted from behind Spider-Man, "Bring some gold as a present, I don't want the rest." Spider-Man staggered and almost fell. Where would he get the gold? And besides, who would take gold as a gift for visiting patients? After Spider-Man left, Madam Gao asked the little girl, "What's your name? Do you need me to inform your family?" My name is Mindy McCready. The little girl Mindy said with a bit of frustration. My father went missing. Madame Gao asked, you are a strong girl, Mindy, have you killed someone? Mindy said proudly, I am also a superhero, my name is Hit Girl. Hit Girl? Good name. Madame Gao smiled, and then said to Mindy, your martial arts qualifications are quite good, but there is a problem with your training method. I didn't lie to you. Do you want to take me as a teacher? I can teach you real kung fu. Madame Gao said with a kind face, her greatest joy now is to teach apprentices, and Mindy is a genius apprentice that all teachers want to accept. Apprentice. Mindy blinked and asked, are you rich? If you are rich, I will be your student. Madame Gao couldn't help but laugh, and she asked, are you short of money? Yes, I need money to find my dad. Mindy nodded. A mercenary said that as long as he was given enough money, he could help me find dad. That's why I robbed those bad guys in the alley. If that's the case, you're going to take another person as your teacher. Madame Gao said, he is capable enough to help you find your father. Mindy asked excitedly, who? Is he rich? More money than Iron Man. Madame Gao said, Iron Man is not here, otherwise he will be very depressed. Why do you keep comparing me? I don't want to be ashamed. Wow. Mindy's eyes brightened, and she asked, then will he accept me as an apprentice? Madame Gao smiled and said, of course, he likes to train superheroes. The next day, looking at the crisp Mindy in front of him, Bert was full of question marks. Of course, Bert recognizes the Hit Girl. Is such that. Madame Gao explained next to him, and after listening, Bert said, Mindy, I can accept you as a disciple, and I can use my strength to help you find your father, but I have a condition. What conditions? Mindy asked cautiously, could this guy be some kind of weird uncle? Go to school like a normal child? I will help you arrange the school. Bert said that in the movie, it is cool to be the Hit Girl, but in the real world, children should still go to school. Go to school. Mindy was stunned. She thought about N possibilities, but she never thought that Bert's condition was to let her go to school. She's a superhero, okay? How can a superhero go to school? Master is like a father. When you are a master, you will naturally ensure that you want your disciples to grow up healthy and happy. Bert said, if you are willing to accept it, I will accept you as a disciple. Madame Gao nodded at the side. This is indeed the attitude of being a master. It would be better if you could not throw all the apprentices to her. I accept. Mindy gritted her teeth, and obediently knelt and served tea to Bert. When Bert finished drinking the tea, she raised her hands and said, I watch movies, and there are red envelopes for apprenticeships. Bert laughed. He put down the teacup and said, of course, there are red envelopes. Let's go. I'll give you 100 grams of vibranium, and you can design a weapon yourself. 100 grams of vibranium? That 1 gram of vibranium worth $10,000. Mindy was shocked. Her father taught her many things, including the hardest metal in the world. Her father wanted to buy it, but he had no money. As a result, she was given a full 100 grams by the new teacher. 100 grams is a lot. Who would use pure vibranium weapons in luxury? Yes, that's it. Bert nodded, and then asked, Mindy, is there any problem with your father's identity? Can you look for him in an open and honest way? Mindy stood up and replied, no problem. My father is also a superhero, but no one knows who he is. That's easy. I'll be looking for him on TV, in the newspapers, and on Twitter. The 5 million bounty is enough for most people to help you find your father. Bert said, in addition, I will also entrust mercenaries and detectives in the dark world to find your father. If we do both, I will find him. That's great. Mindy was very excited. She thought of something and asked, Master, does this cost a lot of money? Never mind. Bert smiled, turned his head, and said to Lilith, Lilith, I'll leave this matter to you. I want everyone in the country to help Mindy find her father. It is good. Lilith nodded, I will arrange it. This master is really rich. Mindy clicked her tongue. She was not an ungrateful person. She said gratefully, thank you, Master. You're welcome. Since you don't have other family members, you will live in the tea house in the future, go to school during the day, and Madame Gao will teach you kung fu at night. Bert said, although your qualifications are good, you still need to study hard and practice hard if you want to succeed. Mindy blinked her big eyes and asked inexplicably, won't you teach me? Let Madame Gao teach you the basics first, and I'll teach you in person when it's more advanced. Bert said with the appearance of an expert, and Madame Gao sneered secretly beside him. Mindy did not suspect him, and nodded obediently, okay master. After dealing with Mindy, Bert asked Madame Gao, who was chasing Spider-Man. It's Kingpin's general, Bullseye. There are a lot of enhanced people around him. I suspect that it's Kingpin who sells human strengthening serum on the black market recently. Madame Gao said, as for why he hunted down Spider-Man, it may be because Spider-Man has broken a lot of things for them. Maybe it's for Spider-Man himself. Bert's eyes flashed, and he said, if Kingpin is the one who sells the human body strengthening potion, then he probably has another formula in his hand. This dead fat man is really brave, and he moves my things one after another. The warning given that time is far from enough. Lilith glanced at Bert. Was that Nels released on purpose by the Blood God? She asked, Blood God, do you want to take action against Kingpin? Mindy blinked, a little surprised. Kingpin was the underground emperor, but Master's assistant didn't take him seriously at all. I seem to have worshipped an amazing teacher. Forget it, I'm too lazy to do it. Inform Electro, Spider-Man, and the others about the news, and let them deal with Kingpin. Bert shook his head. He was a big boss with a net worth of hundreds of billions. How could he just shoot? Lilith nodded. Okay, I will inform them. After thinking about it, Bert instructed, let some people pay attention to Kingpin's research. If there is any discovery, send it directly to the Oscorp. Lilith naturally knew that Bert wanted to swallow Kingpin's research results, and said, understood. At this time, Madame Gao glanced at the window, walked to Bert, and said in a low voice, Blood God, the woman in the cafe opposite has been staring at our tea house for the past few days. Bert asked indifferently, is it someone from S.H.I.E.L.D? Madame Gao said, it shouldn't be, her stalking skills are much worse than that of SHIELD. You can handle it yourself, I still have something to do. Mindy, I'll see you tomorrow. Bert didn't take it to heart, he got up and left. When he got to the door, he glanced at the cafe casually, and he happened to see the woman staring at the tea house, and he was stunned. This woman, he knows? As mentioned before, Bert watched the series Iron Fist in his previous life, and the woman in the cafe is the heroine of Iron Fist, Colleen Wing, who will become Iron Fist's girlfriend in the future. Is it for Iron Fist? Bert's eyes flashed and he walked over with Lilith. When Colleen Wing saw the target approaching, she quickly lowered her head and pretended to drink coffee. Bert sat opposite Colleen Wing and said, I'm in a good mood today. Say your purpose, and I'll tell you the answer. You only have 3 seconds. Colleen Wing was stunned for a moment. She looked up at Bert, hesitated for a while, and asked, my master Bakuto, you caught him right. Bakuto's disciple. Bert recalled for a moment and said, one of the disciples of the 5 fingers of the hand union? Yes, I caught him, and I froze him and buried him in the ground. You caught him? You buried him. Colleen stood up quickly and took the katana wrapped in cloth on the table in her hand. Seeing this, the others in the cafe quickly hid away. Go to that tea house, defeat Madame Gao, and talk to me again. Bert solved his doubts and was too lazy to stay any longer. He got up and left. Colleen wanted to stop him, but Lilith suddenly appeared in front of her and held down the hand that was placed on the katana's hilt. Colleen was shocked. So fast. Do as the boss says, that's your only chance. Lilith left a sentence, let go of Colleen's hand, turned around, and left with Bert. Colleen looked at the two of them uncertainly. After a while, she made a decision and turned around and walked towards the tea house. In any case, she can't give up her master, but she doesn't know that in the tea house, she will get the biggest blow in her life. Her master is not the good person she always thought. In an underground research lab in Hell's Kitchen, Kingpin asked the bald doctor, Spider-Man's blood, is it useful? Of course it is useful, but unfortunately you didn't bring him back, otherwise it would be more useful. The bald doctor said excitedly, with Spider-Man's blood, I will soon be able to complete the last step of the lizard serum. At that time, Kingpin, you will become the real underground emperor, and everyone must obey your orders. I am waiting. Kingpin turned away with satisfaction, Bullseye and Wesley waiting for him outside. Kingpin instructed, Wesley, prepare a way back. If the vampires take action against us, then we will leave New York and come back after researching the lizard serum. It'll be ready. Wesley nodded. They couldn't afford to offend the original vampire clan, let alone the current one. Under the leadership of the Blood God, the vampire clan not only did not decline but became stronger. Kingpin clenched his cane and said fiercely, one day, even the vampire clan will surrender in front of me. Kingpin didn't know that Bert was not interested in dealing with him. The people who wanted to deal with him were Electro and others who received the information. Chief George frowned and asked, Kingpin? Wilson Fisk, is he behind the human enhancement potion? Electro Man said excitedly, yes, it is him, Chief George, let's arrest him directly so that this can come to an end. It's not as simple as you think. If Kingpin was easy to deal with, I would have already taken him to prison. Chief George sighed. Kingpin not only pretending to be a big philanthropist but also bought off many high-level executives in New York. Without solid evidence, even I can't touch him. Is that so? It's a big headache for Electro and the Hell Sisters. They're both superheroes, and it's impossible to rush in and kill the guy, even though Jessica would love to do it. Would you like to ask the Master to take action? Jessica said, for Master, Kingpin is nothing at all. Master has been busy dealing with the Ministry of National Defense recently, and he has no time to pay attention to this matter, otherwise he will not give us the information. Trish shook her head and said, besides, I don't think Kingpin is qualified to let Master take action. Electro added, yes, about Kingpin, and we will deal with it ourselves. We can't ask Mr. Wong to come to everything. Let's collect Kingpin's criminal evidence first. Chief George said, as long as there is evidence that he committed a crime, we can put him in jail, and then comprehensively investigate his influence and catch all criminals. Electro thought for a while, nodded, and said, this should be feasible, let's collect the criminal evidence against Kingpin first. The Hell Sisters had no problem, so everyone split up to find evidence, and Trish also notified Spider-Man. Unfortunately, Kingpin was too cunning and prepared many scapegoats. The evidence they found was all useless. The superheroes are not discouraged. While collecting evidence, they sabotaged Kingpin's illegal business. Kingpin was furious and sent reinforcements to attack the superheroes one after another. Superheroes fight against Kingpin. This is also a daily life in the Marvel world. Inside the tea house, Bert couldn't help but laugh when he saw the news report that superheroes had cracked a smuggling case. At this moment, Colleen Wing suddenly walked into his room and knelt. "What are you doing? Say something directly," Bert said angrily. "There are too many people who want to kneel in front of me. I won't help them just because they knelt." Colleen Wing folded her hands together, kowtowed to Bert, and said, "Please Mr. Wong, help me atone for my sin. I am willing to give everything." Bert asked, "Atonement? What sin?" "I was deceived by Bakuto and trained many students for him. These students are helpless teenagers with tragic backgrounds. Please Mr. Wong, help me save them." Colleen Wing said with incomparable remorse. Those students believed her so much, but they were pushed into the fire pit by her own hands and turned into killers and tools of the hand? Colleen Wing couldn't forgive herself at all. If it weren't for the fact that there were still students to save, she would have committed suicide to apologize. "And if you want to save them, you can only pray for help to the rich and powerful man in front of her," Madame Gao told her. "I can't promise to save them all, but I will try my best." Bert thought for a while and said, "The condition is, from now on, you will be my maid." "Yes, master." Without any hesitation, Colleen Wing kowtowed again. For her, this is redemption. As long as those students can be saved, she can bear it no matter what the cost. "I don't like this title, call me blood god or boss." Bert said, "Iron Fist Danny Rand is a waste, he is not qualified to own this beauty." Yawn. Outside a certain factory in Hell's Kitchen, Iron Fist Danny Rand suddenly yawned, and Daredevil next to him said dissatisfiedly, "Be quiet, don't be discovered by Kingpin's people." "I don't want to, but I just suddenly felt a deep malice, as if someone was robbing me. It's still a very precious thing." Danny Rand touched his nose and said that during this time, he has been wandering in Hell's Kitchen, occasionally earning a living allowance. A few days ago, Danny met Daredevil while investigating Kingpin. The two did not know each other, but they formed a team to deal with Kingpin. Although Danny Rand owns 51% of the shares of the Rand Group, he has been missing for more than 10 years, and these shares have already been occupied by others, and he cannot prove his identity at all, so he can only be a tramp now. The current situation of the Rand Group is different from the one in the TV series. "You're talking about those crazy things again." Daredevil sighed helplessly. He said, "Recently, the Electro and the others have been investigating Kingpin's pharmacy factory. I suspect it is here. Let's find a way to go in and investigate." Danny asked, "Wouldn't it be better to just go in there?" Daredevil gave Danny a silent look. "This guy's strength is not bad, but his IQ is low. It's not that simple. If it's a pharmacy factory, there must be a lot of reinforcements in it." Daredevil said, "We're here to investigate today. If this is a production base, we'll inform the Electro Man to solve it." "Power-generating superhero? He's really good." Danny asked, "Daredevil, why don't you join that Watchman company?" "Because I'm only a part-timer, and no one buys my peripherals. They all say too many things." Daredevil shrugged and said, "Go make some noise, I'll sneak in. My hearing is very strong. As long as I get close, I can hear them." "Okay." Danny was about to agree, when he suddenly sensed something, turned his head sharply, and saw a fire in the distance approaching at an extreme speed. The speed of this fire was very fast, and in just a short period, it was close to the distance and Danny could see it. Danny took a closer look, and the whole person was stunned. What the hell is this? That group of fire was a Harley bike burning with fire, and there was also a skeleton man in a leather jacket. The temperature of the flame on the skeleton man was extremely high. Wherever he passed, the surrounding trees were burning. Daredevil sensed the change in the surrounding temperature and hurriedly asked, "Danny, what happened? Why is the temperature getting higher?" Danny swallowed and said, "You sure won't believe me, there is a skull driving a burning bike." Huh. Daredevil looked like Danny was joking. At this moment, the guards of the factory also found the fire and hurriedly sounded the alarm, but before they could do anything, the skeleton man drove the Harley through the gate and rushed into the factory. Then, the fire in the factory skyrocketed. Screams, gunshots, and screams sounded one after another, and Danny and Daredevil were horrified. Danny said, "I think we should find those professionals." Daredevil hesitated, then said, "Wait, and then listen." It didn't take long for the battle in the factory to come to an end, and the skeleton man grabbed Bullseye's neck, lifted him, and roared angrily, "You dare hurt my daughter." Bullseye shouted in horror, "I don't know your daughter. You are wrong. You are guilty." The skeleton man pulled Bullseye in front of him, his burning eyes staring at him. Bullseye couldn't help but recall the sins he had committed in his life. With so many sins, Bullseye's soul immediately burned, and in just a moment, it turned to ashes. The skeleton man threw the Bullseye to the ground, turned around and rode the Harley, rushed out of the factory full of fire, and drove towards the Fisker building in Hell's Kitchen. He just saw that the culprit was Kingpin. Waiting for the skeleton man to leave, Daredevil and Danny carefully came to the factory gate, only to see the charred corpses on the ground. "Daredevil, what should we do?" Danny asked in horror. "New York is so dangerous, I want to go back to Kunlun. Call superheroes? That monster seems to have a target." Daredevil took out a specially made phone and called Electro Man. After Electro received it, he immediately notified Chief George. "What? It's a Class B incident again. There's still no end to this, and it's only been a few days since that hateful thing happened." Chief George hurriedly started putting on his pants. "These bastards, it's fine to do things every day, and every time they choose to be in the middle of the night, they won't let other people sleep." Chief George returned to the police station as soon as possible, and at this time, someone had already discovered the skeleton man. The reason was very simple. He was too windy. Wherever he passed, not only would a burning flame be left behind, but the surrounding trees would also be ignited. It's hard not to see such a cool guy. Where did this monster come from? Could it be made by the military again? Chief George was a little crazy when he saw the skeleton man and the bike on fire. Can you bring some normal criminals? After thinking about it, Chief George mobilized a large number of police cars to contain the skeleton man and called 2 helicopters to help. The police were very conscientious, driving the police car to chase the skeleton man, but the skeleton man completely ignored them and drove to the Fisker building. Although there were many police cars, the Harley-Davidson motorcycle was too flexible to stop him. At this moment, the Electro man rushed over. He looked at the cool Harley-Davidson bike and said to Chief George with his earphones, "It's a skeleton. Chief, where is he going?" Chief George shouted, "I don't care where he's going. Stop him." "I'll try." Electro man asked, "Are there any other superheroes coming?" Chief George said, "Yes, the second strongest superhero in New York." "I called him." "Wrong, it is the strongest superhero in New York." A voice suddenly sounded on the police dedicated channel, and Chief George's face turned black. "Tony Stark, it is illegal to hack into the police channel without permission." "What's the matter? Doesn't Spider-Man monitor your communications every day?" Iron Man said indifferently. At this time, he also saw the Harley bike, first shouted cool, and then said, "This is unscientific. The temperature is so high, why is the motorcycle not burned? What's more outrageous is that even the leather jacket is intact. And, why does the skeleton move?" Chief George shouted, "Is that the point?" Iron Man, "Stop him." "Okay, calm down, otherwise don't blame me for using force." The skeleton man scolded unhappily, "Go away." Iron Man was very surprised. "You can speak? This is unscientific, and you have no vocal cords." The skeleton man was too lazy to pay attention to Iron Man, driving forward at full speed. Iron Man saw this, shook his head, and said, "You forced me." With that, Iron Man raised his right hand and blasted a repulsor cannon at the skeleton man, but the skeleton man just turned a corner, dodged cannons with ease, looking for death. The skeleton man got angry, took off the chain wrapped around him, and threw it at Iron Man. Iron Man easily avoided it. He was about to say something witty, but the chain turned around and wrapped around his calf. "Go away." The skeleton man threw it hard, and Iron Man was directly smashed into the building next to him, causing the people in the building to scream. The reporter who came by helicopter happened to see this scene. She took the microphone and shouted excitedly, "Iron Man has been beaten again." Yes, he was beaten again. "Hey, why am I so excited? Ignore Iron Man, and continue to fly forward. Fisker building, it's coming soon." "Iron Man, you're weak," the Electro man said while attacking the skeleton man with electricity. The skeleton man controlled the bike to dodge left and right, easily dodging all attacks. At this time, Iron Man chased after him from behind. He was a little provoked, and activated the miniature missile on his shoulder to shoot at the skeleton man. Sensing the threat, the skeleton man turned around and threw the chain, blasting all the miniature missiles. Then, under the incredible gaze of everyone, he pulled the front of the bike up and drove the Harley straight up the Fisker building in complete violation of gravity. That's right, the Harley drove straight up the building, and wherever it passed, the glass shattered and it looked extraordinarily spectacular. Whether it is the police or the reporters, they are all stunned. What is happening? This is unscientific. Jarvis, hurry up and send someone to change Newton's coffin board. Newton is going to cry. Looking at the line of fire rising 90 degrees vertically into the sky, Iron Man couldn't help but complain. Jarvis said, "Sir, Newton can't cheat corpses." "Of course I know, I'm not that high school student." Iron Man chased after him angrily, and Electroman was no exception. At the same time, he hurriedly called Bert. He felt that he could not bear this matter. Bert looked at the skeleton man who was so cool, and had a headache. The Ghost Rider came out. Bert thought for a while, and said to Electro, "Max, don't attack him yet. If I'm not mistaken, he should be looking for Kingpin." "For Kingpin?" Daredevil said he attacked Kingpin's factory. Electro Man suddenly realized, "Mr. Wong, I'll watch him first and wait for your instructions." "Okay." Bert nodded and passed the photo of the skeleton man to the technical department of the Oscorp so that they could restore the skeletons before appearance. This kind of technology is commonly used by the police. Of course, the police's technology is not as good as Oscorp's. It didn't take long for the technology department to send the restored pictures. Looking at the familiar melancholy face, Bert was a little speechless. It was him? Madame Gao also asked in surprise, "Isn't this Mindy's father, Damon McCready?" "Maybe." Bert squeezed his eyebrows. Hit Girl's father, Big Daddy, and Ghost Rider. Johnny Blaze is played by Nicolas Cage. From the perspective of Ghost Rider looking for Kingpin, these two people may have been merged. Can't they be twins? The designers of this world are too lazy. Bert complained. At this time, Yvonne called and asked, "Do you want me to do it? Tony's sissy can't seem to handle it." Bert said, "You really can't deal with this Ghost Rider, so let's go. Yvonne, you go to Tony for a one-on-one fight. I don't want him to get involved in this matter." Yvonne was still a little dissatisfied, but he heard that he could fight with Tony. Picking it up, he immediately said, "Okay." The Ghost Rider who has an immortal body and the penance stare, it would be a waste not to see it. Bert thought excitedly. The penance stare belonged to the Ghost Rider. The signature ability can directly attack the soul. As long as you have guilt and remorse for what you have done, you will be punished, also known as damnation stare. In the comics, Punisher was immune to the penance stare because he didn't think he was at fault at all. Colleen, bring my 81-pound spear. Bert stood up and shouted to Colleen, who was dressed as a maid. Madame Gao secretly complained. Why did he emphasize the weight of 81 pounds? Leaving aside Bert's actions for a while, the Ghost Rider galloped to the top of the building. Just when he saw a helicopter about to leave, he roared, wrapped the helicopter with chains, and then pulled hard, pulling the helicopter down. Boom! The helicopter slammed into the roof and exploded violently, and flames shot everywhere. The Ghost Rider got off the Harley and strode into the flames, only to find that there was only one corpse inside. Kingpin is not here. Ghost Rider was very annoyed. He was about to look for him again. The Electro Man flew up and said helplessly, I checked. Kingpin is not in this building. He escaped, and the helicopter is just a cover. Not here. Ghost Rider was furious. At this time, Iron Man also flew up and asked, you seem to know something that I don't know. Do you mind telling me? Electro Man said, you can't handle this one. You should leave now. Superboy, do you know who you're talking to? Tony laughed angrily, but Chief George, who invited him, said, Tony, Mr. Wong plans to take over this matter. Don't act rashly, so as not to increase casualties. Chief George, you changed your face so fast. Tony was very upset. At this time, a disgusting voice sounded in his communicator. Tony, you sissy, come to the factory in the east, let's play. I wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time, and I will let you understand that what you designed is nothing. Tony was furious, and immediately activated the repulsor, to fly toward the east. When the Ghost Rider saw Iron Man suddenly leaving, he was a little puzzled, then shook his head and returned to the bike to leave. At this moment, Electro Man suddenly said, Mr. Wong wants to talk to you about your daughter. My daughter? Ghost Rider glared at Electro, and the flames on his head skyrocketed. You dare to threaten me with my daughter? Electro took a step back and said, no, your daughter has already taken Mr. Wong as her teacher. He told, let me talk to you about the crime of abandoning children. Teacher? The crime of abandoning children. Ghost Rider was taken aback for a moment, then he mounted his bike and asked in a deep voice, where is he? At the pier, south of Hell's Kitchen. Ghost Rider didn't answer, and drove down the building directly. Electro Man couldn't help but shake his head. This seems unscientific. How many times I watch. The police below were notified and stopped chasing the Ghost Rider. Chief George asked the Electro through his mobile phone, can Mr. Wong solve this monster? Electro said, of course, there is nothing that Mr. Wong can't do. That's good, give me a detailed report later. I have to tell the public and the media. Chief George said, in addition, who is responsible for the loss this time? The Watchman Company will be responsible, but not for Kingpin's factory. Electro thought of something and said, speaking of which, Chief, don't you think this is a good opportunity to search Kingpin's nest? There are excuses and enough police around. You don't say I haven't thought of this. Chief George's eyes brightened. We immediately started the search, and we can't let Kingpin continue to be arrogant. I'll leave it to you. Electro Man smiled slightly, turned into electricity, and chased after the Ghost Rider. At the pier, Hell's Kitchen, a flaming Harley Davidson came coolly, wearing a Batman suit, copycat version of Big Daddy, and holding a black spear. Bert was waiting for him quietly. When the Ghost Rider was approaching, Bert asked in a very low voice, tell me, do you bleed? Isn't that my uniform? Ghost Rider was full of question marks, and he stopped in front of him. He looked at Bert with his burning eyes, and said in a deep voice, you are not human. You have a very evil aura on you. Bert couldn't help but laugh. You should say this, bold monster, I can see at a glance that you are not human. Ghost Rider was not interested in joking. He roared angrily, you want to hurt my daughter? No, I saved her. To find her irresponsible father, she took me as a teacher. Bert shook his head. What kind of father would be willing to abandon such a lovely daughter? He also put her in danger and was almost killed. I'm here to protect her. You are sinful. Go to hell. Ghost Rider roared and smashed Bert with a chain. This Ghost Rider, like the Hulk, had a great temper and couldn't control himself. I just happened to replace my apprentice and teach you a lesson about being a responsible father. Bert snorted coldly. His whole body lit up with a dazzling red light, and then he stumped his right foot hard, turning it into afterimages. 10 figures, holding spears, stabbed at the Ghost Rider from different directions. Mr. Wong is getting stronger and stronger. Electro, who followed him, was amazed. He knew that this was not some kind of magic, but an afterimage formed by Bert's super speed. Ghost Rider roared. The chain spun quickly, and swept toward the afterimage in the sky. At this moment, a red figure appeared behind him, and a spear slashed toward his cervical vertebrae like a pistol. The next moment, with the flash of red light, the Ghost Rider's cervical vertebra was directly cut off by the indestructible vibranium spear, and the flame skull flew to the side in response. He won. Electro Man was stunned. At this moment, the Ghost Rider's Harley launched itself and knocked Bert away. Then, the flame skull spun in the air and flew back to the cervical vertebra. This is not over yet. With the flash of fire, the fractured cervical vertebra instantly recovered as before. Ghost Rider is immortal. Even if you blow him to ashes, he can be resurrected. Damn you! Ghost Rider was enraged and turned around to deal with Bert, but Bert disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Ghost Rider and kicked him off the Harley. Ghost Rider fell to the ground in a daze, waving the chains on the ground to hit Bert. Bert leaped into the sky, and once again made dozens of figures to stab the Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider roared, and the fire of hell broke out all over his body, burning wildly around in a semicircle. The ground was directly melted, and the surrounding ropes and wooden boxes were ignited. Bert had to show his body and resist the burning fire with the power of the dragon's soul. Ghost Rider took the opportunity to get up, waving the flame chain and attacking Bert. Bert smiled disdainfully, and roamed around like red lightning quickly. Ghost Rider could not hit him at all. This made the Ghost Rider even angrier, and the fire broke out again. At the same time, the body quickly rotated, and the chains swept around. The Ghost Rider's idea is very simple: use the fire to stop Bert, and then entangle him with chains so that you don't have to worry about his speed anymore. Do you think you are the only one with fire? Bert sneered. The red light on his body turned into a fiery red fire, and quickly spread to the vibranium spear, as if a fire dragon was roaring. Then, Bert swung the vibranium spear vigorously. The flames on the spear flew out of the air, and the flames slammed on the Ghost Rider, and the Ghost Rider was blasted out on the spot. Before the Ghost Rider could get up, Bert rushed to his side and threw him into the sky. Then, Bert's fiery figure kept flickering around the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider seemed to be beaten by dozens of people, and his bones would be broken. Ghost Rider roared but was completely unable to resist, not only because of Bert's fast speed, but also because his hellfire was suppressed by Bert's dragon fire, and his body gradually became unresponsive. Ghost Rider can move because of hellfire. At this time, the Harley-Davidson on the ground suddenly flew into the air and wanted to rescue its owner. Bert waved his hand and threw out a cloud of blood, which turned into two fists in the air and quickly bombarded. A crackling fall from the sky. Seeing that the bike was destroyed, Ghost Rider was even more furious, trying his best to lock the figure of Bert, and wanted to launch the penance stare. But soon, Ghost Rider was desperate because he couldn't activate the penance stare. Although the penance stare does not need to meet the eyes of the opponent, at the current level of the Ghost Rider, at least he must see the eyes of the opponent. The problem is that, let alone the eyes, the Ghost Rider can't even see Bert's real body. In the world of martial arts, nothing is invincible, only speed is invincible. Break for me, Bert shouted, and the vibranium spear slammed into the spine of the Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider, who had been attacked countless times, burst opened, and countless bones flew in the air and then fell with a crackle on the ground. Normally, the bones would come together quickly, but this time, they didn't, because the dragon fire was suppressing them, immobilizing them. Bert fell from the air, pierced the skull of the Ghost Rider with the spear, and pressed it into the ground backward so that he no longer had to worry about the penance stare. Ghost Rider was extremely angry, and the fire of hell on the skull was burning. Seeing this, Bert increased the output of the dragon fire. The fire of hell was directly suppressed, and the skull could only continue to be buried in the ground. Seeing the end of the battle, Electro Man flew over and said with a look of admiration, "Mr. Wong, you are so powerful, you can deal with such monsters." The power and strangeness of this Ghost Rider were completely beyond Electro's imagination. Fortunately, there is Mr. Wong, otherwise, New York would have suffered. How can it be that easy? When my flames are used up, he will come back to life, Bert said angrily. He didn't know whether the fire of hell was infinite, but his dragon fire was not. His dragon fire can only last another hour or so. The problem is, it's still about 3 hours before dawn. Ghost Rider can't transform in the sun? Electro Man was stunned. Can it be resurrected? Mr. Wong, can't this monster be killed? Almost immortal. Bert shook his head. He thought about it, took off his helmet, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Lilith. Lilith, bring Dr. Banner to the dock. Electro Man was stunned. Mr. Wong, do you want Dr. Banner to come over? Let Hulk vent, it's just about delaying time anyway. Bert said, Max, you go to work on other things first, it's done here. Okay, I'll go help Chief George first, and come back to watch the battle later. Electro Man nodded. Hulk versus Skeleton Man, this must be very exciting. After the Electro left, Bert said to the Ghost Rider, I've found a good opponent for you. Don't use the stare for a while, and don't run away. Ghost Rider burned the dirt beside his mouth with flames, and asked in a deep voice, do you know about the penance stare? Bert said, the longer you live, the more you know. You aren't human. Ghost Rider snorted coldly, why should I listen to you? Bert said, if you don't listen to me, I'll call Mindy and show her how you look. Anyway, I promised to help her find her father. Ghost Rider was in a hurry and shouted, no, I can't see Mindy. Bert asked, why? To be honest, I have never understood why you are willing to leave such a lovely daughter. She also has sinned, I will kill her. Ghost Rider said in pain. His name is Damon McCready, originally a policeman. He was framed and imprisoned for offending people. After he was released from prison, for revenge, he trained Mindy to be a killer and took her to kill a lot of bad guys. For Ghost Rider, Mindy is also a sinner. To avoid hurting his daughter, Damon can only leave with me here, you can't hurt her. Bert said, actually, I think you should make it clear to her, lest she risk her life again to find you. Ghost Rider shouted, how will I tell her? That every time her father sees her, he wants to burn her to death. It's not her father who wants to burn her to death, it's the devil inside her father. Bert said, Mindy will understand. She's just a child, how could she accept such a thing? Since you know she's just a child, you still bring her to kill people? What kind of father are you? I needed help, and the best way to protect someone is to teach her how to protect herself. It turns out that you are such a great father. Should I give you an award? Bert mocked. The Ghost Rider was so angry that he was quickly suppressed by the dragon fire. Bert was too lazy to care about it. He took out his phone and swiped through Twitter while waiting for Banner to come over. At the same time, the battle between Tony and Yvonne came to an end, and both lost. Tony lay on the ground and roared at Yvonne, who couldn't get up just like him. Are you dying? You increased the power so much. Are you not afraid that all your internal organs will be squeezed out? Do you think I'm a weak chicken like you? Yvonne looked disdainful. Tony yelled, mad, you are a lunatic. Yvonne sneered, don't make excuses for yourself, sissy. This time a tie, next time, you will lose. Tie. Tony snorted, your battlesuit is a level lower than mine in terms of technology. If you didn't die, you would lose miserably today. Yvonne said, the technical gap can be made up, but a sissy will never become a man. And, I didn't use the vibranium axe just now. Make up the gap? Keep dreaming, my new element will be successfully researched soon, and then the performance of the Iron Man suit will be much better. You won't be able to catch up with me. Tony said, by the way, don't give me the method of isolating palladium, I won't use it. New element. Yvonne was stunned, and then said indifferently, you weak chicken can't do research, I will do it. Tony said with disdain, next time, I will let you know that the Stark family is the strongest. Yvonne mocked, you Stark family, the technology of deception and the technology of admitting defeat, it is indeed the strongest. The most powerful thing in the Stark family is the ability to beat you, barbarian. Tony roared. When the two were bickering, the support came one after another. Not only do I have to research new elements, but I also have to come up with an anti-Yvonne armor, and even an anti-blood god armor. Well, the latter one is not easy, so I'd better get the first one. Tony gritted his teeth and thought. With Yvonne, a powerful competitor, his technology will be developed faster than in the movie. At the dock, Banner and Betty got out of the car. Banner looked at the burning bones and asked, Mr. Wong, why did you bring me here at midnight? Bert pointed at the skull. Said, this guy can't be killed, I want to ask Hulk to come out and deal with him. Banner waved his hands, this can't be done, Hulk will cause a lot of damage. It doesn't matter, this is my site, just fight, I don't care. Bert said, seeing that Dr. Banner still wanted to refuse, he took out his mobile phone to play the video of Ghost Rider, and said, if we don't solve him, New York will lose a lot. Banner was stunned, this is unscientific, how can skeletons move? Isn't this a picture from a movie? You'll know in a while, Dr. Banner, it's good for you, if you let the Hulk come out and do more activities. Bert said, I can assure you that the Hulk will not cause any trouble. What else Banner can say? Bert deliberately released the suppression of the dragon fire, and all the bones vibrated violently. Both Banner and Betty were startled. Bert said, Banner, you bring out Hulk. Hulk, you have time until dawn to fight, do you hear me? If you don't obey, I won't let you out next time. Hulk is not so obedient. Banner smiled bitterly. He said, Mr. Wong, I think you should change your mind. Hulk is not suitable for coming out. Dr. Banner, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, this matter, only you can do. Hulk, fight hard, I am optimistic about you. Bert didn't say much, took off the uniform belonging to Big Daddy, then took back the dragon fire, pulled out the vibranium sphere, took Betty, and flew into the distance. //A/N, the suit worn by Big Daddy is similar to the bat suit // Lilith, who brought Banner and Betty by car, saw this and retreated silently, and went outside to direct the police and guards to guard against others. As soon as Bert's dragon fire was gone, all the bones immediately burst into flames of hell, and the Ghost Rider's head flew out of the ground. Immediately afterward, these bones came together, the flames joined together, and the Ghost Rider shouted into the sky, officially resurrected. This is not over yet. Ghost Rider raised his hand and smashed a ball of hellfire on the damaged front of the Harley motorcycle. The front of the motorcycle immediately floated up and turned into a ball of fire. The other parts came flying to the fire. After the fire devoured all the parts, a cool Harley motorcycle rushed out of the fire and parked beside the Ghost Rider obediently. The restored Ghost Rider roared in the direction of Bert's departure as if he wanted to chase after him, but remembering Mindy, he held back and turned his head to look fiercely at Banner, who was left behind. Banner smiled bitterly and said, if I were you, I would never do it. You have a lot of sins on you, die. Ghost Rider didn't talk nonsense. He waved the chain and smashed it hard at Banner, and Banner sighed. With a sigh, his body suddenly turned green and bigger, and his clothes were ripped. Hulk officially appeared. Immediately afterward, Hulk grabbed the chain and pulled it hard, and the Ghost Rider flew over involuntarily. Hulk roared and punched the Ghost Rider in the face. Ghost Rider spun and flew upside, then landed on the ground with a bang, smashing the ground into a big hole. Before the Ghost Rider could get up, Hulk exerted another force, and Ghost Rider was pulled over again. Ghost Rider was furious, and controlled the Harley motorcycle to knock over Hulk, and smashed him with a ball of fire that could easily burn through the ground. Hulk, who was burned, got angrier. He smashed the ground to get up, and rushed towards the Ghost Rider with a rumbling. In this way, Hulk and Ghost Rider fought on the dock, the ground kept shaking, and the containers collapsed. It is foreseeable that this place will soon turn into ruins. Betty stood on the lighthouse and looked over there worriedly. Bruce, Don't worry, Banner will be fine. Hulk has an extremely powerful recovery ability. Bert smiled. However, Ghost Rider is immortal. Even Hulk can't kill him, and the two will keep fighting. Betty couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wong, what are you trying to do? Can you handle this monster yourself? Bert said, it's too troublesome, it's just delaying time anyway, it's better to let Hulk come, just to make Hulk happy. Mr. Wong, Hulk is a monster, he should be eliminated. Betty tried to persuade him. It can be seen that Bert is very interested in the Hulk. The reason why he is a monster is that you all regard him as a monster. Bert said, in my opinion, he is just a bad-tempered child. What he lacks now is the care and teaching of others. Betty shook her head denying, he will only bring destruction. He has saved your life. Bert said, he shares an emotional area with Banner. Betty shouted, he should not exist at all. Without him, Banner and I would not suffer so much. Bert asked, have you ever thought that Hulk may never be eliminated? Betty said, no, Banner and I will eliminate him. Betty, if there is no way to solve Banner's problems, he will leave again, just like before. Bert glanced at Betty and said, elimination is a method, and enlightenment is also a method. Leave again. Betty was confused and didn't know what to do. Bert didn't expect to convince her all at once. He looked up into the distance, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. With such a big movement of Ghost Rider, why has Camartage's mage never appeared? New York has one of the 3 temples. Do they have a holiday today? Bert shook his head and focused on the furious battle in the distance. Ghost Rider was already crazy at this time. He wrapped the chain directly around his fist and fought the Hulk closely. Although he was not as strong as the Hulk, his skills were better than that of the Hulk, and he could control the flame. Even the Hulk was beaten by him and backed up again and again. Bert shouted, Hulk, don't only use the strength of the arms, use the strength of the waist and legs as well, learn from your opponent. Hulk is very smart, he heard Bert, immediately began to pay attention to the movements of the Ghost Rider, and then quickly imitated the opponent's force. This time, Hulk's power skyrocketed, and the Ghost Rider was punched and almost fell apart. He turned his head and glared at Bert, but found that the guy was hiding behind the lighthouse, and he couldn't see his face at all. Bang! The distracted Ghost Rider was directly smashed out by Hulk, and his head fell off. Hulk jumped and danced excitedly, like a child weighing several hundred kilograms. Betty asked in shock, you taught Hulk to fight? Do you still think he is not strong enough? Bert smiled, look how happy he is, like a child. Betty was stunned, looking at the Hulk, it is indeed a bit beyond her imagination. Grumpy kid. The question is, who gets angry and demolishes a building and smashes an area? At this time, the Ghost Rider recovered as before, and he rushed over angrily. Naturally, Hulk would not be afraid and fought him again. Whether it is Hulk or Ghost Rider, they will never get tired. The more they fight, the more intense the fight, and the whole dock is razed to the ground by them. Bert doesn't care about this at all, just spends a little money to rebuild it. Anyway, this pier was acquired for fighting. At this time, Electro Man came over. He first marveled at the battle over there, and then reported to Bert with a little excitement, Mr. Wong, Chief George has found evidence of Kingpin's crime. This time, it's over for Kingpin. Soon New York's peace will be restored. Bert shook his head and said, after Kingpin is over, not only will New York not become peaceful, but it will become even more chaotic. Electro Man was stunned. Why? The tiger is dead, and the jackal below will fight desperately to fight for the throne. Bert said, next, there will be countless battles between the gangs in New York until a new king is decided. Electro Man couldn't accept it. He shouted, then all we did is for nothing. Bert waved his hand and said, Max, the world is not black and white, if you have time, ask George for more advice. Although Max didn't understand why, he still nodded, okay, Mr. Wong. Bert smiled, now, let's watch the battle, this kind of battle is not often seen. Well. Electro turned his head to look at the battlefield, but he was still thinking about what Bert said before. Will New York become more chaotic? Time passed by the Hulk's roar and the roar of the Ghost Rider. Before you knew it, the sky was full of red clouds, and the sun was about to rise. Bang! The Ghost Rider was sent flying again. He was about to get up but found that it was almost dawn. He was shocked and planned to escape from there, but Hulk didn't plan to let him go, and rushed over again. Ghost Rider turned over to avoid the Hulk's attack and then jumped on the Harley motorcycle. At this moment, a stone fell from the sky and landed on the ground in front of the motorcycle with a bang. The Ghost Rider knew that this was a warning. At this time, the sun finally rose from the sea level, and the sun shone on the ruined pier. Ghost Rider screamed and fell to the ground. The flames on his body quickly dissipated, and at the same time, his flesh and blood quickly recovered. In just a few seconds, the Ghost Rider disappeared and was replaced by a melancholy middle-aged uncle. In addition, the Harley-Davidson vehicle also changed back to a normal motorcycle, and no longer comes with special effects. Bert tooted his tongue in admiration. Not only did the flesh and blood regenerate, but even the hair recovered. Betty rubbed her sore eyes and said, this is very unscientific. Seeing that the skeleton man suddenly turned into a melancholy uncle, Hulk was full of question marks. At this time, Bert flew over from a distance with Betty and stood in front of Hulk. Bert motioned for Betty to speak. Betty took a deep breath, endured the fear of Hulk, and reached out her hand. Hulk, as we said before, it will be over at dawn. You should go back to rest. Hulk moved a little irritably. After a while, he looked at Betty and Bert, and asked vaguely, next time. Hulk meant, will you let me out next time? He can communicate. Betty was shocked, and she said, yes, I promise, you can come out next time. Okay. Hulk nodded, and his body quickly shrank back to the thin Banner. Banner smiled at Betty, fell, and was caught by the fast-eyed Electro. Bert walked to the kneeling Ghost Rider and asked, Damon McCready. Damon raised his head and asked, yes, I'm Damon McCready, what's the matter with you? Bert said with a serious face, hello, Mr. McCready, you are suspected of abandoning children, and you are now officially arrested. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be brought to court as evidence. Huh. Damon was full of question marks. Tea house, in a sunny room, Damon looked at Mindy who rushed in, and roared at Bert, you promised me not to tell Mindy. When did I promise you? Has your head been burned by the fire of hell? Bert sneered, I promised to find her father. Damon glared at Bert. Bert ignored him completely and ate slowly. Soy milk and fritters. Damon became more and more annoyed. At this time, Mindy rushed up and cried and said, Dad, Master told me everything. I don't blame you. You are the best father in the world, and you definitely won't want to kill me. Damon's heart melted. He hugged Mindy and said softly, you are my baby, of course, I won't kill you. Bert clapped his hands and said, father and daughter reunited, perfect, and I've done a good deed, I'm so great. Damon was speechless. Can he point at his face, and dare to say that he did a good deed? Damon took a deep breath and asked Mindy, Mindy, how is your injury? I can sense that you are hurt. It's all right, Madame Gao used her chi to heal me, and it will be fine in 2 days. Mindy said excitedly, Madame Gao is going to teach me, I will become super powerful. Damon was a little puzzled. He thought about it, turned his head, and said to Bert, I'm very grateful to you for saving Mindy, but you are not human. I can't let Mindy stay by your side. Master is not a human, and neither are you, Dad. What's the problem? Knowing that Bert is a vampire, Mindy asked. Trish and the others also know about it. Bert never hides this kind of thing. Me neither. Damon's face twitched. This is his daughter. Bert asked, then what are you going to do with Mindy? Damon said, I have a police friend, and I will make him a guardian. That's not good. Bert shook his head. Damon, others also have the technology of restoration of the skull, and then everyone will know who you are and what your weaknesses are. A little policeman can't keep Mindy. Damon was stunned for a moment. He had been a police officer, and naturally knew that Bert was right, but he was uneasy about keeping Mindy by the side of the alien race full of evil. In the United States, there are not many forces that can protect Mindy. I am one of them. With me, no one dares to attack her. Bert said, following me is Mindy's best choice. Dad, Master is very good to me. Not everyone is willing to spend tens of millions to help their apprentices find their father. Mindy said, although I hate him for letting me go to school, he will not harm me. Damon was shocked. This guy has no other plans. Bert said casually, tens of millions may be a lot to you, but to me, it's nothing at all. If nothing else, this time, it will cost me at least tens of millions to clean up the mess for you. Damon thought about it carefully, let go of Mindy, and said to Bert, thank you for helping me protect Mindy. I will repay you in the future. Another meaning of this sentence is, I will always be staring at you. She is my apprentice and doesn't need your repayment. Bert waved his hand and asked, Damon, how did you become a Ghost Rider? Yes, Dad, how did you become so cool? Can I be changed too? Mindy asked excitedly. The burning skull, coupled with the fiery Harley, was really cool. Damon sighed, you don't want to have this ability. At night, as long as I meet a sinful person, I will become a Ghost Rider to judge him, and then ride the bike to search for sinful people. For the sake of avoiding this situation, as soon as I get to the night, I will hide in the uninhabited mountains and deserts. Mindy was puzzled. This is no different from what we did before. There is a difference. It is uncontrollable. When you see evil, you want to take action. Damon pulled Mindy to sit down and slowly recounted, a few years ago, I was framed and imprisoned by a bastard. The prisoner was going to kill me, and when I was about to die, a person appeared in front of me and wanted to make a deal with me. Damon looked at Bert and said, this person calls himself Mephisto. Hell Lord. Bert narrowed his eyes. It's him, that is to say, although the Ghost Rider has changed from Johnny Blaze to Big Daddy, the mastermind behind the scenes has not changed. Yes, Mephisto, Lord of Hell. Damon nodded. He said, he can let me live and have the ability to take revenge, but at the cost of handing over my soul? At that time, I didn't have any option, so I agreed and signed a contract with Mephisto. Then, that night, all those who were going to kill me in the prison died unexpectedly. To be honest, I was shocked at first, even a little panicked, but after several years, it didn't happen again, and I gradually put it behind me. After that, I got out of jail and trained Mindy to get revenge on the man behind it. Everything was going well, but one night a few months ago, I suddenly turned into the Ghost Rider and burned more than 100 people. When I got home and saw Mindy, I even wanted to burn her to death. I was really scared at the time, and I went as fast as I could, to get away from New York. I know, the farther I am from her, the safer she is. Dad, it's not your fault. Mindy hugged Damon and shouted. Damon hugged her too, and said guiltily, Mindy, I'm leaving in a while, I believe you can understand why. Mindy didn't want her father to leave. She turned her head to look at Bert, and asked hopefully, Master, is there any way you can help my father? Bert took a sip of tea and said slowly, a way? I have it. Damon and Mindy both asked in surprise, what method? Damon, take a board and write on it, Master Sorcerer Supreme, I am the Ghost Rider, and I was tricked by Mephisto to take control of me. Please help me. Then kneel at 177A Bleecker Street in Greenwich Village, New York. It will not be long before a super boss will come to you and help you solve your troubles. Bert said, by the way, don't mention me then, I can't afford to offend that boss. Damon and Mindy stared at Bert in astonishment, is he kidding them or joking? Don't look at me like this is the best way. Bert said, Sorcerer Supreme is the guardian of the Earth, the reason why Mephisto dares not enter the Earth and has been using projection to deceive people to sign the contract is because of her existence. Damon asked, even if what you said is true, what will Master Sorcerer Supreme do to me? Will it purify me directly? Bert said, probably not, at most, lock you up, and then find a way to turn you back into a normal person. Damon frowned and asked, if I can't change back, won't I be locked up for the rest of your life? Bert said, she should be able to help you change back, even if you can't, she can help you control this power. This method is too uncertain. Damon shook his head repeatedly, this method has one word from beginning to end, unreliable. This is the easiest way. If you don't want to, let's talk about another way. Bert didn't care, he said, Damon, before you, there existed another Ghost Rider, or say Phantom Rider. Damon asked, Texas Ranger, Phantom Rider. Yes, that legend is true. The Phantom Rider rides a flaming horse and searches for the wicked for trial. Bert nodded, there have been vampires who have met him, so we vampires know a lot about the Ghost Rider. According to rumors, he betrayed Mephisto. If you can find him, maybe you can get it from him. The way to get rid of Mephisto's control. The reason why I have been in Texas is that Mephisto sent me on a mission to find the betrayer and get a contract back from him. Damon said thoughtfully, it now seems that the betrayer is the last Ghost Rider. After a pause, Damon said, Mephisto promised me that as long as I get the contract back, he will give my soul back to me, but I don't believe it. Of course, you can't believe the devil's words. Bert thought for a while and said, Damon, you go back to Texas first, and when I get things done here, I'll come to Texas to help you find the Phantom Rider. Damon was stunned, he looked at Bert suspiciously, isn't this guy a little too enthusiastic? Could it be that he was coveting his daughter? Vampires are immortal, maybe they like to play and develop something. Thinking of this, Damon quietly pulled Mindy a little further. Mindy didn't find anything wrong and said excitedly, that's great, I'll follow too. Let's go together. No, you're going to stay in New York to go to school. Bert made Mindy wilt with a word. Bert looked at Damon and said, I know you are very confused. On the one hand, Texas is on the way to my destination. I originally planned to go to New Mexico. On the other hand, I want to meet Mephisto. Lord of Hell, if you don't meet him, isn't it a waste of time to come to Marvel? Damon was stunned, you want to meet the Lord of Hell. The most important thing in the world is to be wonderful. When I go to New Mexico, I plan to meet a god. Bert smiled, if you have no opinion, that's what we'll do. Damon hesitated, nodded, and said, okay, I do need help. Mindy prayed, Dad, let me go with you, I don't want to go to school. Damon shaking his head, you will be in danger. It's okay, you can't beat Master anyway, I heard that you were beaten into pieces by him last night. Mindy said, Damon's face turned black instantly, she was his daughter, and she was told that her dad was beaten to pieces. Not only was she not angry, but she praised the murderer for his greatness. Don't go there, it's too dangerous for you. Bert shook his head and said, you stay in New York obediently, and if you want Damon, call him. Damon thought for a while and said, this is fine, but it may often fail to get through. In remote places, the signal is generally not good. Bert smiled, took out a heavy-looking mobile phone from the cabinet on the side, and handed it to Damon, saying, this is a mobile phone internally used by the Oscorp. It is better than others plus it can't be bugged. Bert said regretfully, it's a pity that my private satellite has not been completed because I am too demanding. Otherwise, why should I worry about the signal problem? Private satellite. Damon was speechless, this guy is really rich. He took over the phone, said thank you, and then started working. Although it's a smartphone, Damon, who has disguised himself as Batman, isn't far behind, quickly figuring out what the phone does. Mindy excitedly said to Damon, Dad, you add my Twitter account, and I will post any news on it. Twitter also has software that can be directly used to video chat. Damon asked, Twitter? Facebook is more suitable for us. Twitter is Master's company, and of course, we have to support Twitter. Mindy said, Dad, in the future, if you don't like anyone on Twitter, tell me, and I will let Master help you remove him. Damon was speechless, his daughter seemed to be broken. Bert smiled. He thought of something and said, by the way, I have a lot of industries in Texas. If you need anything, you can call me, and I will let someone prepare it for you. Damon said with a smile, a lot of industries? With your net worth, it's quite a lot, I guess it's a lot. Some manors, farms, resource companies, and hospitals add up to billions, so it's not a big deal. Bert shook his head. At this time, he saw Lilith gesture at him with a phone outside, and asked, who is on the phone? Lilith said, Chief George and Director Fury, both want to ask the Ghost Rider. Damon, I'll go back to them first. Bert got up, Damon's eyes flashed when he heard George's name, but he didn't say anything. Outside the room, Bert took over the phone and contacted Chief George first. Director George, that skull is called Ghost Rider. He has been driven away by me and will not appear in New York again. Yes, the damage he caused, except for Kingpin's factory and his building, Watchman Company will be responsible. With the press, Electro and the Hell Sisters will help you. After dealing with Chief George, Bert started to call Director Fury. Before Fury could speak, he told about Ghost Rider and Mephisto. After listening, Chief Fury scolded motherfucker repeatedly. Did he make a mistake? First, Odin, and now Mephisto came out. In a few days, even God might want to join in the fun. Thinking of God, Director Fury shivered. If this one really appeared, the fun would be great. I must consider how to deal with the coming of God. Chief Fury scratched his hairless head irritably and asked, where is Ghost Rider now? Driven back to Texas. If you are interested, you can send someone to look for him. Bert said, however, don't send someone who has sins on his body. When he sees someone who is sinful, he will not be able to control himself. I see. Chief Fury hung up the phone, thinking about who to send to find Ghost Rider, but after thinking for a long time, he found that no one is suitable. For an agent, which hand is not dirty. The new graduates of SHIELD have no problem, but such a big event must be led by a senior agent. Let Cowlson go, his sins are relatively few. Commissioner Fury made a decision. When he thought of something, he sighed regretfully, but unfortunately, he just asked for $1.2 billion some time ago. Otherwise, this is another great funding opportunity. There are more and more monsters. I not only need to build more bases, but also form the Avengers as soon as possible. Director Fury thought to himself. Ghost Rider thing soon made news, but the unified caliber is that superhumans wearing skull masks are destroying. Neither the government nor SHIELD will allow the current scientific system damaged. Because the government and SHIELD are desperately trying to suppress the heat, this incident is far less sensational than the Hulk. Other than lamenting that New York is getting more and more chaotic, people don't have many other ideas. Although he was very sorry for Mindy, to avoid hurting her, Damon left New York as quickly as possible. On the highway, Mindy, who had just watched Damon leave, pouted and said pitifully to Bert, Master, I am so sad, I will go to school after a month. You are using your father like this, you dad will cry. Bert said angrily, I asked you to go to school to make up for what you are missing. If you don't like it, I will arrange a new plan for you in a year. Mindy, who looked sad, immediately said happily, you said, don't go back. You are a little kid. Bert laughed dumbly and asked to send Mindy back to the tea house, while he went to the Oscorp. Dr. Banner wants to see him. Banner said with an ugly expression, Mr. Wong, I thought you were different from others, but what you want is the Hulk. You're a bit resentful, Dr. Banner. Bert smiled, you and Hulk, I want both, and I want Hulk, not to turn him into a war machine, but to make him a superhero, just like Betty once hoped. Hulk? Superhero. Banner said with great amusement, Mr. Wong, if you are joking, then you have succeeded in making fun of me. Bert said, Banner, I will not stop you from researching ways to eliminate the Hulk, but have you ever thought about what if the Hulk can never be eliminated? Banner was silent for a while, and said stubbornly, I will eliminate him. Bert said, really? I listened to what Dr. Stearns said, you can't think of a way now, and even the previous antidote is completely ineffective. Banner was speechless because that was the truth. Bert said again, Banner, the Hulk is you, he has the same feelings as you. He is not me, and I am not him. Banner shook his head repeatedly, completely unwilling to accept the Hulk. No wonder the Hulk kept Banner behind and didn't let him out. Bert shook his head secretly, and he asked, you came to me, just want to ask this. Banner asked, I wanted to ask, are you going to transform Abomination into a war machine? Bert did not deny it. Yes, I dug out his brain and installed an electronic biological brain in it. Banner asked angrily, then if I die one day, will you also use my body like this? No, because I know you. But SHIELD and the military will definitely. Bert said, I don't know Abomination. Naturally, we must make the most of it. Banner held back his anger a little. He said, S.H.I.E.D. and the military does, but Iron Man definitely won't. That guy Tony came to dig my corner. Bert smiled, not surprised about this. He said, Banner, I said, you can freely decide who you work for. I haven't thought about it yet. Maybe, I should leave New York and hide in a place where no one else is. Banner said a little disheartened. Betty was shocked and looked at Banner sadly, are you going to leave me again? Banner didn't dare to look at Betty. In his life, he was most sorry for Betty. Banner, during this time, I have studied your blood. Don't look like that, all the blood in Stern's laboratory is in my hands. Seeing Banner's intention to withdraw, Bert said to him, I am serious. Back to the topic, I found that I have a way to keep the Hulk from coming out. Huh. Banner was stunned when he heard the words, and then asked excitedly, what can I do? I am a blood god, and I can control blood. Bert said, just pour my blood into your heart, I can control your heart rate so that you won't turn into a Hulk because of your mood swings. If that doesn't work, I can also control the blood to grab your heart and make you close to death to dissolve the transformation. Banner thought for a while, then shook his head and said, this will not work, my blood will repel, and even assimilate your blood. Bert said, no, I have experimented. My blood can enter your heart. Really? Banner seriously thought about the feasibility of this method, and Betty discouraged, no, Bruce, this can't be done. In this way, Banner's life and death will be entirely in Bert's hands. Betty, it's okay. Banner comforted. He didn't care about this at all. To get rid of the Hulk, he even tried suicide. Seeing Banner's insistence, Betty could only give up the persuasion. Banner turned to Bert and said, Mr. Wong, please inject your blood for me. No hurry. Bert waved his hand and said, Banner, if you want me to do this, you must promise me a condition. My blood is very expensive. Banner frowned and asked, what conditions? Bert said, cooperate with me to do an evaluation. Evaluate. Banner was stunned. This was a little different from what he thought. Yes, the assessment of whether Hulk can be enlightened. Bert nodded. I will invite the world's top psychologists and education experts to come over and evaluate whether the Hulk can be enlightened. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, but you always have to believe in experts, right? This. Banner hesitated. He has 7 doctorates and naturally believes in experts. Banner asked, is it really the top? Yes, absolutely the top, with my net worth, trivial. Bert smiled. Banner, if the experts agree that the Hulk can be taught, I hope you can give it a try because the Hulk is very important to the world. More important than me, a genius with 7 doctorates. Banner was a little dissatisfied, and he asked, what if they say no? Bert said, then I won't mention this again in the future. You can do whatever you want. Okay, I agree to your terms. Banner thought for a while, then gritted his teeth. When will we start the operation? In 2 days, when we are ready, we will start the operation. Bert said. The blood was already in Banner's body, and the operation 2 days later was just a passing scene. Banner nodded. 2 days? Good. At this time, Betty remembered something and begged Bert, Mr. Wong, can you let my father go? SHIELD and the military said that my father's situation is very bad now, and he may be imprisoned. Betty glanced at Banner and added, they also said that they can help my father, as long as I am willing to help persuade Bruce to join them. Betty, why have you never told me about this? Banner was very surprised, and immediately reacted. Betty was afraid that he would be embarrassed. In Betty's heart, her boyfriend is the most important. Bert said, they are fooling you. Your father will be fine. Betty was puzzled. How come? He is going to a military court? There are still many people protesting against him. Your father has super soldier serum and information on the Hulk, which is enough to keep him safe and sound. Bert added, and the military needs a tough guy like him. He won't have any major problems, and maybe he will make a comeback in the future. Really? Betty breathed a sigh of relief, and she said, this way I can rest assured. Okay, see you in 2 days. Bert waved his hand and left here to deal with other things. To go out for a while, he must arrange the affairs of the Blood God group and the Oscorp. In the office, Bert asked Lilith, Lilith, is there any new person applying to join the Watchman Company? Yes. Lilith put the 2 documents in front of Bert and said, after being selected by the company, these 2 people are more suitable to become new superheroes. Bert opened the information, and the first one was a black man named Luke Cage. He was transformed by the military. Not only he has 9 vulnerability, but his strength was far beyond ordinary people's. Power man, Luke Cage. Bert nodded and opened the second copy, but it was an Asian man. Chen Ho-yin, a street performer, can create and control flames, but his power is not strong. Chen Ho-yin? This guy seems to be from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Bert thought for a while and said, these 2 people are recruited. This Chen Ho-yin is not suitable for fighting. Let him cooperate with the fire department to help put out the fire. His nickname will be Fireman. Lilith asked, help put out the fire? Is this also a superhero? Why not? Helping people with superpowers is a superhero. Bert smiled and said, Chen Ho-yin's ability is too weak, and there will be a Human Torch in the future with the same type as him, but far more powerful than him? Right. Lilith put away the information, and Bert asked again, how's Spider-Man's authorization going? He has signed a contract, and we can produce Spider-Man merchandise in the future. Lilith said, Spider-Man will not divide the profits, and all of them will be used to compensate for the losses he caused. In addition, we need to help him negotiate with the police station to cancel the wanted. Bert thought for a while, and said, didn't the Oscorp research a kind of bulletproof biofiber? Make clothes for Spider-Man, a dignified superhero has to buy their own merchandise as uniforms, it's so pathetic. You seem to be very fond of Spider-Man. Lilith asked, not only did Madame Gao teach him Kung Fu, but also gave him various conveniences. These days, there are too few innocent people like him. Bert said, don't talk about this, how are the preparations for several vampire movies? The script for Blade has been written. Blade is the protagonist, and you will appear as a mysterious being. Lilith said, the rest of the movies that promote vampires are also in preparation. Bert asked, very good, does Blade agree to play? Lilith said blankly, he disagreed, but he sent his sunglasses. He said, you once said that the sunglasses are his body, so this is also counted as his performance, and you have to pay him for the performance. Haha, Blade, you've changed. Bert laughed, and asked, is he been short of money recently? Lilith said, he is chasing the female doctor, and his mother Vanessa is used to spending a lot of money. Every family has some difficulties in some way. Bert shook his head and said, the Vampire Clan police station did a good job, give them a celebration banquet, and everyone will get some bonuses, including S.H.I.E.L.D. Lilith nodded and wrote down, okay. Also, find someone to write the script for the vampire police station, and try to reflect the situation of the vampire clan as realistically as possible. Bert said, if Blade is good at the box office, then Vampire Police Station is a derivative series. If it is not good at the box office, it will be an independent drama. After thinking about it, Bert continued, for the protagonist, find a handsome and beautiful vampire to play. This is a face-seeing world. As long as you are handsome enough, fans don't care if you are human or not. Lilith asked, is this propaganda really useful? It's useful, but we can't expect too much. Bert shrugged and said, take 10,000 steps back, even if it's useless, these movies can make me get a lot of beautiful women, it's not a loss. Is this a fake public benefit? No, it's a public and private affair. Lilith glanced blankly at Bert and said, James reports that many companies are contacting Anton and his son, including Hammer Industries. Don't worry, their estimates are less than a fraction of mine. Bert doesn't care at all, which company can give Yvonne $5 billion. No, it's now tens of billions of dollars. Lilith didn't say much, no matter from which point of view, it is impossible for Yvonne to change jobs. After thinking about it, Bert took out his mobile phone and called Yvonne, and said, Yvonne, don't throw away your smashed hero armor, repair it a little to make sure it can be activated. What do you use it for? Not anyway. My battle armor is almost ready? Well, I'll go and receive it in 2 days. Putting down the phone, Bert picked up the phone, pressed it, and instructed, Felicia, call the company's senior management. I will hold a meeting and discuss the development plan for the next few months. Felicia replied, yes, blood god. Bert said again, by the way, you have been doing well recently. Come to my house at night to see some artwork and study the art. Great, thank you blood god. Felicia is overjoyed. The artworks of the blood god are not many, but very few, and they are high-quality products, some of which are even national treasures. Anyone who loves art can't refuse. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and today is the day when Bert operated on Banner. Needless to say about the operation process, it was just acting anyway. When the operation was over, Bert took out 2 high-end looking controllers and threw them at the 2, saying, this one can control the blood. There are several commands, including remove control, increase control, etc. Banner and Betty quickly grabbed the controller, and Banner asked suspiciously, the operation is really over? Why don't I feel anything? That's because you're anesthetized. Bert smiled and said, practice brings true knowledge, we will start the experiment directly. If there are no other instructions, the blood will always control your heartbeat. Think about something that makes you angry. Okay. Banner nodded and began to recall General Ross's pursuit of him. He was full of indignation. He hated both General Ross who was chasing him and the injustice of fate, for letting himself suffer such pain. Betty kept staring at the instrument next to her and found that Banner's heart rate had hardly changed. She couldn't help but ask, Bruce, are you really angry? Banner also found that his heartbeat was stable, and said very happily, I'm really angry, this feeling is so strange, it's like the body and consciousness are divided into 2 parts, the consciousness is angry, but the body doesn't respond. Bert touched his chin and said, why do you feel weird saying this? Weird? I don't think so. Banner shook his head and said impatiently, let's start the next step. Betty, use the controller to release the blood's control over me. Okay. Betty nodded, took out the controller, and clicked the red button below under the guidance of Bert, and a voice sounded immediately, release the control. Betty was surprised, your voice. Bert said, yes, my voice, that blob of blood, will only follow my orders, don't worry, it's useless for others to imitate my voice. As soon as the control was lifted, Banner's heartbeat immediately began to speed up. This was an instinctive rebound. Banner took a deep breath to prepare Betty and then continued to recall the angry things. Green light gradually began to appear in his eyes. After a while, Banner held his slightly green head and shouted to Betty in pain, Betty, activate the control. Betty started immediately, and the controller sounded, control activation. Before the voice fell, Banner's heart was pinched heavily, Banner fell to the ground in pain, and his mind was blank as if he was about to die. After being hit so hard, the green light in Banner's eyes quickly disappeared. Bruce. Betty hurriedly squatted down to check Banner's condition, and Bert said, my blood will protect his body, plus his own specialty. Generally nothing will happen, but it is better if you use this trick, sparingly. You need to use it sparingly. Betty nodded. At this time, Banner gradually regained consciousness. Instead of being angry, he shouted happily, it's really under control, really under control. Yes, under control. Betty is also very happy to hold Banner, the nightmare that has been coming for a long time is finally over. After a while, Banner stood up with the help of Betty. He said gratefully to Bert, Mr. Wong, thank you very much for your help. I will complete that assessment seriously. I will find those experts as soon as possible. Don't worry, they are definitely the best. Bert said, Banner, I invite you to join the Oscorp again. I need Hulk, and I need you as well. Mr. Wong, I am willing to join the Oscorp. Banner and Betty looked at each other and nodded. This is the case, can they still not join? Do you think that capitalists will help others for free? Welcome to Oscorp. Banner, your main job is to study yourself, and your second job is to help Yvonne improve his armor, no problem. Bert said with joy. After doing so much, he finally brought Bruce under his banner. The next thing to do is to educate the Hulk. Banner smiled and said, no problem, I'm also very interested in battle armor. Maybe I can make a battle armor specially designed to deal with Hulk. If you're interested, you can let the Hulk come out and have a test against the battle armor, which can be considered as collecting data. Bert said, Betty, you should also join the Oscorp. The main task is to study Banner and teach the Hulk. Okay. Betty has everything, as long as she can stay by Banner's side, it's enough for her. After the explanation, Bert called Mercury and asked her to arrange for 2 people to join Oscorp. Looking at the silver-white 4-seater sports car in front of him, Bert asked speechlessly, this is my battle armor? Hey, Yvonne, you think I'm blind? This is obviously a sports car. Okay. This is a sports car-shaped battle armor. Yvonne said with a toothpick in his mouth, it perfectly meets your requirements. Bert said angrily, do you think I will be short of sports cars? I have all the sports cars for the next season. Yvonne asked with contempt, can your sports car fly? Fly. Bert's eyes lit up immediately, you said this sports car can fly. Yvonne was too lazy to talk nonsense, took out the controller and pressed the sports car, and the sports car began to change the mode. I saw that the 4 wheels of the sports car were deformed rapidly, and then flames sprayed out from the underside of the wheels, and the sports car slowly floated up. Cool. Frank, who came along, couldn't help shouting. Yvonne smiled proudly and said, there are 4 arc reactors installed on it, which can fly for a long time. As for the flight speed, supersonic speed is certain, but I don't recommend it. Too fast, the pressure will be great, and its decompression isn't as good as a real battle armor. You want battle armor, it must be to pick up girls. I think a sports car is more suitable for you. Yvonne said again, this car can let you soak in more than 70% of the beauties in this world. I think it's 90%. Bert laughed, and he said, Yvonne, well done. By the way, can you design it again so that the car can be transformed into a battle armor, just like the Autobots? Autobot? You have a big brain. Although there are no Transformers comics in this world, Yvonne thought about it for a while and knew what Bert wanted. He shook his head and said, it's too complicated. I don't have time to do this. I have to design a new suit. Forget about it. Bert didn't care. He warned, Yvonne, you have to work harder on the Abomination armor. It will be our ultimate weapon. I understand. I will design a large armor that can destroy aircraft carriers. Yvonne said excitedly. As a Russian, he was quite interested in destroying the aircraft carrier. Bert said, then I'll trouble you. I'll be out for a few months. You can do it yourself. Call me if you want anything. Yvonne glanced at Bert and asked, aren't you afraid that I will consume too much money? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I can't spend too much money, and your speed of burning money shouldn't be as fast as I can make money. Bert laughed. With his current capital and the memories of his previous life, it was too easy to make money. That is to say, there is a bug called Black Panther in the Marvel world, otherwise, Bert will be the richest man in the world. Sooner or later, the vibranium mountain of Wakanda will be taken away. It's too unpleasant. Bert thought to himself. You rock. Yvonne laughed and was very satisfied with Bert's delegating power. It was worth his time to make this flying sports car. Of course. Bert smiled and said to Frank, Frank, prepare yourself. I will go to Texas to kill the devil in a few days. Devil? After the ninja, the monster, is it the devil's turn now? Frank was speechless. This $1 million annual salary is not easy to earn. It seems that the salary has to be increased. Next, there are gods and aliens. Bert said, the future is very difficult, but also very exciting. Then we are waiting. Both Yvonne and Frank laughed excitedly. People like them yearned for battle in their bones? In a second-floor cabin in Houston, Texas, SHIELD agent Phil Coulson was using a telescope to monitor Damon, who was sitting in an outdoor cafe and playing with his cell phone. With the strength of SHIELD, it is not difficult to find Damon. The target goes to various cities every morning to inquire about the news of the Phantom Rider. At noon, he will leave the crowded places and go to the mountains or deserts to hide. He should be afraid of becoming a ghost rider. Coulson put down the binoculars and muttered to himself with a voice recorder. In addition, the goal is to gain control of the mobile phone, and the mobile phone has not left his body. According to the page, he should be tweeting. Speaking of which, Coulson was a little speechless. Does such a cool ghost rider tweet every day? This style doesn't fit at all, does it? A freshman agent suggested to Coulson, hey, we can get Twitter to give us the data so we can understand the target better. Coulson said, the boss of Twitter will not give us the data. The agent was puzzled. Does he dare not to give it? Coulson shook his head. The new agents always thought that SHIELD was the biggest, but they didn't know that SHIELD wasn't as powerful as they thought. For example, the boss of Twitter wouldn't care about SHIELD. Coulson waved his hand and said, needless to say, how's the news about the evil spirit police? //A/N, the old Ghost Rider will be mentioned as Phantom Rider to make it easy. Phantom Rider is the name of several Old West heroic gunfighter characters appearing in American comic books published by Marvel Comics. The character was originally called Ghost Rider and was renamed following the introduction of Marvel's motorcycle riding character of the same name. // Another agent said, there are many legends about the Phantom Rider, but most of them are false. We need a little time to analyze and verify. Coulson said, do it as soon as possible. The news of the Phantom can help us gain the goodwill of the target. The former agent asked, hey, the target can't transform during the day, right? Why don't we take him back and lock him up during the day? No hurry, just observe first. Carlson said with a smile, but he gave the new agent a failing grade in his heart. He was too impatient, too self-righteous, and more importantly, questioned his boss one after another, and was completely unsuitable to be a field agent. In the outdoor cafe, Damon kept checking his phone while waiting for someone to see if Mindy had posted a new tweet. If so, he would like the post as soon as possible to let his daughter know that his father had been following her. Speaking of which, during this time, Mindy's tweets were all about the same thing: school is so boring, her classmates are so stupid, etc. She doesn't want to go to school at all, and she even wants to play truant. Twitter's owner is your master. You posted on it that you wanted to play truant, didn't you cast yourself in the net? Damon secretly complained. At this moment, he sensed the danger and ran away from the chair as fast as he could. The next moment, the chair was pierced by a sharp earth cone that came out of the ground, and then it was torn apart. Seeing that he missed the target, the black hand behind the scenes directly controlled the ground to vibrate. The square umbrella, tables, and chairs in the cafe collapsed with the vibration. Damon was just pressed down by a square umbrella. Ah, there's an earthquake. The people around were frightened and fled everywhere. When Carlson saw something was wrong, he immediately took a few agents downstairs and rushed towards the cafe. After the behind-the-scenes black hand used the square umbrella to overwhelm Damon, he immediately controlled the mud under Damon to turn into a long spear and stab upwards. Damon shouted, and a raging fire erupted from his body. Whether it was the square umbrella or the mud spear, all turned to ashes. As soon as the umbrella was burned, the sun shone on Damon again. He screamed, the fire of hell disappeared, and his body quickly returned to its original shape. Under the sun, Ghost Rider cannot transform? The concrete ground in front of Damon suddenly cracked, and then, a large amount of dirt flew out, forming an ugly native. He laughed and said, Mephisto's knights are nothing more than that. Who are you? Damon asked angrily, and at the same time quietly sent a distress signal on his mobile phone, to the guy he made an appointment to meet here before. I am the Earth Demon, and I was ordered to kill you. Earth Demon pushed forward, and more than a dozen spears sprang from the ground to stab Damon. Damon backed away, then turned and fled towards the dark alley next to him. Earth Demon immediately chased after him, and he grabbed 2 mud spears and threw them at Damon. Seeing that Damon was about to reach the dark place, Earth Demon stomped the ground with his right foot. The ground shook, the wall in front of the left exploded with a bang, and a large amount of earth and rocks flew towards Damon. It hit him, making him fall to the ground. Earth Demon raised his mud spear and planned to kill Damon. At this moment, several people next to him shot him at the same time, and the bullets punched his mud body one after another. Earth Demon turned his head and saw several men in suits attacking him. He smiled disdainfully, raised his left hand, and several spears shot out from the soil. Except for Carlson, who escaped in time, the other 3 agents were all penetrated by it. However, none of them died, and the Earth Demon seemed to have avoided the key point on purpose. Fuck. Carlson was furious. This is not an opponent they can deal with at all. After the 3 SHIELD agents were severely injured, the Earth Demon ignored them and turned his attention back to Damon. Damon had already climbed up at this time, clutching his chest and fleeing outside. It's useless, you're dead. Earth Demon gave a grim smile. He was about to attack again. A sniper bullet fell from the sky, smashing his clay body to pieces. Immediately afterward, a camouflage armor slowly fell from the sky and said to Damon, Mr. McCready, are you alright? Bert sent you here. Damon breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he sensed something and hurriedly shouted, be careful, he's not dead yet, and don't step on the ground. Before Damon could speak, more than a dozen dirt spears flew out of the ground and shot at Hero 2, armor name. Frank smiled disdainfully and activated the Gatling machine gun on his arm to shoot, and all the dirt spears were smashed to pieces. Not only that, the Earth Demon who had just gathered was shattered again, and he was so angry that he cursed in his heart. Frank stopped the machine gun and asked, is he dead now? Answering Frank was the reincarnated Earth Demon, who shouted, I am a demon, and you humans will pay for what you have done. Frank shattered him again with one shot, then asked Damon, is this a demon? How to kill it? Damon said helplessly, I don't know, it's the first time, no, the second time I see the devil or demon. The Earth Demon who had been smashed several times in a row angrily controlled the earth and turned it into a huge palm and swept toward Hero 2. Frank snorted coldly. His Gatling machine guns were fired at the same time, and 2 missile launchers were erected on his shoulders, whistling. Slammed into the mud giant palm, boom, the entire palm of the earth was smashed, and the earth crashed down. Damon and Carlson hurriedly avoided it. Frank's firepower was fierce. Earth Demon became angrier, and he forgot about Damon's existence. He kept controlling the soil to form a spear and shot at Frank. Frank's whole armor was full of weapons. If he was shooting frantically, the surrounding area would almost be smashed into ruins. Fortunately, all the people on this street had fled before, otherwise, the casualties would have been heavy. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded next to Damon and Carlson. It seems that we are going to lose money again. Carlson, can you shield share a little bit? The two turned their heads and were overjoyed to see Bert coming at an unknown time. Carlson hurriedly said, Mr. Wong, can you solve this demon? Bert said, it's not easy to solve, let the Ghost Rider come. Damon smiled bitterly, now the sun is so fierce, I can't change my body. Don't worry, I'm prepared, the car should be coming soon. Bert laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, a big truck drove over. Bert brought Damon and the others to the back of the truck, opened the door, and there was tattered armor, which is a hero one. Mr. Wong, can this battle armor still be used? Carlson was stunned. This should be put into a museum exhibition, right? If no chains are holding it together, this battle armor will fall apart directly. Others can't use it. Damon can. Bert smiled and said, Damon, go put on the battle armor and deal with that earth demon. From the very beginning, I wanted you to demonize the battle armor. Demonized battle armor? This is a good idea. Damon excitedly climbed into the trunk and put his flaming hand on Hero 1. As the fire spreads over the whole body of Hero 1, the armor is not only repaired quickly but also becomes more powerful and hideous in appearance. Immediately afterward, Hero 1 disintegrated automatically and flew to Damon to re-equip it. Damon roared excitedly, broke through the roof with the burning Hero 1, and flew toward Earth Demon. I can understand your excitement. Why did you break my roof? What did the roof do wrong? Bert was speechless, and Carlson smiled. With the battle armor, even the sun can't stop the Ghost Rider. Under the sun, Ghost Rider's flames will weaken, but it should be enough to deal with Earth Demon, Bert said. At the same time, Ghost Rider flew over the battlefield. Without saying a word, he picked up the fire chain and slammed it down hard, and the chain directly sank into the ground and went all the way down. Immediately afterward, Ghost Rider pulled the chain up hard, the ground shattered, and a native was pulled up by him abruptly. That was the body of the Earth Demon. The previous ones were clones, so they could keep resurrecting. Frank ceased fire unhappily. This profession is different, and it was done in one fell swoop. Earth Demon, who was burned by the fire of hell, let out a shrill scream, and his body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. He begged, forgive me, please, forgive me. I won't forgive you. Ghost Rider was about to burn Earth Demon to death, when Bert shouted, Damon, spare his life. I will send him to the laboratory for research and see what a demon is like. Carlson hurriedly said, Mr. Wong, SHIELD can help to study together. Bert glanced at Carlson and said, this is my trophy. Carlson sneered and didn't dare to say anything. Ghost Rider shouted dissatisfiedly, Sin, all should be judged, he and you all. Looks like it's on top. Bert took out a controller and pressed it, and the battle armor on the Ghost Rider disintegrated and fell. Ghost Rider, who was still majestic just now, was illuminated by the sun, and immediately returned to his original shape and fell down. Earth Demon was also freed because of this. Just as he was about to escape, Bert said, if I were you, I would not escape, because my kindness is only once. Earth Demon froze. He looked at Bert with a hesitant expression. To escape, or not to escape, this is the question. After a while, Earth Demon made a decision. He raised his hand and said, I surrender, however, I demand prisoner treatment. Do you still know the treatment of prisoners? Bert was surprised. He raised his hand and pointed at the Earth Demon, and a ray of blood flew into his chest, locking his core of strength like a chain. Are you a vampire? Earth Demon was taken aback, and he secretly rejoiced in his heart that fortunately, he did not escape, otherwise he would be dead. Bert put down his hand and said, call me Blood God. Can you change your appearance? This appearance is so ugly. Of course. I've been living among humans all the time. Earth Demon nodded. His body flashed with yellow light, and he turned into a bald man. Then, he said flatteringly, Blood God, I'm Gressel, Demon of Earth, Earth Demon, I can work for you. Is this a demon? Frank was greatly disappointed, as was Damon, who got up. The demon they imagined was not so greedy for life and fear of death. Work for me. Bert thought for a while and asked Gressel, I seem to have heard a saying somewhere that you elemental demons are fallen angels. Angel. Everyone was shocked. This guy was an angel before? Gressel nodded bitterly and said, I used to be an angel. I followed the Archangel Michael. Later, I rebelled and was driven out of heaven by Michael to become an exiled demon. Carlson asked excitedly, in other words, does heaven exist? Gressel glanced at Carlson and said, of course, it exists, but it's completely different from what you think. Let's talk later, let's get out of here first, so as not to be entangled by the media and the police. Carlson, call and find someone to deal with the matter here. Bert said, the bill is sent to the Watchman Company. Carlson is speechless. You are a vampire. Is it correct to command S.H.I.E.L.D? People who don't know will think you are the top of SHIELD. However, Carlson did not refuse. He walked to the side to make a phone call, and Bert turned to Frank and shouted, Frank, put Hero 1 back in the trunk. Okay. Frank nodded and started to work. Damon looked at Hero 1 with bright eyes, but he didn't ask Bert for it, because he knew he couldn't afford it. For $500 million, how many rascals does he have to rob? Bert said, leave first, I have found the Phantom Rider. Really? Damon was overjoyed. Soon, everyone packed up and drove away from there. Among them, Frank drove the big truck, while the others, including Gressel, got into Bert's silver-white sports car. It is worth mentioning that Frank's Hero 2 has been modified so that it can be opened directly from the middle and no longer needs special machine assistance. Carlson sat in the back seat and asked in surprise, Mr. Wong, your sports car is not ordinary, there is no vibration at all. Bert laughed, of course, it's not ordinary, this car is worth $500 million. $500 million. Both Carlson and Damon were taken aback, and even Gressel was no exception. The value of this car was comparable to battle armor. Seeing Gressel's expression in the rearview mirror, Bert asked inexplicably, "It's okay if other people are surprised, Gressel. What are you surprised about? Demons don't need money, right? How can I live without money? Although I don't need to buy food, I have to pay water bills, electricity bills, internet bills, and that damn rent every month." Gressel complained, "You humans are too dark. You exploit me when you know I have no identity. You don't even pay me the minimum wage. Compared to me, you are the real demons." Okay. Bert and the others were full of question marks. "Aren't you a demon? How did you become an illegal worker?" Damon couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it right? You are so strong, how could you be exploited by humans?" "My ability is very strong, but do I dare to use it? When I first came to the world, I was arrogant for a while, but Sabotage's mage chased me down half the earth with 2 space knives." Gressel sighed and said, "After that, I didn't dare to use my abilities anymore, and I honestly acted like an ordinary person, lest I be found by Sabotage again." "Is Sabotage's mage so cruel?" Carlson clicked his tongue. "They turned a demon into an illegal laborer? While this is reassuring from a human perspective, it's not good news from a SHIELD perspective. After all, SHIELD likes to be in control." Bert smiled and said, "If Sabotage wasn't cruel, how could the earth be so peaceful?" Damon thought of something and asked, "Wait, that's not right. You used your ability to hunt me down before, didn't you use it quite happily?" "That's because I found a backer, and his power can prevent me from being discovered by Sabotage." Gressel said, "However, I don't dare to be too arrogant, otherwise the former agents wouldn't have been just injured." Only then did Carlson understand why Gressel was merciful before, and he was more and more amazed at the deterrent power of Sabotage. Bert asked, "Who is your backer?" "He asked you to kill Damon." Gressel answered honestly, "My backer is Blackheart, the son of Mephisto." Damon was confused, "I'm a knight of Mephisto, why Blackheart wants to kill me?" "Because the Blackheart wants to snatch the contract and build a new hell on earth. I saw him destroy Mephisto's projection with my own eyes." Gressel replied, "Demons don't talk about family affection. What the Blackheart wants to kill most is Mephisto, otherwise, he can only be a prince for a lifetime." Bert asked, "How many people does Blackheart have?" "Besides me, there are also Demon of Water, Wallow, and Demon of Wind, Abigor." Gressel said, "Because of the existence of the 3 major temples, Blackheart cannot enter the earth easily, so Blackheart came to us and gave us a lot of benefits. We lived too hard, so we decided to make a deal with him." Gressel remembered the current situation and said dejectedly, "As a result, I fell into your hands as soon as I made a move. If I knew earlier, I might as well continue to be an illegal worker. Hey, my rent for this month has not been paid yet. The damn landlord will increase it again." Everyone was speechless, feeling that the 3 views were about to be shattered. "This is a demon, can you believe it?" Carlson couldn't help but ask, "The demons can't come in, how can you and Blackheart come? You are also a demon. The protection net formed by the 3 temples will not intercept weak lives." Gressel explained, "When we were expelled from heaven, we were only weak souls, so the protection net did not stop us. Later, we merged with the elements on the earth and became elemental demons, which is what we have now. As for the Blackheart, I don't know how he did it. Not only could he come in by himself, but he can also prevent us from being discovered when we do it. Like this time." Carlson's face was a little ugly. "Doesn't that mean that the Blackheart can summon a large number of demons to the earth at any time?" Gressel shook his head, "No, if he has this ability, why would he need to ask us 3 demons for help?" Bert asked, "Wallow and Abigor are also illegal workers like you." "Abigor is similar to me. I work at the construction site. He is in charge of delivering the courier. He often complains that those people don't give tips." Gressel said, "As for the Wallow, he has been hiding in a swamp as an otaku, and he usually picks up things that humans don't want to use. To be honest, human things are really interesting, such as comics, novels, etc. I can't help but buy them every time." Abigor likes to watch movies, and spends all night watching cinemas. "You are not 3 demons, you are 3 poor demons." Damon couldn't help but complain, "These 3 guys are the shame of the demon? What can I do? If I don't keep a low profile, my only end is to be hacked to death by Sabotage." Gressel said helplessly, "You don't know how cruel Sabotage is, especially the Sorcerer Supreme. Back then, even the Lord of Hell and the Archangel chose to back down in front of her and no longer continue to use Earth as a battlefield." Carlson was stunned, "The Sorcerer Supreme is so powerful? What is it like?" Gressel said, "What is it like? How can I, a soldier, know? Is that so?" Bert thought for a while, and said to Gressel, "Officially introduce, I'm Bert, the chairman of the Blood God Group and the Oscorp, one of the richest men in the world." "The Oscorp that makes the suits? No wonder you can dispatch so many suits." Gressel was stunned for a moment, then said excitedly, "Mr. Wong, I want to work for you. No, please give me this chance." Damon couldn't help but turn his head, "This is too embarrassing, isn't it?" Bert said, "Sincereness is commendable, okay, just follow me in the future." "Mr. Wong." Carlson hurriedly said, "This is not safe." Bert said, "If he makes any accident, I'm responsible." "Thank you, boss." Gressel was overjoyed. At this moment, he thought of something and asked hesitantly, "Boss, can you help me hide from Sabotage? The power that Blackheart gave me can only last for a while." Bert said, "Small problem, I will give you a temporary government or SHIELD status." Sabotage has never interfered in worldly affairs. Seeing that you have been incorporated by humans, they will not hunt you down? Coulson glanced at Bert helplessly. Shield really doesn't run by your family. This is fine. Gressel was overjoyed. He said, "Boss, if you have something to do in the future, just give me the minimum wage." Everyone was speechless. The requirements are really low. Bert said, "Don't worry, I can't lose you. You can control the soil. This ability will come in handy in the future. In the not-too-distant future, Manhattan will be ravaged by aliens. This demon can be engaged in construction. It is a huge profit." "That's great, boss. I can help you persuade the Wallow and the Abigor. We had no way to disobey the Blackheart before. Now that you are the big boss, we have nothing to do with him." Gressel said excitedly, "Blackheart has no future at first sight. His father has been in the business for so many years and can't fight the Supreme Mage, let alone him." Coulson looked at Gressel speechlessly. "Didn't you say that the Blackheart is your backer?" Damon couldn't help but shake his head. This Blackheart is pitiful. He finally found 3 subordinates, but all 3 turned out to be rebels. Bert said, "Then you can persuade them to surrender. If you can successfully persuade them, I will reward you with a new mobile phone from Oscorp that hasn't been launched yet." "Boss, I will not disappoint you." Gressel said happily, "It's a pity that my mobile phone was destroyed before, otherwise I can persuade them to surrender now." Coulson looked at Gressel and wanted to tell him that if he was willing to come to Shield, let alone 1 mobile phone, even 2, they would also be willing to give it. Of course, Coulson didn't say anything in the end. After all, when it comes to throwing money, they can't beat the dead tyrant Bert. Bert thought of something and asked, "By the way, what did you mean when you said that the Blackheart is looking for a contract?" "In Texas, there was a village called San Venganza, and the whole village believed in God. Mephisto set up a trick to make them kill each other. In the end, the whole village died, and their souls turned into corrupted souls, unable to leave the village, unable to go to heaven, and perish forever." Gressel introduced, "The contract of San Venganza is the contract between Mephisto and those villagers. As long as you hold this contract, you can take away all the corrupted souls there." More than 100 years ago, after the successful design, Mephisto sent the Ghost Rider to the village of San Venganza to collect corrupted souls. Who knew that the Ghost Rider felt that all this was too evil and ran away with the contract of San Venganza? Mephisto's plan, and thus fall short. What Blackheart wanted was those thousands of corrupted souls. He told us that once he got these thousands of corrupted souls, he could create a new hell in the world, and then he would be the new king of hell. Create a new hell on earth. Coulson took a deep breath. Although there are still many things he can't figure out, this matter, Blackheart will not succeed. Do thousands of corrupted souls have such a big effect? Bert asked suspiciously. It was only 1,000 souls, and it was not difficult to obtain. Gressel shook his head. "I'm not too sure." Blackheart said that those corrupted souls are extraordinary. "In short, we can't let the Blackheart succeed." Damon said, "Bert, did you really find the Phantom Rider? I've been looking for months and haven't found it." Coulson also looked at Bert. Bert shrugged and said, "What's so difficult about this? Post a bounty on Twitter to collect the legend of the Phantom Rider, and then find a group of intelligence experts to analyze the reports. Finally, after obtaining information on the Phantom Rider from more than 100 years ago in Texas, and referring to each other, we can analyze who is the Phantom Rider." After a pause, Bert continued, "After analyzing the identity of the Phantom Rider, I will offer a reward to find his identity, and analyze them one by one. As long as the luck is not too bad, I will find it." Damon and Coulson were both shocked. Is this possible? Of course. The Phantom Rider's name is Carter Slade, a mounted policeman from more than 150 years ago. Bert said, "In a cemetery near Houston, Carter Slade's tomb was discovered, and that tomb has been maintained, which shows that Carter Slade is hiding there. Besides himself, who else would remember a person from more than 150 years ago? You know, he has no descendants." "Reasonable." Damon sighed. If the police had such resources and manpower, would they still be afraid of not being able to solve the case? Damon asked, "Where's that cemetery?" Bert smiled and said, "We will be there soon." There was a certain cemetery outside the city. Frank was guarding outside. Bert and the others strode in, and a tombkeeper with a shovel saw Bert and Gressel and cursed loudly, "Dirty thing, get out of here." "It seems that this is the goal. It's really simple." Bert smiled and said to the tombkeeper, "I bought this piece of land a few days ago, so you are not qualified to drive me away. On the contrary, I can drive you away at any time, Carter Slade." The old cowboy Carter Slade's expression changed, and he shouted, "Who is Carter Slade? Also, this land belongs to no one. Stop pretending. There are demons, Shield, and Ghost Rider here. You can't pretend." Bert took out a top Cuban cigar from his arms and threw it to the other party, saying, "Smoke a cigar. Let's talk. Don't worry, we are not enemies." Carter Slade caught the cigar and said unhappily, "How did you find me? I hid it for over 100 years, and even Mephisto couldn't find me. Mephisto doesn't know how to use a cell phone." Bert smiled and said, "Let's talk when you enter the room." "Okay, come with me." Slade didn't talk nonsense. He carried the shovel and led the crowd to his house. A tombkeeper's house is naturally not very good. The most conspicuous of them is an angel statue of Michael. When Gressel saw the angel statue, he was frightened at the door and did not dare to come in. He shouted, "This is a blessed angel statue with holy power on it. Of course, there is holy power. Without the protection of the Archangel, I would have been discovered by Mephisto. Seeing Gressel's appearance, Slade sneered. It seems that you should be a fallen angel. After finishing speaking, Slade turned to look at Bert, who came in, and asked, "What are you? Why aren't you affected by holy power?" "Maybe it's because I often donate money to the church," Bert said with a smile. Everyone was speechless. "Do you think angels can also be bribed? Also, you are a vampire. Why donate money to the church?" Bert didn't talk nonsense. He pointed at Damon and said, "He is the Ghost Rider of this generation. We came to you to ask how to get rid of Mephisto." Slade put the shovel aside and asked, "Aren't you here for the contract?" Bert sat down without speaking, and Damon said, "Mephisto asked me to retrieve the contract, but I won't help him." Slade lit the top cigar with a match, took a sip of enjoyment, and said, "The Archangel told me that you would come to me, but I didn't expect there would be so many people, and you came earlier than I thought." "Archangel?" Carlson hurriedly asked, "Can angels still come to Earth? Although you are human, the breath on your body is disgusting." Slade snorted and said, "While I was praying, the Archangel would occasionally say something to me. He once told me that the new Ghost Rider would be drawn to this cemetery by fate." After a pause, Slade continued, "And I will be responsible for guiding him to the right path. This is my mission." "Fate? I think it's money." Damon spread his hands and said, "Mr. Slade, I don't know what the right path is, I just want to get rid of Mephisto." Slade said, "I can tell you something, but are these people trustworthy?" "Bert must be trustworthy. As for this SHIELD agent." Damon looked at Carlson and said hesitantly, "I don't know if he is worth trusting." Carlson was not angry. He said very kindly, "The goal of SHIELD is to protect the world. You can trust me. I've heard a lot of this kind of stupid talk. You people are the best at saying stupid things, doing stupid things, and being stupid." Slade was very disdainful but did not drive Carlson away. He said, "First of all, you must understand one thing. Your soul was not taken away by Mephisto. It is still in your body. Just like me, all Mephisto did was put a vengeful spirit into my body." Damon was stunned. "My soul is still in the body." "Yes, it's still there." Slade said, "It is because of this, I can betray Mephisto. If my soul was in his hands, he would have killed me long ago. How could I still live to this day? We've all signed a contract, though, that Mephisto can take our souls whenever he finds us." Damon said thoughtfully, "That is, we can't let him find us." "Yes, this is a shelter, Mephisto can't sense it, so I have been safe for so many years." Slade nodded and said, "If you want, you can live here with me. As long as you sincerely believe in the Archangel, Archangel will protect you." This. Damon hesitated. This was not the solution he wanted, it was just an escape method. Mephisto tempted the believers of God to fall, and Archangel tempted the evil spirit to betray. It sounds like angels and devils are playing chess. Bert's eyes flashed and he asked Slade, "Mr. Slade, what is the spirits of vengeance?" "They are the angels of judgment sent by God to the world to punish sin, but they were lured by Mephisto to fall." Slade let out a puff of smoke and said, "That's why the spirit of vengeance keeps killing sinners." "So that's the case. I felt that Ghost Rider's style is different from that of the devil." Damon suddenly realized, and he asked, "Mr. Slade, is there a way for me to completely get rid of the spirit of vengeance and get rid of Mephisto? If there is a way, I would have used it long ago, and would I still stay here every day?" Slade said angrily, "In addition, the Archangel once told me that the spirit of vengeance in you is different from other Ghost Riders. It is always in your body, and no one can separate you, including Mephisto." Damon was stunned. "What? The spirit of vengeance has always been in my body? This is impossible." Slade said, "You are very different, even the Archangel is paying attention to you." Damon smiled wryly, "I don't want it to be different. It seems that Mephisto didn't find you at random. There is a connection between you and him." Bert touched his chin and said, "Ignore this, for the time being, let's take back the ownership of your soul first." Slade said vigilantly, "Don't tell me you want to exchange the contract for his soul. I won't give the contract to you." Bert said, "I didn't plan to use the contract to exchange it. Little hell or something, it sounds very dangerous, and Mephisto should not succeed." "Exactly." Carlson nodded as he searched the house without a trace. Such a dangerous thing as a contract, of course, they should be kept by SHIELD. Slade shook his head. Without that contract, Mephisto wouldn't return the ownership of his soul to the Ghost Rider. Even if there was, he probably wouldn't return it. Bert said, "Not necessarily. His son, Blackheart, came to the Earth. We can catch him and exchange him with Mephisto." Slade sneered, "Do you think the devil will care about his son? If he doesn't change, I'll take the Blackheart to the global exhibition and let all the lords and demon gods laugh at him." Bert said, "The son is not important, what about the face?" Everyone looked at Bert speechlessly, thinking of this idea. "You are the devil, right?" Slade thought for a while, then shook his head. "This method may not be useful. Mephisto is not as simple as you think. Always have to try, and we were originally going to deal with Blackheart." Bert said, "Mr. Slade, do you mind if we have a night's rest near here?" "I mind, but why are you asking? Didn't you buy this place?" Slade said angrily, "Hey, the agent over there, this alien is so arrogant, you don't care." Carlson spread his hands. "No way, he has too much money, we can't control it. You institutions are unreliable." Slade scolded and said to Damon, "You stay here, I will teach you some experience." The spirit of vengeance can be controlled, as long as your will is strong enough. After all, this body is yours. Mr. Slade, thank you. Damon is overjoyed. What he needs most now is the teaching of his predecessors. You can go. Slade started chasing people out, and Bert didn't care and left with Coulson. As soon as he left the door, Gressel reminded nervously, Boss, Blackheart is not so easy to deal with. You must not be careless. Bert asked, is he strong? Of course the son of the devil is strong. Gressel said, although he sealed most of his strength in order not to be discovered by Sabotage, he definitely won't hold back so much when it is a crisis. Son of the devil. Bert snorted coldly, it's okay, if we can't beat it, Sabotage will help us finish. Gressel nodded bitterly. Coulson suggested, Mr. Wong, maybe we SHIELD can send some people to help. No need, Coulson, the reason why you are allowed to follow this time is mainly to let SHIELD know the truth of this world, lest you continue to be so arrogant. Bert shook his head and said, all you have to do is open your eyes and see, that's all. Coulson was stunned for a moment, and then said, I understand, this time, I will trouble you, Mr. Wong. Bert nodded with satisfaction. He patted Coulson on the shoulder and said, Coulson, I'm optimistic about you, you will be the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't joke, Mr. Wong, Director Fury has done a good job. Coulson smiled bitterly. Once these words reach the ears of the World Security Council, let alone this life, he will not be the director in the next life? It's not that he's not doing well, he's doing too much. I said, why do you let a paranoid victim be the director? Don't you have regular psychological examinations? Bert snorted and said, by the way, Coulson, I take care of you like this. If Sabotage's people come, remember to defend me. Coulson complained, Mr. Wong, is this the real reason you have been keeping me? Bert laughed, no, I'm keeping you because I admire you. In the evening, Slade rushed out of the house anxiously, looking around, as if he had lost something important. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, oh old tomb keeper, did you lose this tattered shovel or this 10 million check? Slade turned his head sharply, and saw Bert holding a shovel in one hand and a check in the other, looking at him with a smile on his face. Slade cursed, walked over and took the $10 million check, and asked, is it possible to cash it? Bert complained, I thought you would take the shovel, old grave sweeper, you are not honest at all. You got it all, what's the use of me taking it back? Slade snorted and asked, how do you know the contract is in the shovel? Because I can see through. Bert shrugged and said, the $10 million check will be cashed. When this matter is over, you can use this money to enjoy yourself. It is necessary, after so many years, I should enjoy it. Slade put the check in his pocket and asked, what are you going to do with the contract? Bert said, find a place to seal it up. I don't need this thing at all, I just take it away because you won't be able to keep it. Slade looked at Bert and said, this contract is not a treasure, it is a responsibility. I know. Bert waved his hand, turned around, and returned to the van. Frank had prepared the tools. He asked, why don't you just destroy this contract? If it could be destroyed, Slade and the others would have destroyed it long ago. Bert shook his head, broke the shovel, took out the contract from inside, and said, don't talk about this, seal the contract in vibranium. Okay. Frank stopped talking nonsense, put the contract into Ivan's special instrument, then took out a can of vibranium and started to operate. The vibranium bought from Ulysses is all raw stone, and it is not difficult to process. When Wakanda first got the vibranium, they were still primitive and could still process it. Soon, the contract was sealed in the vibranium, and Bert picked up the vibranium and integrated it into his body. Okay, Instructor Frank, now it's your turn to make a plan. Bert smiled and said, you will be solely responsible for tomorrow's war. Frank said, Gressel doesn't understand the strength of Blackheart, I only have 70% confidence in this battle. 70%? Enough. Bert nodded with satisfaction, Punisher never disappoints. At noon the next day, in a church outside Houston, a guy in black looked at the statue above and smiled disdainfully. I killed your believers in the church, what can you do to me? Blackheart. At this time, a gust of wind turned into a human figure in front of Blackheart, and said nervously, Gressel has been arrested and is coming this way. Blackheart asked, who caught him? Ghost Rider. Abigor said, besides the Ghost Rider, there is another alien of an unknown race. He has a strong bloody aura, but he is not afraid of the sun. They don't know whether to live or die. Blackheart snorted coldly and strode outside. How could he be afraid of mortals and aliens as a prince of hell? Abigor and Wallow followed behind. Abigor quietly used the wind to write on Wallow. Wallow was stunned for a moment. Abigor made a gesture of counting the banknotes. Wallow nodded quietly, and a line appeared on his clothes. Who has money? Who is boss? Blackheart didn't know the little movements of the two demons behind him. As soon as he got outside the door, he saw Gressel being held by two people and walking towards this side. Bert stopped more than 10 meters away from Blackheart. He covered his nose and said in disgust, dude, the smell of sulfur on your body is so strong, you haven't bathed in a few days. Blackheart recognized Bert's identity and sneered, a mere vampire, dare to provoke me. Aren't you just a second generation in hell, who relies on his father's shadow, and is arrogant in front of me? What a shit. Bert cursed with disdain, without Mephisto, you are nothing. Shut up, Blackheart, don't need to rely on him. Blackheart roared, when I get the contract and build a new hell, I will go back and kill him, and I will let everyone know that I, Blackheart, am more powerful than Mephisto. My stupid son, you let me down. At this moment, an old but powerful voice suddenly sounded, if you really have the ability to kill me, then I won't say anything more. After all, you are my son. The problem is, you are so stupid that you don't even know the betrayal of your own. How can you kill me? Who? The sudden sound made everyone turn their heads one after another, and saw a well-dressed, gentleman-like old man standing next to the stone pile and looking at them with a smile. Damon exclaimed, Mephisto, go. Bert shouted. The Abagor and the Wallow were stunned for a moment, and then they activated their abilities together. The strong wind and flowing water trapped Blackheart. Bert rushed in front of Blackheart at the fastest speed and stabbed his head with a spear. Blackheart was furious, and a powerful black shock wave erupted from him, not only breaking the shackles of the wind and water in an instant but also sending Bert and the wind and Wallows flying out at the same time. Fuck. Bert rolled in the air and fell to the ground, and his face was quite ugly. If it wasn't for Mephisto to spoil the situation, plus the slow movements of the Abagor and the Wallow, this plan would have succeeded. Although he successfully escaped the trap, Blackheart was not happy at all, but was very angry, because he made a fool of himself in front of Mephisto. I want you all to die. Blackheart roared angrily and raised his hand to send a shockwave to Bert. At this moment, his head burst open, and blood and black gas splattered everywhere, but it was Frank who shot in the distance. Sniper rifle? Blackheart has an immortal body, and a headshot is not enough to kill him, but before he can recover, Frank activated the Gatling machine gun to shoot frantically. Da-da-da. Blackheart's body was riddled with holes, blood was gushing out, and black energy was floating around. Frank's firepower is not ordinary terror. Bert shouted, Abagor, Wallow, long-range attack, I want to smash him to pieces. Yes, boss. Hearing the order of the new boss, the Abagor and the Wallow immediately controlled the wind and water to form a wind blade and water cone to attack Blackheart. This time, Blackheart's situation is even worse. He was so angry that he almost exploded, but he couldn't resist unless he unlocked the seal. The problem is that it takes time to unlock the seal. If that seal can hide you from camouflage, you can't easily unlock it with a loud cry. Bert will not be like the villain, talking nonsense to give Blackheart time. Vampire, you are so cruel. Mephisto snorted, raised his cane, and pointed at Frank's position, and a black light shot out. At this moment, the fire flashed, and a burning armor stood in front of the black light and burned the black light with fire, but it was Ghost Rider wearing armor? As for how the battle armor came about, it's very simple. The battle armor has always been underground and is controlled by the Gressel. This is the reason why the Gressel has not launched an attack. Bert held the vibranium spear and shouted, Mephisto, your opponent is me? Let me see, how much power do you have in the world? Mephisto put down his cane and said, you do have some skills, but do you think you can beat me? Of course, I can. Bert said confidently, Mephisto, your appearance really surprised me, but the winner today is only me. Young vampire, I will let you know that this world is not as simple as you think. Mephisto snorted coldly and shouted to Damon, your soul belongs to me, I want you to sleep. With Mephisto's order, Damon's soul immediately fell into drowsiness, and the spirit of vengeance controlled the body, and it roared. Set its sights on the evil-filled Bert? Mephisto is also very evil, but he has a way to cover it up, so Bert became the first target of the spirit of vengeance. Bert silently took out the remote control and pressed it. The armor disintegrated, the flames on Damon's body quickly dissipated, and he fell asleep on the ground back to his original state. You think I don't know Ghost Rider is unstable? Bert sneered, appeared quickly in front of Mephisto, and stabbed him in the chest with a spear. Mephisto didn't fight Bert, and his body turned into black energy and rushed into Blackheart's remnant body. Blackheart's aura suddenly soared, and the black energy on his body swelled wildly, whether it was Frank's bullet, or the wind and Wallow's. The attack was all smashed by the black gas. Immediately afterward, Blackheart returned to human form at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, he shouted, and his body quickly turned blue and enlarged. What was even more terrifying was that his breath was still improving, as if the great devil had come into the world. Gressel shouted in horror, Boss, Blackheart is going to regain its true strength. Withdraw. Bert shouted. At this moment, a black light flew out of Blackheart, which turned into a black light curtain in the air, trapping everyone inside. Bert immediately used the vibranium spear to pierce the light curtain, but it couldn't pierce it at all. Frank also shot, but to no avail. At this moment, Mephisto's voice sounded, My good son, this layer of light curtain can isolate your breath for 3 minutes, you can take the opportunity to kill them to take revenge, is it good enough for you? What a fart. Bert scolded, as soon as 3 minutes arrive, Camartage's people will come to teach your son to be a man, no, be a devil. Isn't that right? I can take the opportunity to take the contract to San Venganza village to recover the corrupted souls. Mephisto smiled and said, Isn't it just right for my son to help Dad? Bert thought of something, and asked in shock, Blackheart's seal was released on purpose by you? You gave him the things that can hide his breath. That's not true, he found that thing himself, I just helped him make it a little bit. Mephisto said, To be honest, this son disappoints me a bit. Fortunately, Ghost Rider is still very good. He helped me find the traitor. After more than 100 years, I can finally wash away this shame. Bert understood, and he asked, Have you played tricks on the Ghost Rider's soul? Of course I did tricks, how could I make a second mistake? Mephisto laughed. Vampire, enjoy the surprise I gave you, I'm going to get the contract. As expected of the most cunning Hell Lord. I underestimated him, however, he also underestimated me. Bert sighed secretly. At this time, Blackheart has recovered its true body, a blue demon with a height of more than 3 meters, long hair, and a long tail. The Gressel, the Wallow, and the Abigor were trembling with fear, and the current breath of the Blackheart is too terrifying. You are all going to die. Blackheart roared, the void almost solidified, and he was fooled one after another, and he was already mad. Bert shouted, Blackheart, if we fight, only Mephisto end up happy, we should cooperate. It's useless. Blackheart didn't mean nonsense at all. He raised his hand and released a black energy shockwave toward Bert. This shockwave was at least 10 times stronger than before, and even Bert couldn't dodge it. Frank was furious. Even when he shot at Blackheart, all the bullets shattered as soon as they approached Blackheart. Blackheart laughed horribly and was about to continue shooting when Bert got up from the ground and shouted, the contract is here. I have it. What? Blackheart was stunned for a moment, turned to look at Bert, and said, is the contract of San Venganza in your hands? Yes, so Mephisto is destined to be disappointed. Bert said, Blackheart, let's talk about it, we can be allies. You want to delay time. Blackheart sneered, whether you have a contract or not, you will die, and so will I. That's not necessary. Bert said very quickly, as long as I suck most of your blood and make you extremely weak, I can hide you with the breath of the vampire so that Sabotage will not you. Blackheart said disdainfully, drain most of my blood? Then I'm going to be slaughtered by you. Listen to me, time is running out. Bert said impatiently, after that, I will take you to the village of San Venganza, and let you open up a new hell, so that you can regain your strength, and I can live, the best of both worlds. What's more, Mephisto will be very angry, if you do this. Frank frowned a little when he heard the words, but out of trust in Bert, he didn't say much. As for Damon, he's still in a blissful coma. Blackheart was a little moved, he thought about it, and asked, you can't bear my blood, and how can I trust you? It doesn't mean that I want to absorb it, why don't I store it in my body? Bert said speechlessly, how do you believe me? Brother, you are a devil, and of course, you use a contract to ensure fairness. Don't tell me you won't sign a contract. Then we'll just die together. Of course, I will sign the contract. Blackheart snorted unhappily and said, are there specific terms? It's very simple, I will help you build a new hell, if you can't do it, you will take my life. Bert said, in the middle, add some clauses such as not to hurt me. By the way, you must also promise that you will not shoot me after the event is completed, and let me leave safely. Is that so? Blackheart lowered his head and pondered. Bert urged, hurry up, 3 minutes will be here soon, please let me not delay the time, and don't delay yourself. Blackheart looked at Bert and asked suspiciously, why are you so anxious? Bert said, do you think you are the only ones who don't want to meet Sabotage's mages? In the eyes of Sabotage, you should also be damned. Blackheart said self-righteously, he thought about it for a while, and found no problem, gritting his teeth, okay, sign the contract. After speaking, Blackheart directly tore off a part of his skin and then wrote a clause on it with fresh blood. After writing, he raised his hand and threw it to Bert. Using your skin? It's eco-friendly. Bert quickly glanced at the contract, dripped blood on it, the contract flashed with blood, and it was announced. Bert threw the contract back to Blackheart and said, your blood? We still have the last minute. Okay. The Blackheart took the contract and took out his heart with one claw. As soon as the heart is separated from the body, the aura of Blackheart immediately dropped sharply, because this is the source of its power, which is completely different from the ordinary blood that can be restored at any time. The Blackheart threw his heart to Bert and said weakly, this is my blood of origin, don't absorb it. When I build a new hell, give it back to me. You're stingy, but I have to absorb a little bit, otherwise I won't be able to hide your breath. Bert took Blackheart's heart into his body with his hands, then closed his eyes, and carefully controlled the blood to start devouring it. The power of the Blackheart is extremely strong. Bert only swallowed a little bit, and there was a feeling of puffiness. His heart was full of excitement. After swallowing all the blood of the source, his strength will increase several times. What? Give it back to Blackheart. What went into his blood god's stomach? Do you still want him to return it? Keep dreaming? 30 seconds later, Bert opened his eyes, strode to the weak Blackheart, and said, okay, you change back into a human form, and I will begin hiding your breath. Okay. Blackheart didn't talk nonsense and changed back to the original state. Bert put his hand on him, and his hand turned into blood, covering Blackheart's whole body. That should do the trick. Bert took back his severed hand, and while he recovered quickly, he shouted to Frank, Frank, the light curtain will disappear after a while, and you will immediately leave with Ghost Rider and Gressel. The Blackheart shouted, the Ghost Rider is staying? He is Mephisto's knight. Bert said, no, he's leaving. Blackheart glared at Bert. Bert was not afraid. Blackheart gritted his teeth secretly. The time was too tight, and he was still exploited by this guy. Fortunately, the main terms are no problem. That's enough, the rest, we'll talk about it after the new hell is built. No one can disobey Blackheart? Bert. Frank shouted worriedly, and Bert waved his hand and said, no problem, there is a contract, he can't hurt me. This is the only way to survive, we have no choice. Frank saw Bird's gesture and knew that he had other ideas, so he didn't say more. Soon, after 3 minutes, the black light curtain disappeared, and in the sky, a black feather that seemed to be broken at any time slowly floated down. Let's go. Frank immediately left with the 3 demons and Damon, and Bird caught the black feather and asked, "Is this the treasure you found?" Blackheart didn't care about the black feather. He looked around nervously and said, "Yes, I found it in a space gap. It can hide the breath, but it only has an effect on weak beings, so I just claimed my strength, and Mephisto didn't take it away, probably because of this." After a pause, Blackheart added, "This feather has been exhausted by Mephisto, and it's useless." "Weak? In your eyes, am I also weak?" Bert shook his head and put the black feather in his pocket. "Of course you are weak," Blackheart said excitedly. "Camartage's people didn't show up. Our plan was successful. Vampire, hurry up and take me to San Venganza village. I'll take you there." Bert smiled, his right hand clenched tightly. The blood on Blackheart shrunk crazily inward. Blackheart tried his best to resist, and roared in horror, "Vampire, what are you doing?" Bert laughed and said, "Why do you ask?" "Of course, I'm trying to trick you."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.